Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Shen En didn't say anything and pulled Jiang Yu to the back. Jiang Yu was a little confused, but he still followed the other party. Since Shen En did this, he was probably too lazy to explain and wanted to take him somewhere directly. As his sanity returned, Jiang Yu's thinking became clear again, and his mind was working rapidly. Soon, the two returned along the same route and came to the place where Jiang Yu entered the woods. Shen En pulled him to a thick giant tree, and Jiang Yu saw an incredible scene. Under the tree in front of him, there were several humans wearing gray bunny doll costumes, tied up in a circle. They wore rabbit masks with a cold red light in their rabbit eyes. They stared straight at Jiang Yu, exuding a strange aura. Jiang Yu widened his eyes. He had seen these rabbit dolls before. When I participated in the Eightfold Gate of Life and Death game, there was a rabbit man guarding each room, and they were these guys in front of me. Bunny guard. Why are they here? Jiang Yu looked at Shen En, his face quite shocked. Bunny guard. When Shen En heard this name, his face looked a little strange. He paused, looked at Jiang Yu, and said slowly, "No, they are weeping rabbits." Crying rabbit? What on earth are they? Is it a rabbit? Is it a human? Jiang Yu widened his eyes, feeling a little unbelievable. Shen En didn't say anything, but walked forward and took off the mask of a bunny doll. Under the mask is the face of a girl of about 17 or 18 years old who looks pretty and clean. The next moment, the rabbit man looked at Jiang Yu with red light flashing in his eyes. Her face changed rapidly. First, her face disappeared, and then she became a faceless person. Then, her face seemed to turn into fluid, and her nose, lips, eyes, and various organs gradually appeared, just like a clay figure being molded. Finally, it turned into a familiar face, Joe Kinking. She looked at Jiang Yu affectionately, tears streaming down her face, and she shouted, "Jiang Yu, save me." Jiang Yu felt a chill all over his body and got goosebumps. Although he struggled internally and wanted to move forward, he restrained himself and took several steps back. The next moment, Shen En had an expressionless face, and his right hand turned into a blade, piercing through her clothes and chest, and took out a red crystal from it. Then he raised his head, his eyes fanatical, and swallowed the red crystal into his stomach, with a look of satisfaction on his face. At this moment, several other crying rabbits suddenly tilted their necks, stared at Jiang Yu and Shen En, and let out miserable wails accompanied by miserable cries. In this foggy and dead silent woods, it looks extremely creepy. The leaves around me fluttered without any wind, the air seemed to become a little dull, and the fog around me seemed to be even thicker. Jiang Yu suddenly remembered something and stepped back quickly. Shen En also frowned and leaped forward to create some distance between them. The next moment, the crying rabbits in front of him exploded one after another. Accompanied by a piercing roar, dazzling flames instantly illuminated the entire forest. Jiang Yu staggered back, the piercing roar hurt his eardrums, and the heat of the fire made him instinctively squint his eyes and cover his face with his sleeves. Shen En, who was beside him, grabbed him and ran quickly towards the road with him. What on earth are they? Jiang Yu was still a little dazed. He looked at Shen En in front of him and asked. Shen En didn't even turn his head. His tone was cold and calm. "Give me one more of Ziking's prop cards, and I'll tell you." Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. This guy, even at this time, is still thinking about Ziking's prop card. Okay. Jiang Yu thought about it for a while and agreed. They're called weeping rabbits. It is a substance that intervenes between humans and objects. They have human organs, but they don't have a human heart. Their characteristics are camouflage, explosion, and peak. Shen En spoke simply, without going into detail, about its origin and background. Jiang Yu was confused, but he had a general understanding of it. "I see." Jiang Yu murmured. The two quickly returned to where the motorcycle was parked, and at this time, Jiang Yu's pupils shrank slightly. The motorcycle was still there, but Zai Qing, who was originally sitting on the black motorcycle, had disappeared. "Is she alive or dead? Where did you go?" Jiang Yu's face was a little gloomy. If he had known earlier, he would have killed her directly. Now she has disappeared. It would be fine if I died, but it would be the worst if I lived. Because, even if he and Shannon reached the finish line, they would not be a complete team. In this way, the game still fails and you will die here. I made the wrong choice. You should go left. Shen En said calmly. He paused and continued, but we should go find Zai Qing first. This guy actually admitted his mistakes. It seems that he is not absolutely perfect. Jiang Yu nodded, agreeing with the other party's opinion. However, in this huge ghost-like place, full of weirdness, where can we find Zai Qing? At this moment, Shannon actually took something out of his arms and looked at it. Jiang Yu came forward, and his eyes widened immediately. Shen En was holding a radar display in his hand, with 3 flashing spots on it. You guy, where did you get this? Jiang Yu pointed at the radar display in his hand and asked in confusion. The pig-faced masked man clearly said that cheating was prohibited, but the guy in front of him actually walked into the game venue with a radar. Also, when did he install the locators on other people? Of course, I exchanged it for a prop card. Shen En rolled his eyes at Jiang Yu and was speechless. Oh. Jiang Yu shook his head. He felt that after coming near this strange forest, his head seemed to be groggy, his thoughts became slow, and he was somewhat affected by the environment. What the other party said was right. At that time, he could use prop cards at night, such as Eye of the Prophet, to obtain the gameplay of the next death game. Shannon can also use the prop card at night to obtain props like this radar. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something and raised his right hand to look. When Yin Yin pulled him with her little hand, he felt a tingling pain in his fingers. At this moment, he saw a small red dot on his index finger, as if it had been pierced by a needle. At this moment, blood is oozing out. He remembered something and suddenly covered it with his hands, fearing the smell of blood. Let's go. She's not far ahead. Shen En fixed the radar on the motorcycle, then got on and motioned Jiang Yu to follow. Jiang Yu followed closely behind, and the two set off quickly, returning along the same route. After riding for just over half a minute, Shannon stopped, got off the bike and walked towards the roadside. Jiang Yu also stopped the car and followed Shen En. With their arrival, a pile of weeds emitting a faint green light on the roadside actually separated automatically. A damp cave was revealed, which was extremely dark and bottomless. Are you sure it's in here? Jiang Yu looked at the deep cave entrance in front of him. Fear surged like a tide, almost making him unable to move. That's right. Shannon looked at the radar in his hand and spoke in a firm tone. I should have killed her earlier. Jiang Yu sighed lightly, a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Just at this moment. When? The familiar bell rang again in the distance, shaking people's hearts. The two of them looked into the distance together, their eyes solemn and with a hint of worry in them. If I'm not mistaken. The interval between each bell is a quarter of an hour. Just now, it was the 4th time. It should have been an hour now. Jiang Yu frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, Yes, we only have 1 hour left, hurry up. Shen En glanced at Jiang Yu with a determined look and jumped into the cave passage without hesitation. Jiang Yu's heart sank. He took a deep breath, then bent over and tentatively stretched out his right foot. As soon as his toes touched the ground, he was caught off guard by the unusually slippery surface of the cave. He instantly lost his balance and slid into the cave entrance. He was swallowed by the darkness and slid into the unknown abyss. 10 seconds later, Jiang Yu suddenly stopped, slid out of the passage, and fell into an even deeper cave. He suppressed the fear in his heart and looked up. The scene before him made his back shiver, and his breathing suddenly stopped. This is a huge spherical cave with a strange red ball hanging in the center of the cave. The sphere is tightly wrapped by a strange object like a spider web, hanging in the air, emitting bursts of dim red light. The light flickered in the cave, illuminating the surrounding area in a hellish scene. When the red light came on again, Jiang Yu's attention was attracted by an extremely terrifying scene. There were 7 or 8 giant spiders hanging on the walls of the cave. Each spider is the size of an adult, with sharp tentacles deeply embedded in the rock wall, and their heads have human-like faces. There was no skin on that face, only exposed bones and muscles. His cold eyes were full of murderous intent, and sticky liquid dripped between his fangs, as if he was waiting for the next opportunity to hunt. The atmosphere of terror filled the entire cave, and Jiang Yu felt an invisible sense of oppression, as if death would pounce on him from the darkness in the next second. He suppressed his inner fear and saw Shannon standing in front of him. The other party nodded at him and then pointed to a white cocoon that was constantly squirming on the rock wall. That was Zaiqing. At this moment, her entire body was wrapped in spider webs. Her body kept twisting, leaving only her head exposed, her eyes rolled back, as if her life was slowly being sucked away. "I'll go save her, you delay for a while." As soon as Shen En finished speaking, he waved his hand and threw something out. The spider web at the root of the red ball hanging in the air was instantly cut off and fell next to Jiang Yu. Then Shannon jumped up and ran along the stone wall. At this moment, he seemed to have broken through the constraints of gravity and was walking on the nearly 90-degree rock wall as if it were flat ground. Jiang Yu was stunned and almost doubted whether he was dreaming. The falling red ball angered the human-faced demon spiders. They let out low roars and pounced on Jiang Yu from all directions of the rock wall. Their faces were ferocious, and their sharp teeth were grinding with harsh, crunching sounds, as if they were worried that Jiang Yu would snatch the red ball away. "Damn it, Shannon, you're trying to trick me." Jiang Yu's face turned pale, and his heart was filled with despair. With his thin little body and without any weapons, how could he possibly deal with these monsters? The nearest human-faced demon spider had already pounced towards him, opening its huge mouth with fangs, as if it was going to bite off his throat in the next second. Jiang Yu's mind went blank and his body was stiff, as if he was frightened and couldn't even run away. At this moment, the information about the god of gambling suddenly came to my mind. Warning, warning. The host is detected to be in danger of death. The power of despair has erupted. The god of gambling has grown rapidly. The host's combat power has been greatly improved. In an instant, Jiang Yu suddenly felt that the world slowed down. The movement trajectory of the human-faced demon spider was clearly visible, as if it was being played at 0.2 times slow speed. Jiang Yu could clearly see the ugly and ferocious face, with sticky liquid dripping between the fangs. The densely packed sharp teeth seemed countless and slowly approached. The next moment, Jiang Yu's body moved instinctively. He leaped up and kicked sideways with his right leg. A huge force burst out in an instant and hit the temple of the human-faced demon spider. With a loud bang, the spider's body was blasted into the left rock wall and exploded instantly. Green liquid splashed everywhere, a big hole was smashed into the rock wall, and cracks spread out like a spider web. The other few human-faced demon spiders showed fear and slowed down their pace, while the demon spider crawling on the ground suddenly rushed over and opened its mouth to bite Jiang Yu's leg. Jiang Yu's eyes turned cold, he leaped up, stepped down, and instantly crushed the head of the human-faced demon spider into a ball of meat paste. The largest human-faced demon spider was still unwilling to give up. It bared its fangs and rushed over aggressively. It didn't believe that this seemingly weak human in front of it could defeat it. Jiang Yu had a stern expression as he stared coldly at the giant demon spider that was rushing towards him. He suddenly swung his fist and punched it directly on the head. In an instant, the huge impact force knocked the spider 10 meters away, and it hit the rock wall behind it heavily, and then its body exploded. Jiang Yu looked down at his hands, somewhat incredulous. Upon seeing this, the other human-faced demon spiders seemed extremely intelligent and used their sharp teeth to communicate in a strange language. Then they stopped attacking and slowly retreated. Shen En had just rescued Zaiqing from the rock wall. When he looked down, he saw Jiang Yu instantly dealing with those giant spiders. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he was a little surprised, but his face did not show much emotion. "Don't just stand there, get out of this damn place." Jiang Yu looked up and saw Shannon hanging on the rock wall with Zaiqing in his arms. He had been rescued successfully, but his eyes were fixed, as if he was thinking about something. After saying that, he ran towards the cave passage. These are small human-faced demon spiders. Based on his many years of experience in playing games, there may be bosses that have not yet appeared. He didn't want to stay in this damn place for another minute, even for a second. Jiang Yu rushed into the passage, clinging to the wall with both hands, and climbed upwards using his hands and feet. The light gradually came into view, and he quickly climbed out. Behind him, Shannon carried Zaiqing on his back and followed Jiang Yu out of the cave passage. Shen En placed Zai Qing on the back seat of Jiang Yu, tore off a piece of clothing, and wrapped the two bodies tightly together. After making sure that they would not loosen, he walked towards his motorcycle. The two started the engine and drove away from this strange place. Soon, they returned to the previous fork in the road, one road to the left and one to the right. Only this time, the road on the right looked eerie and scary, filled with murderous intent. This time, Shannon listened to Jiang Yu's previous words and chose the left path. The two men drove the motorcycle with serious expressions and drove towards the starting point at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Yu looked at the dashboard and saw that the speed was approaching 140 km/h. He felt that it was becoming extremely difficult to control the motorcycle. The body of the motorcycle was vibrating constantly. Any slight turn would cause the motorcycle to deviate greatly from its route. The wind blowing in his face seemed to become a wall of wind, blocking his progress. Soon, the two saw the familiar starting point and the wide white line, the starting line. However, the scene before him made Jiang Yu gasp. Dozens of motorcycles were parked in a disorderly manner on the ground. The originally neat queue had now turned into a mess. Motorcycles were lying on the ground in all directions, with debris everywhere. The wheels of some motorcycles have been completely deflated, and the tires have been severely punctured by sharp weapons. What's worse, the fuel tanks have been violently cut open by sharp weapons, gasoline has spilled all over the ground, and the thick oil fumes filled the air, making people feel dizzy. The hood of the motorcycle was forcibly pried open, the internal parts were scattered all over the place, the spark plugs and ignition coils were pulled out and scattered on the ground, as if someone had maliciously ravaged it. Player no. 40 Zhou Meng, well done. Jiang Yu looked gloomy and spoke slowly. Earlier, when Zhou Meng passed by Jiang Yu and others, he noticed that Zai Qing's motorcycle was damaged. So, when he took the lead, he returned to the starting point first and quickly destroyed all the motorcycles before starting the second lap of riding. In this way, even if Jiang Yu and others took Zai Qing back to the starting point, there would be no motorcycle to use. If two people ride on a motorcycle, they will inevitably slow down, and he can be far ahead. Because he was the only one left alive in his team, he only needs to reach the finish line first to win the game. In the distance, Zai Qing on the motorcycle groaned in pain. Jiang Yu and the others hurried over to check, only to find that Zai Qing had woken up. She looked at Jiang Yu blankly, covering her head with a painful expression. Jiang Yu, what happened? Why my head hurts so much? Jiang Yu was about to explain, just at this moment, when a loud bell rang again in the distance, the fifth time. Shannon looked in the direction where the bell sound came from and spoke slowly. There are 45 minutes left, but one lap takes about an hour. How can I complete 2 laps in 45 minutes? Jiang Yu frowned and looked at Shen En. No solution. Shen En looked at Jiang Yu and said calmly, "Are we going to die here?" Jiang Yu looked up at the sky. In that eternal dusk, the sky glowed an eerie blood red. His mood became increasingly heavy. The man with the pig face mask gave a game time of 2 hours. According to game rule 4, if the countdown ends and you are unable to complete 3 laps and reach the finish line, even if the other team is dead, they will also be penalized for losing the game due to timeout. The most likely possibility is that the metal collars around their necks exploded violently, instantly tearing their upper bodies into pieces. No, I've found the answer. Shannon pointed to several motorcycles in the distance and said, "Answer." Jiang Yu was a little confused. "Come with me." Shannon walked towards the broken motorcycles on the ground. Jiang Yu supported Zai Qing and followed closely behind. Shannon stopped in front of 2 motorcycles lying on their sides. One was a black off-road motorcycle, the front wheel of which was completely deflated, as if someone had deliberately pierced it with a sharp weapon. The leather of the tire and seat were torn, looking extremely tragic. The other one was a silver motorcycle. Its fuel tank had been violently chiseled open, with black oil stains flowing down the body of the motorcycle. A pungent smell was spreading everywhere. The windshield on the front of the motorcycle was broken, with fragments scattered all over the ground, making the place a mess. Jiang Yu was a little confused. What answer could he get from the damaged motorcycles in front of him? Could it be possible that these motorcycles could combine into Transformers, transforming into Decepticons to carry them through the remaining 2 laps? in 40 minutes. Shen En squatted down, pointed at the two motorcycles, and asked, "What do you think is the difference between them?" Jiang Yu thought for a moment and said, "The colors are different. One is black and the other is silver. The damaged parts are also different. One is the tire and the other is the fuel tank. Their tires are also different. One is an off-road tire and the other is a normal road tire." Jiang Yu suddenly understood Shen En's intention. He opened his eyes wide, looked into the distance in disbelief, and murmured, "So that's it, the answer is right there." Zai Qing behind him was confused. What were the two people in front of him talking about? Why did she sound so confused? "Hey, what are you talking about? What's the answer? What's different?" Zai Qing asked. "There's no time to explain, Shen, we need to act now." Jiang Yu glanced at Zai Qing and turned to look at Shen En. Shen En also nodded and stood up. The two men quickly searched among the wreckage of the motorcycle. Soon, Jiang Yu found an off-road motorcycle. Although other parts were seriously damaged, the tires were intact. He took out the toolbox and quickly removed the off-road tires. Shen En, on the other side, also found an intact off-road tire. The two men quickly removed their motorcycle tires and replaced them with new off-road tires. "Hold on tight and get ready to go," Jiang Yu said in a deep voice to Zai Qing behind him. He and Shen got on their motorcycles, ready to go. With a roar, the two motorcycles left the starting line at high speed and sped along the familiar track. Not long after, they came to the place where the boulder had slid down again. The two of them moved flexibly among them, and Shennon's motorcycle drew a zigzag track on the ground, flowing freely and gracefully. Soon, a towering mountain appeared beside the track on the side of the road. The hillside is steep, with a slope of nearly 40 degrees, loose gravel intertwined with compact soil, dotted with sparse vegetation and natural potholes and gullies, and there is almost no clear path. Jiang Yu looked at Shen En, who nodded. The two of them stepped on the accelerator and rushed out of the track and drove into the rugged mountain road. Zai Qing behind him screamed and subconsciously hugged Jiang Yu's waist. "Hold tight," Jiang Yu reminded, his eyes determined, and he stepped on the accelerator sharply. As the motorcycle sped along the rugged mountain road, Jiang Yu felt every vibration transmitted from the motorcycle body to his entire body, and his arms became numb from gripping the handlebars tightly. The wheels slipped on the loose gravel, and the car was jolted so violently that it was almost impossible to control. The oncoming wind mixed with sand stung my eyes, my heart beat faster, and every movement seemed to be on the brink of life and death, yet filled with an extremely thrilling feeling. Zai Qing behind him hugged him tightly. Jiang Yu could even feel her heartbeat, which was pounding wildly, and so did he. Soon, the two drove their motorcycles directly to the top of the mountain. The two men got off the motorcycle, stood on the edge of the mountain top, looked into the distance, and the scene in front of them shocked Jiang Yu. Not far from the foot of the mountain, two cliffs are facing each other, as if they were split apart by a huge force. Like a broken arch bridge, they are tilted 45 degrees towards each other, and the fracture is 10 meters apart. Below the cliff, a red lava river meanders. The hot lava is like the blood of hell, flashing a suffocating light. "We are going to fly over that cliff. There is magma below. Falling down will kill people." Jiang Yu's face turned pale, and he pointed to the cliff at the foot of the mountain and said, "Magma." Shen En turned to look at Jiang Yu with a strange expression. He paused and said slowly, "No, it is a blood river. It is filled with blood." Hearing this, Jiang Yu and Zai Qing widened their eyes and looked at the long red river in the distance with a dazed expression. Where did the blood come from? How many people would have to die, and how much blood would be needed to fill this river of blood? Millions, tens of millions. Are you ready? Shannon smiled, turned around, got on the motorcycle, started the engine, and seemed to be about to dive down from the 100-meter-high mountain. "You don't want to ride your motorcycle directly over that cliff, do you?" Jiang Yu looked down and his face turned pale. The two are now at the top of the mountain. If you dive down, the road here is bumpy and uneven, with all kinds of gravel and weeds, so you can't go too fast. Otherwise, you may fall over at any time and suffer from comminuted fractures all over your body. "The theory works," Shen En said calmly. Jiang Yu stared at the cliff, calculating rapidly in his mind. He took a deep breath, looked at Shannon, and said quickly, "Yes, If we start at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour and dive down from this 100-meter high mountaintop, our speed will increase rapidly due to the acceleration of gravity. He paused and continued. According to the law of conservation of energy, when a motorcycle goes downhill, its gravitational potential energy will be converted into kinetic energy. The current altitude can increase our speed to about 170 kilometers per hour. Jiang Yu looked up at the cliff in the distance and continued. At this speed, theoretically, we can fly a horizontal distance of about 30 to 50 meters, so flying over a 10-meter cliff is completely feasible. He paused for a moment and added, however, I am also carrying Zaiqing, and her weight will shorten the flying distance of the motorcycle. But if I control the speed and angle well, it is still possible to succeed. Zaiqing's face turned paler and paler. He pointed at the cliff below and said in a trembling voice, are we really going to fly over there on a motorcycle? 2 people. But this is not your planet. Beside him, Shen En said coldly. In an instant, Jiang Yu felt as if he had been poured with cold water and felt chilled to the bone. Yes, this is that damn place, a filthy place. But the difference in gravity is only about 1/10, so it won't have much of an impact. Shen En said calmly. This sentence rekindled Jiang Yu's hope. He nodded, holding his chin, and analyzed. That shouldn't be a big problem. Set off. A hint of excitement appeared on Shen En's face, and he pointed his finger at the cliff below, as if he was ready to enjoy the upcoming excitement. He started the motorcycle and dived down first, heading straight for the cliff at the foot of the mountain. Hold tight. Jiang Yu looked back at Zaiqing and gave instructions. The other party quickly hugged Jiang Yu's waist tightly, fearing that he would fly out directly after experiencing the huge turbulence. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and followed Shen En's figure. As the motorcycle dived downward, it accelerated instantly. The gravel and potholes on the ground kept hitting the wheels, and Jiang Yu felt that he was almost thrown off the seat. The vibration of the motorcycle was transmitted from the body to his arms, and his hands gripping the handlebars gradually became numb, but he did not dare to relax at all. On such a rugged mountain road, the motorcycle may lose control in an instant, with disastrous consequences. The wind roared in my ears, and the oncoming wind mixed with sand and gravel hit my face fiercely, like sharp blades cutting through my skin. Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly due to the glare, but his sight was still firmly fixed on the cliff in front of him. The 2 men drove their motorcycles and rushed towards the cliff like an arrow. In just 5 or 6 seconds, they reached the edge of the cliff at high speed. Jiang Yu's eyes widened and his heart was pounding, but he knew that at this moment he had no choice but to move forward. Shen En was the first to rush out of the cliff. His silver motorcycle drew a graceful arc in the air, crossed the deep blood river below, and landed smoothly on the other side of the cliff. Jiang Yu forced himself to ignore the fear in his heart and stared at the landing point in front of him. He kept reminding himself in his mind that he must stay calm and not make any mistakes. The next moment, Jiang Yu followed closely behind, driving a motorcycle out of the cliff like a black lightning. At the moment of leaping in the air, Jiang Yu felt his heart pounding, as if time had stopped. His body was suspended in midair, and all the weight disappeared. He could see it clearly. The steep cliffs on both sides were rapidly receding, and the blood river below seemed to be welcoming their fall. On the other side of the cliff, a familiar highway appeared. Zaiqing's face turned pale, her whole body was shaking violently, and she couldn't help but let out a heart-wrenching scream. The motorcycle hit the ground heavily, and the wheels rubbed against the ground violently, making a harsh sound. Jiang Yu's body was shaken violently, but he kept the car steady without slowing down at all. Zaiqing behind him broke out in a cold sweat and grabbed Jiang Yu's waist tightly, his nails almost digging into his flesh. It was obvious that he was terrified to the extreme. After 2 or 3 minutes, Shen En had stopped ahead and was waiting for the 2, just at this moment. When? The loud bells rang again in the distance. This time the bell seemed closer, and the tone had changed, becoming deeper and richer. The sound source came from the right front of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu slowly slowed down, stopped in front of Shen En, and then helped Zaiqing get out of the car. A fork in the road appeared in front of them again, which was very similar to the fork in the road that the 2 had experienced before and was full of dangers. One leads to the left and one leads to the right. The road on the left seemed too flat, as if it was a road leading to heaven. The road on the right looked even more dangerous, with weeds growing on both sides of the road and many fallen rocks scattered on the side of the road, as if they had fallen from the top of the mountain. Look there. God's grace points to the distance where the road on the left leads. Jiang Yu looked in the direction of his finger, and his eyes widened immediately. The highway in the distance gradually twists into a triple-ring road as the terrain changes, and it looks extremely steep, like an overpass hovering in the air. Sure enough, just as I thought, this is the real 3 laps. Jiang Yu murmured, "What 3 circles? What are you talking about?" Zai Qing was so anxious that she scratched her head and felt like she was going crazy. These 2 people were always playing riddles with her, as if they were deliberately not telling her and letting her guess on her own. She really couldn't stand it anymore. Jiang Yu sighed lightly, turned his head and stared at Zai Qing, and said slowly, "Do you still remember the victory conditions mentioned by the pig-faced masked man?" Zai Qing blinked and said thoughtfully, "After riding 3 laps, the team that reaches the finish line first wins, right?" Jiang Yu shook his head, looked at the 3rd ring road in the distance, pointed there, and said slowly, "This is what the pig-faced masked man said. Players need to drive motorcycles on the track to race. After completing 3 laps, the team that reaches the finish line first wins." Is it possible that the so-called 3 laps does not refer to riding 3 times around the track, but refers to a unique landmark? Since his last memory improvement, Jiang Yu felt that he remembered many words clearly. He remembered every word of the rules that the pig-faced masked man had said. When Zai Qing heard this, she suddenly realized what was going on and immediately showed an expression of disbelief. "So that's how it is. No wonder you guys rushed out of the track and came here. If we continue on the original road, we won't reach the finish line even if we complete 3 laps." After she finished speaking, she felt a lingering fear. This pig-faced man was so insidious and cunning that he could come up with such a perverted death game. At first, after hearing the rules of the game, she thought it was just a simple motorcycle race, just a competition of speed. "I didn't expect it to be so dangerous, but why are there 2 roads here? One leads to the left and one leads to the right. Logically, the finish line should be on the right, but why are the 3 laps on the left?" Jiang Yu turned to look at Shen En, his eyes somewhat solemn. Shen En did not directly answer Jiang Yu's question. Instead, he looked at the viaduct in the distance and suddenly said, "You are cheating, right?" His tone was calm and firm, as if he had already seen through the truth. This sentence made Jiang Yu break out in a cold sweat. He felt goosebumps all over his body. He turned around and looked around, but there was no one around. As far as the eye can see, there is only a desolate land, and the sound of wind blowing in the distance can be heard whistling. "What do you mean?" Jiang Yu frowned slightly, his heart beating extremely fast. He tried his best to keep his expression calm so as not to reveal any flaws. Zai Qing next to him also covered his mouth in surprise and pricked up his ears curiously, as if he wanted to hear some gossip. "Nothing. I choose the right side." Shannon showed a meaningful smile and walked towards his motorcycle. Jiang Yu followed with a gloomy look on his face. He didn't know how Shannon knew he was cheating. It is very likely that Shannon inferred this based on his gaming performance. In short, Jiang Yu cheated and was caught. He knew the other person was smart, but this is too outrageous. Even cheating can be seen. How high is this IQ? Are there really such genius-level monsters in the world? However, Jiang Yu probably has the answer in his mind. The other person just said, "You are cheating, right?" Instead of just saying, "You have the gambling seed, right?" That means the other party knew he was cheating. But I don't know what he relies on. Therefore, Shen En could only deceive him. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu felt a little more relieved. As long as your past is not exposed, it will not affect the next game. I guess Shannon will be even more wary of me, right? This is easy to understand. Even professional esports players will be in a panic when they encounter cheats. The 2 men drove their motorcycles into the straight road on the right. Zai Qing behind him hugged Jiang Yu's waist tightly, her hair flying wildly in the wind. She couldn't open her eyes and buried her head deeply in Jiang Yu's back. After driving for a few minutes, the road ahead became flatter and flatter. Ahead was an endless plain covered with weeds. I didn't know where this road led to. I could only see a touch of red on the distant skyline. Shen En sped up, and Jiang Yu followed closely behind. Driving on this wide and straight road was just like driving on a highway without any difficulty. Soon, after driving for about a few minutes, an extremely spectacular scene suddenly appeared in front of us. Shen En slowed down immediately, and Jiang Yu also braked quickly and brought the speed down steadily. I saw 3 huge fire circles standing in the middle of the highway ahead. They were about 3 meters in diameter. The first fire circle was about 1.5 meters high from the ground, and each fire circle was 5 meters apart. Each ring of fire was gradually rising, forming an arc-like path, like a prop used in a circus performance on stage, blocking their way. However, these fire rings were much larger than ordinary circus props. The flames were burning fiercely, the heat waves were rolling, the air seemed to have been deformed, and a heat wave was coming towards them. In front of the fire ring, there is a triangular ramp, inclined at about 30 degrees, for motorcycles to accelerate and jump over. There is also a huge signboard erected in the front right. 3 laps challenge. To complete 3 laps, please strictly follow the rules. The rules are as follows. Rule 1. Each motorcycle must jump over 3 fire rings at one time. Any failure to pass a ring will be considered a failure. Rule 2. Each motorcycle can only be tried once and cannot be tried again after failure. Rule 3. Only one person can ride on each motorcycle. After reading the rules, Jiang Yu suddenly understood. It turns out that the real 3 circles are here. The 3-circle viaduct you saw before was just a cover. If he hadn't calmly analyzed the pig-faced masked man and excitedly driven his motorcycle towards the overpass, he would probably have been dead. The original words of the pig-faced masked man were, "Complete 3 laps." If the 3 circles were a landmark, a place, it would sound very strange. For example, completed Kyoto, etc., do not sound smooth. But if 3 laps is a challenge, then it makes perfect sense. The pig-faced masked man was very insidious. He omitted the word challenge and only left the 4 words complete 3 laps. Therefore, the original words should be like this. Victory conditions. Players need to drive motorcycles on the track to race. After completing 3 laps, the team that reaches the finish line first wins. He is not sure whether a motorcycle is a necessary condition, but it is likely that a motorcycle is a necessary tool. Because, without a motorcycle, there is no way to get here, and it is impossible to walk so far, right? Similarly, the 3-lap challenge also requires driving a motorcycle. From beginning to end, motorcycles are indispensable. As for the race, what should be competed is which team discovers this first, sees the truth of the game first, completes the 3-lap challenge first, and reaches the finish line first. This game is very similar to the death game at that time, 100-meter abyss. Jiang Yu thought for a moment, frowned slightly, and said slowly, "It seems that this rule is quite cruel." Combining what the pig-faced masked man said before, the 2 most important conditions for victory are complete 3 laps and reach the finish line. If a player in the team fails to complete 3 laps, he must be killed by other players. Otherwise, even if everyone reaches the finish line. If one player fails to complete 3 laps, the entire team will fail the game and be eliminated. But Rule 3 here requires that only one person can ride on each motorcycle. Having said this, Jiang Yu stared at Zai Qing with a cold tone. The deep meaning of his words was naturally self-evident. "No. You want to kill me again." Zai Qing showed fear on her face, covered her mouth, and took several steps back. "Is there any better way?" Jiang Yu spread his hands. He paused, remembered something, and said, "If it's PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds, I might have a way. First, I'll tie you to a motorcycle, then put a gasoline barrel on the back of the motorcycle, and shoot a few times at the gasoline barrel. Then detonate the gasoline barrel, and use the propulsion of the gasoline barrel explosion to make the motorcycle fly close to the ground, rush up the ramp, and fly over the 3 fire circles. But unfortunately, this is the reality here, and it's hard to do." Zai Qing's eyes widened. She stamped her feet in anger and pointed at Jiang Yu. "It's already this time, and you're still joking. Please help me, I don't want to die." She looked at Jiang Yu anxiously. "I have a plan." Beside him, Shen En said calmly. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's eyes widened immediately, and he looked at Shen En in disbelief. In this situation, what else could the other party do? Zai Qing's right arm was broken, and it was difficult for her to control the motorcycle at high speed through the 3 fire circles in front of her with one hand. What is the solution? Zai Qing looked at Shen En and asked excitedly. After you win the game, your prop card from this game will belong to me. Shen En did not give a direct answer, but directly put forward conditions. Zai Qing's face turned pale. In order to survive, she had already promised to give out 3 prop cards. Now, if the game is won, the last prop card must also be given away. She felt like she was being drained. The 2 guys in front of me are just like demons, so scary. I never want to play games with them again. However, now I have to give up everything in order to survive. Okay, I promise. Zai Qing gritted her teeth and said. But her face looked a little distressed, as if her most beloved cell phone had been taken away. Let's go, get in the car. Shannon turned and walked towards the motorcycle. Although Zai Qing looked a little confused, she still took small steps and hurriedly ran over. Shannon had quickly boarded the motorcycle, and Zai Qing followed closely behind, holding onto his waist tightly. Wouldn't that make us 2 people? Wouldn't that violate Rule 3? Jiang Yu stopped beside Shannon on his motorcycle and raised questions. I'm not a human, so technically there's only one person. Shannon gave a brief explanation before starting the motorcycle and turning back, apparently preparing to fly over the ring of fire. Jiang Yu widened his eyes. What on earth did the other party mean by this sentence? He is the son of God, so not a human? Or maybe he isn't even human at all. What kind of existence is he? Jiang Yu fell into deep thought. He parked his motorcycle on the side of the road and decided to observe Shen En's actions. After all, he had never attempted such a bold challenge before. He only had one chance and could not afford to fail. He had a vague premonition in his heart. If he failed in the 3-lap challenge, Shannon would not hesitate and would kill him directly. This person would only do things that he was 100% sure of. For example, when he carried Zai Qing through 3 fire rings, he was sure that nothing would go wrong. Any obstacle that stands in his way of victory will be cleared away by him without hesitation. A moment later, Jiang Yu saw a silver lightning-like motorcycle speeding towards him in the distance, at a speed of at least 100 kilometers per hour. In the car, Shannon looked calm and fearless, with only determination and a hint of madness in his eyes. The motorcycle engine roared shrilly, accompanied by a gust of wind. Shannon and Zai Qing whizzed past Jiang Yu and rushed up the ramp. The next moment, the motorcycle drew a graceful arc in the air and passed through 3 fire circles in a perfect path. The heat waves from the flames were almost within reach, but they were unharmed. Only Zai Qing narrowed his eyes slightly due to the heat waves. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, shocked. Shannon's control over the speed of the motorcycle and his precise grasp of the weight of the 2 people reached the extreme, which enabled him to complete this challenge so perfectly. He even saw Shannon subtly adjust the angle of the motorcycle when passing through the 2nd circle of fire, ensuring that he passed through the center of the circle of fire with absolute precision. It's your turn. Time was running out. Jiang Yu quickly recalled what he had just seen and turned Shen En's operation into his own experience. He got on his motorcycle, turned around, and drove backwards. Then, after turning around, he stepped on the accelerator, and the motorcycle rushed towards the 3 circles of fire like a black arrow. Jiang Yu stared straight ahead, adjusted the angle of the motorcycle, aimed at the circle of fire in the middle of the road, and glanced at the speed on the dashboard. Since I was driving alone, I needed to slow down a bit, otherwise I might hit the edge of the fire circle. Jiang Yu had an idea in mind. He controlled his speed steadily and rushed up the slope against the wind. The motorcycle successfully passed through the 1st circle of fire, and the heat wave instantly surrounded him, as if the heat from all directions was about to burn him to a crisp. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment. Then he crossed the 2nd fire circle. Because he controlled the speed just right, he passed through it smoothly, but it was not as perfect as Shannon. In the last fire circle, Jiang Yu clearly felt that his motorcycle was not fast enough. He felt a chill on his back. Oops, he was still too slow. The rear end of the motorcycle was about to hit the bottom of the fire circle. It would be better if the starting speed was a little faster. At this moment, a bold idea suddenly came to his mind. He quickly moved his body's center of gravity backwards, lifting the front wheel of the motorcycle slightly, extending the flight time and ensuring that the front wheel would not fall too early and hit the edge of the fire ring. At the moment of flying over the last fire circle, Jiang Yu quickly leaned forward and lowered the front wheel of the motorcycle so that it passed through the fire circle at the best angle and landed smoothly. The motorcycle just brushed past the lower edge of the fire circle and barely avoided being hit. It was extremely thrilling. The motorcycle fell heavily to the ground, and the body of the motorcycle shook violently, almost causing Jiang Yu to lose control. He gritted his teeth, clamped his legs tightly around the body of the motorcycle, held the handlebars firmly with both hands, and tried his best to stabilize the direction of the motorcycle. The motorcycle glides smoothly, and the vibration gradually weakens. Jiang Yu finally managed to stabilize the car. Although the impact on the ground was severe, thanks to his precise control, the car did not show any signs of losing control. He took a deep breath, his heart filled with fear and relief. Success! Jiang Yu let out a long sigh, and the cold sweat on his forehead slid down his cheeks. He knew that he had made the right bet, and the adjustment of his center of gravity at the critical moment allowed him to successfully pass through the circle of fire. If he hadn't made that bold decision at the last moment, he would probably have run into the ring of fire by now. Failure of the challenge means death. Shannon was already waiting for him in front. When he saw him pass through the fire circle smoothly, his expression did not show much emotion. He just said calmly, "Let's go." Just at this moment, when a loud bell rang again in front, echoing across the empty plain, shocking people. Jiang Yu frowned slightly, feeling a little uneasy, as there was not much time left. Seeing that Shannon had already set off, leaving him with a distant back, Jiang Yu did not have time to think. He quickly started the motorcycle and followed. After riding for about 3 or 4 minutes, an uphill road appeared in front of him. Jiang Yu increased his speed and rushed straight up. As the view in front of me widened, the oncoming cold wind was mixed with an eerie low hum, as if whispering in my ears, making me feel a chill involuntarily. An extremely shocking scene appeared before my eyes. He saw Shannon, who had already stopped, and Ziking was also standing beside him, looking nervous and uneasy. At the end of the road, the sky turned blood red, as if stained with the color of doomsday. This place seemed to be the end of the world. The endless plains looked desolate and dead under the blood-red sky. In the middle of the road ahead stood a man in a suit. His posture was elegant and calm, with his left hand behind his back and his right hand on his chest, as if he was welcoming guests. It was a hideous dog-head mask that seemed to be made of rotten skin, with black stitches remaining in the cracks. The edges of the mask curled irregularly, and the overall color was dark red, as if soaked in blood, symbolizing ominousness and exuding a suffocating breath of horror. On the mask, the dog's eyes are sunken in 2 black hole-like eye sockets, empty and cold, as if they can look directly into people's souls, which is chilling. A dark red light shone faintly from the depths of its eye sockets. Its canine teeth were sharp and misshapen, and its open mouth revealed a long, scarlet tongue that swayed gently in the air. Behind him, an ancient and huge bronze bell stood on a high platform, surrounded by a transparent cubic white glass cover, which looked particularly strange on this desolate plain. That feeling is like the closely guarded ancient treasures in a museum, exuding an inaccessible and alienated feeling. Jiang Yu stopped the motorcycle steadily beside Shannon, opened the side stand, got off lightly, and stared at the strange man. The dog-headed man in a suit licked his scarlet tongue, and a drop of sticky liquid dripped down his tongue onto the ground. His voice was low and cold, with a hint of excitement. "Welcome, players. I am the manager of Filthy Land now. 86 Rotten Dog. If you want to reach the end, you must bet with me once." As these words fell, a strange atmosphere instantly filled the air. "What's the bet?" Jiang Yu frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice. "Betting on life." There was a flash of madness in the rotten dog's eyes, and he licked his scarlet tongue again. On the previous track, player number 40, Zhou Meng, was driving his motorcycle, leaning forward, his eyes fixed on the front, speeding on the highway. When the bell rang for the 7th time, his face was gloomy and his mood was extremely bad. He was extremely regretful and wished he would not destroy those motorcycles, wasting 5 or 6 minutes. Now he had only completed about 2 1/4 laps. He had already understood the meaning of the distant bells. This is the death knell. It's like a countdown in a game. The interval between each bell is 15 minutes. When the 8th bell rang, he had not yet completed 3 laps when he returned to the starting point, which was also the end point. Even if he was number 1, he would still lose this death game. However, what puzzled him was that he never saw Jiang Yu and others again, which made him feel a little uneasy. Maybe the other party took the wrong road and went into the fork on the right. This was the only way he could comfort himself. His intuition told him that those 2 guys were so smart that they would never make such a low-level mistake. His mind was in a mess, with thoughts running wild, and there was less than 15 minutes left. He stepped on the accelerator to the maximum, and the motorcycle was almost out of control. He tried his best to control the motorcycle and rushed towards the finish line of the track like a flash of lightning. Betting your life. Jiang Yu frowned slightly. How do you want to bet? He looked at the scary-looking man in a suit with a dog head and spoke in a very calm tone. I'm afraid Rotten Dog doesn't know. He gambles his life every day, in every game, all the time. For him, gambling with life is as easy as eating and drinking. From among you 3, send 1 person to bet with me. Rotten Dog's eyes wandered between Jiang Yu and others. Under the mask, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a strange smile. Who's going? Zai Qing covered her mouth and took 2 steps back, obviously unwilling. The air around them seemed to suddenly become more depressing, with strong winds blowing in the distance. The sky was still an ominous blood red, as heavy and oppressive as solidified blood. If the one we send loses, what happens to the other 2? Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes and asked, Die. The Rotten Dog spat out a word coldly. The air suddenly turned cold. This isn't fair. We're betting our 3 lives on yours. Jiang Yu looked calm with a sharp look in his eyes. Ha ha ha, there's no fairness here. The Rotten Dog laughed so hard that he fell backwards, and his laughter was full of strong sarcasm, echoing across the empty plain. Okay, I'll bet with you. Jiang Yu glanced at Shen En and spoke in a firm tone. Shen En put his hands in his pockets, leaning on the motorcycle, seemingly without any opinion, as if he was watching a show, and just gave Jiang Yu a simple look. Jiang Yu was unwilling to leave his fate to others. Even if I lose, it is my own loss, and I will die willingly. He would never be willing to die if he let others lose his life. What do you want to play? Jiang Yu stared at the Rotten Dog and said slowly, Play this. Fuquan spoke excitedly and clapped his hands. Jiang Yu felt a slight vibration from the ground, and he quickly stepped back. The ground between the 2 men cracked, revealing a dark gap that quickly widened. In the blink of an eye, a walnut wooden table slowly rose from the gap, with a black dice cup on the table. The ground immediately returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Yu looked carefully and saw 2 squares drawn on the table. The square on the left had 11 to 18 written on it, and the square on the right had 1 to 10 written on it. The dice cup is located in the empty space between the 2 squares. Fu Gu placed his right hand on the dice cup and shook it casually a few times. The sound of the wind in the distance seemed to be getting louder. Then he picked up the dice cup, revealing 3 ordinary 6-sided dice. The points at this moment are 1, 1, 4 to 6. Then he put the dice cup back and covered the dice inside again. How do you play? The rules. Jiang Yu looked at the 3 dice on the table and said slowly, I'll shake the dice cup again. After shaking the dice, you can guess the number on the dice. The left side is 11 to 18 o'clock, and the right side is 1 to 10 o'clock. Guess right, you win. Guess wrong, I win. Betting on life. The Rotten Dog stared at Jiang Yu, his words revealing great excitement, and licked his scarlet tongue again. At this moment, there was a sudden loud explosion in the sky, deafening, like thunder, almost shattering everyone's eardrums. Jiang Yu looked at the table and thought for a moment. On the left, 11 to 18 points include 8 points, and on the right, 1 to 10 includes 10 points. As for why 1 and 2 points appear, it may be that stacking the dice does not violate the rules. It seems that the chances of winning are better if you choose the right side. However, he quickly realized a problem. If the dog guessed what he was thinking, he might roll the dice a little bigger, so that the number would be between 11 and 18. Jiang Yu's eyebrows moved slightly, and he felt that he needed to ask a few questions. What if the dice are broken? Jiang Yu stared at the Rotten Dog and asked slowly. If the 3 dice are broken by the rotten dog with some force, then this situation is likely to occur. On an ordinary 6-sided dice, 1 point corresponds to 6 points, 2 points correspond to 5 points, and 3 points correspond to 4 points. If the 3 dice are broken from the middle, under special circumstances, they will become 1, 6, 2, 5, 3, and 4. 6 dice with only half of each remaining, if all are facing up. At this time, add up all the points and you get 21 points. It was already beyond the range of 11 to 18 o'clock, so this was most likely a trap left for him by the rotten dog. Fuquin was slightly stunned, then responded coldly. The dice will not be broken. Are there other numbers on the dice? For example, 7, 8, 9, 10, etc. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and asked again. Just now, when Fuquin showed him the dice, he only saw the front and side. And he only saw the side of the dice facing him. He had no idea what the numbers were engraved on the back of the dice. In this weird game of gambling, you cannot think with conventional thinking, otherwise you will definitely lose the game. There are no other numbers. All 3 dice are ordinary dice with numbers from 1 to 6. Rotten Dog's eyes turned serious. Would you use some other power, such as changing the number of dice after the dice roll is over? Jiang Yu stared at the corrupt dog and continued to question. Don't worry, I won't change the number of the dice. Rotten Dog's tone seemed a little impatient and full of irritability. He stared at Jiang Yu and urged, Do you still want to play? You don't have much time left. When the next bell rings, you will die here. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and finally asked, Can I roll the dice? No, only I can do it. Fuquin snorted coldly and flatly refused. Under the mask, there was a hint of disgust in his eyes. The strong winds around suddenly intensified, and the red sky became more depressing. I've finished asking questions, now we can start gambling. Jiang Yu smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and made a pleased gesture. His posture seemed particularly calm. Then, let the game begin. The rotten dog showed a hideous smile. He shook the dice cup rapidly. Along with the sound of the dice rolling inside, the sound of the wind in the distance seemed to be louder and whistling. The rotten dog suddenly stopped, slowly moved his hand away from the dice cup, and stared at Jiang Yu. Left or right? There was an unmistakable enthusiasm in his voice. I don't choose either, Jiang Yu said calmly with a calm expression. Fuquin's smile froze instantly. He put his hands on the table, leaned forward, and his terrifying face was almost in front of Jiang Yu. With uncontrollable anxiety and anger in his voice, he asked loudly, Why don't you choose? How do you know the winner if you don't choose? The sound of the wind around became more harsh. Because there is no dice in the dice cup, the point is 0. Jiang Yu did not back down, stared directly at the rotten dog, and responded coldly. As soon as the words fell, Zai Qing, who was watching nearby, suddenly widened her eyes with disbelief on her face. She looked at Jiang Yu in confusion, not understanding why he said that. Similarly, a flash of shock flashed across Rotten Dog's eyes, but was soon replaced by anger. He looked at Jiang Yu grimly, and his deep voice revealed a gritting anger. How did you know? He opened the dice cup and found it was empty. Jiang Yu looked at the dog calmly and said slowly, First, you deliberately used the range of points on the table to guide my choice. Second, you said the dice would not break, but did not mention whether the dice would be taken away. Plus, every time you roll the dice, the wind noise gets worse. Especially the second time you roll the dice, the wind noise almost covers up all other sounds. What are you trying to cover up? Jiang Yu paused, his eyes sharper. Finally, the time and sound of the second dice roll were exactly the same as the first time, both about 4.6 seconds. That means there was no dice in the dice cup when you rolled the dice the second time. This is some kind of special dice cup that recorded and repeated the sound of the first roll of the dice. He smiled slightly and said firmly, So, I deduced that there is no dice in the dice cup. It is 0. I lost, you can go to the finish line. His voice was low and full of loss. Under the mask, Fuquin's face was filled with resentment and anger. His eyes were filled with irritation and frustration, as if he couldn't accept that he was actually seen through. He slowly made way, revealing the large clock behind him. Wait, your life hasn't been given to me yet. Jiang Yu stared at the rotten dog, his tone slightly cold. The other party is the manager of the dirty land. He suspects that the strange events he encountered here, including Yin Yin, the crying rabbit, the human-faced spider, etc., may be the work of this guy. Having hurt him so badly, will I easily let him off? Although he was once weak, sorry to say, he is a person who holds grudges. No one who has offended him is still alive today. When it comes to his enemies, he will not have any mercy, let alone any leniency. Revenge may be late, but the death of the enemy will never be late. Don't rush to take my life. This is a specially made divine shield. There are no gaps at all. Not even sound can penetrate. You can't get in. If you promise to spare my life, I can tell you the answer. The rotten dog looked at Jiang Yu coldly with a malicious smile. Jiang Yu did not answer. He raised his foot and walked towards the huge glass cover step by step. The glass reflected the red light of the sky. The surface was cold and hard. He stretched out his hand, his fingertips touched the glass, and he felt an impenetrable coldness. Although the bronze bell is close at hand, it seems out of reach. Shannon and Ziking also came over. I can't get in. Jiang Yu tried knocking on the glass-like object and found that it was at least 10 centimeters thick. Its material is extremely hard, 10 times harder than a bulletproof armored vehicle, and it is impossible to destroy it, let alone get into it. No, why do we have to go through this glass? If this is the end, haven't we already reached the end? Zai Qing was a little confused, and she asked curiously. The end point we're talking about is the bell in the bell sound. The end point mentioned by the pig-faced masked man is also the hour. And the clock is right in front of us. We can't get close to it because the way is blocked by this so-called divine shield. Jiang Yu glanced at Zai Qing and said, Yes, you were still unconscious at that time, but I had already woken up and heard the first sound of the bell, and I thought of this. Shannon, who was standing next to him, added calmly. Jiang Yu took a look at this guy. This guy is too scary. Shannon thought of this when the game started, and halfway through the first lap, he chose that fork in the road. Because the bell sound came from that direction. However, he didn't expect that the road was blocked by the lake of corrosion. Therefore, when returning to the starting point, the other party immediately found the second road leading to the clock by observing the tires of the motorcycle. That is to climb over the mountain that leads to the clock direction. It was not until he returned to the starting point of the track that Jiang Yu understood everything after being reminded by the other party. Hearing this, Zai Qing's eyes widened and suddenly realized. It turns out that the victory condition mentioned by the pig-faced masked man was actually meant to be like this. Players need to drive motorcycles on the track to race. After completing 3 laps, the team that arrives at the clock first wins. Zai Qing felt goosebumps all over her body. This man with a pig-faced mask was so insidious. Until the last level, there is still a safety net, which is the huge white glass cover in front of you. It is a desperate situation with no hope of survival. What should I do? Will I die? Zai Qing's face became paler and paler. She felt the piercing pain in her right arm coming again, as if it had been magnified. Jiang Yu frowned. According to his estimation, there were only 2 or 3 minutes left. It was impossible to dig a hole now and crawl through it. Besides, he didn't have a shovel or anything like that. If he had enough time, he could dismantle the motorcycle and use the pieces to dig. But the most fatal thing is that there is not enough time. If you let me go, I might be able to tell you how to get in. You don't have much time. A smug and sinister smile appeared on Rotten Dog's face, and there was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. At the same time, on the track, no. 40 Joe Meng's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the road ahead. The speed of the motorcycle had reached its limit. He kept counting down the seconds in his mind, estimating the distance to the finish line. But he didn't seem to notice that there was an inconspicuous little stone on the road ahead. The next moment, when his motorcycle ran over the gravel, the entire motorcycle lost control and crashed heavily into the stone wall on the side of the road. He was knocked unconscious and his head was bleeding. The scene was horrific. The motorcycle slid more than 10 meters away, emitting bursts of white smoke. Jiang Yu stared at the glass cover and saw that it was like the surface of water, emitting ripples. He closed his eyes, and countless clues in his mind kept entangled, and the truth seemed to be about to come out. There must be a way. I just heard something very important. What was it? Just string them together and all the puzzles will be solved. Suddenly, Jiang Yu opened his eyes suddenly, and he understood. He turned to look at Zai Qing and Shen En and said in a deep voice, "The countdown is almost over. I have come up with a solution. Are you willing to gamble with me?" Shannon didn't say anything, but just looked at him thoughtfully and nodded slightly. I believe you." Zyking hesitated. "After all, you have managed to survive every time, so there will definitely be a way this time." Her face turned a little pale, and she looked at Jiang Yu, her eyes gradually becoming firm. Jiang Yu nodded slightly, stretched out his hands, and motioned for the two to hold his hands. Shannon and Zyking held his hands at the same time. Jiang Yu turned around and looked up at the huge creature, the shield of the gods. Since the 7th bell rang, there were only 15 minutes left in the game, and he had been counting down. At this moment, a clock seemed to appear in his mind. 14:39:21. 14:38:02. This keeps counting the time. At this moment, there are only 10 seconds left in the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. When the number 1 came to mind, the bronze bell in the cubic glass cover shook violently as if struck by some force, and ripples spread throughout the entire cubic glass cover. At this moment, Jiang Yu pulled Shannon and Zyking, and the three of them slammed into the cubic glass cover, and actually passed through the glass cover as if they were crossing a water curtain. As they went in, the entire cubic glass cover suddenly exploded, and countless fragments turned into water droplets and scattered in all directions. The melodious and loud bell sounds echoed in everyone's ears, almost deafening them. "Oh my God, what on earth is going on?" Zai Qing opened her eyes wide. It felt like a dream. "It's finally over." Jiang Yu took a deep breath. A complicated look flashed in his eyes. "Now I can tell you the answer. Imagine having a special glass cover so that no matter how loud you make noise inside, no one outside can hear it. Because this glass cover is made of a special material that can completely isolate sound. However, under certain special circumstances, this isolation will be broken. Only when the bell rings will the glass barrier disappear briefly, and the sound have a chance to come out. Otherwise, the bell sound will never come out. So, when you hear the bell, that's when the barrier of the cube glass cover disappears. Otherwise, how did the 7 bell sounds we heard before come from?" At this point, Jiang Yu was somewhat grateful to Fu Dog. If the other party had not been so arrogant and said that, reminding him, he might not have thought of this. "This is a specially made divine shield. There is no gap at all, not even sound can penetrate. You can't get in." Zai Qing suddenly realized, so that's it. Jiang Yu looked at the rotten dog standing in the distance with a cold look. "Rot dog, we can reach the hour without you. If you lose your life in a gamble, you must accept the loss. Now you should give up your life." A deafening sound rang out in the sky again, as if some kind of contract had been activated. "No." The rotten dog looked up at the sky in pain, his face distorted. Then, his body expanded rapidly, tearing the suit to pieces. His whole body turned into a huge, ugly ball of flesh. The next moment, there was a violent explosion, and the whole person turned into a bloody rain, and something even stranger happened. All the blood rain flowed back into the sky, and with the death of the rotten dog, the entire sky turned bright red and the ground shook violently, as if the end of the world was about to come. Jiang Yu and others were unsteady on their feet, and with a feeling of dizziness, the whole world seemed to be spinning, and several of them fell to the ground. When he woke up again, he found himself back in the game hall. All the remaining players stared at them in disbelief. On the stage, the pig-faced masked man clapped his hands, his voice full of excitement. He glanced at the people below the stage and said slowly, "Very good, our Speed 1 team has successfully reached the finish line and won this death game. Let us say goodbye to the players of Speed 2 team with regret. They will stay in that place forever. They are player number 23, player number 40, and player number 43. Now, there are only 9 gamers left on the field, and each of you is one of the 9th. You are one step closer to the chance of winning the multi-million jackpot. Wish you good luck. I'll keep tomorrow night's game a secret for now. See you at 8 o'clock. Players who won this game, player 1, player 6, player 24, please come forward to receive your reward prop card. Other players, after the settlement phase, please return to the room in an orderly manner." The man with the pig face mask signaled his men to pass the prop cards to Jiang Yu and others, and the 3 of them randomly drew a prop card respectively. The information of the god of gambling seed also came to Jiang Yu's mind. The host obtained a large amount of life gambling power and desperate power in this game, and his combat power was greatly improved. He was stunned for a moment, and then his heart was suddenly filled with ecstasy. Zyking. Shannon looked at Zyking and smiled faintly. For you. The prop card in Zyking's hand was not even warm yet, and she showed a hint of reluctance in her eyes, and reluctantly handed the prop card in her hand to Shannon. Besides, Shannon took the prop card from the other person's hand, made a gesture of asking for it, and looked at her with a smile. You. Zai Ching stomped her feet in anger, but she gritted her teeth and gave the remaining 3 prop cards in her pocket to Shen En. Shen En took the prop card, looked at it, and turned to Jiang Yu. We each have half of her 3 prop cards. You still owe me one, I only need to give you half. I'm a generous person, so I'll give you one. Shen En said lightly, holding a prop card in his hand and flying it to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu caught the prop card flying towards him and stared at the other party coldly. This guy. If I remember correctly, Zai Ching has an S-level item card and 2 B-level item cards. Can this be calculated based on quantity? The functions of S-level item cards and B-level item cards are completely different. After returning to the room, Jiang Yu sat on the edge of the bed, took out the prop card for winning the game just now, and examined it carefully. A-level prop card, question. Introduction. Use this prop card to ask any question to the referee, and the referee can answer it at his discretion. Note, it must be related to the game, and irrelevant questions are prohibited. Jiang Yu's eyebrows moved slightly. This prop card is quite interesting. If it is in a game like the death card, it may be of the greatest use. Then, he took out the prop card that Shen En gave him, and sure enough, it was a B-level prop card. B-level item card, dodge. Introduction. Use this item card to temporarily resist the attack of one item card. He quickly sorted out the prop cards he currently had, a total of 5 prop cards. The S-level prop card, death-free card, has the effect of exempting 1 death penalty and is only applicable to point-based games. A level prop card question, the effect is to ask the referee a question once. B-level prop card reduction can reduce half of the deducted and transferred points. B-level prop card dodge, the effect is to dodge the attack of a prop card. Finally, there was the prop card that Zhang Wen gave him. A level prop card Roman 20. Jiang Yu took the blood-stained prop card in his hand, looked at the skill introduction on it, and sighed softly. He took a quick shower, ate a few bites of bread, drank a few sips of mineral water, and then fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was already 6 o'clock the next evening. He got up a little to stretch his muscles, ate something again, and waited for the death game to begin. Only 9 people left. This is all finally coming to an end. However, the last few players are very difficult to deal with. Jiang Yu looked at the wall with a serious look, muttering to himself. The image of player number 1 Shannon emerged in his mind. He looked calm and composed, as if he had everything planned out. Besides, after the last game, he got 4 prop cards. There is also player No. 4, Zio Ohan, a guy who looks stupid on the surface but is extremely scheming. It is not an exaggeration to call him the best actor. There are other players, needless to say, who were able to endure until the end and were never drawn to participate in the death game. Their luck was surprisingly good. Soon, it was 7:30 in the evening. The electronic screen clock on the wall made a harsh, dingling sound. Then, a familiar broadcast voice rang out in the room. The game is about to begin. All players please go to the lobby to gather. Jiang Yu opened the door and walked out. When we arrived at the hall, there were only a few gamers left. Everyone stood at a distance and was wary of each other. Jiang Yu noticed Zai Ching. She still looked painful. She had already wrapped her right arm with clothes and tied a knot after fixing it. He didn't see Shannon. This guy always seemed to walk down slowly before the game started. It was not until 7:58 that Jiang Yu saw Shannon slowly walking down the stairs. Then he stood in the far corner, his hands in his pockets, waiting nonchalantly. 8 o'clock in the evening. The pig-faced, masked man appeared on the stage on time. He looked down at the people below and said excitedly, "Next, I will announce the game and rules for tonight. Please listen carefully, players. Game name: Life Gambling Auction. Number of players: 4. Game introduction. After the game starts, the participating players will be taken to an auction venue. Each player will have 1 billion gold coins, with the smallest denomination being 1 million and the largest denomination being 50 million. Before the auction begins, the host will tell an ancient story. After the story is finished, the auction will officially begin. Each player can bid according to their own financial situation. There are 10 collections in total this time, and the value of each collection is different. After the auction is over, the host will announce the value of each item. The 2 players with the highest value of their collections will win, and the rest will be eliminated. Auction Rule 1. The starting price for each collection is 10 million. Each bid increase must not be less than 1 million. Auction Rule 2. When a player calls out a price and no one raises the price, the host will confirm it 3 times. After the confirmation, no one else will be able to bid on the item. Auction Rule 3. In this game, each person can only use 1 prop card at most. After saying that, the pig-faced masked man glanced at the people below the stage and asked, "Are there any players who want to take the initiative to sign up for the competition?" I. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu had already stepped forward with a stern look on his face. Now, with only a few players left on the field, he didn't even need to raise his hand. "Very good. Are there any other players who would like to sign up?" The pig-faced masked man asked again. There was silence off the field, and everyone kept silent. "In that case, please look at the big screen, everyone. I will randomly select game players." The man in the pig-faced mask pointed to the large electronic screen on the wall. Everyone in the hall looked up. I saw that the avatar selection box stopped at Jiang Yu's avatar and then scrolled quickly again. Then, it landed on the avatar of player number 21. Jiang Yu searched the crowd for the other person's clothing number, and soon he found it. He was a young man in his 20s who was looking up at the big screen at the moment. He seemed to notice someone was looking at him, and his eyes met Jiang Yu's. He has a slender figure and a well-defined face. His deep eyes reveal calmness and concentration. His short hair is neat and tidy, giving people a calm and restrained feeling. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. The opponent was definitely not a simple player. He was too calm. Then, the avatar selection box turned again and landed on a familiar avatar, which was number 24 Zyking. Jiang Yu glanced at her. She was really unlucky as she was picked out in several games in a row. He really wondered if she had done something against the law, but there is nothing we can do about it. People's luck seems to be intermittent. During a certain period of time, they will be unlucky and nothing they do will go well. Finally, the avatar selection box rotated again and landed on the avatar of player number 42. Jiang Yu searched among the remaining players and spotted him immediately. He was a man in his 30s. He has a slender figure, a gentle face with a hint of contemplation, slightly messy light brown hair, long and dexterous fingers, and an elegant and gentle temperament. Jiang Yu had some impression of him. Perhaps due to his improved memory, he clearly remembered that the other party had been selected in the 100-meter abyss game. At that time, player number 42 was hanging on the 8th horizontal bar. Jiang Yu was on the 4th horizontal bar. The two were quite far apart, and his opponent fell into the abyss early on, so he didn't pay much attention to him. The pig-faced masked man pointed at the big screen and said excitedly, "Very good, the 4 gamers have been selected. They are player number 6, player number 21, player number 24, and player no. 42. Please get ready, players. We will take you to the game venue shortly. The death game is about to begin." Comments: Jiang Yu and others were knocked unconscious. When they woke up again, what they saw was a luxurious auction house. The entire auction hall is laid out in a stepped pattern, with each row of seats covered in crimson velvet, exuding an atmosphere of luxury and solemnity. Several people were fixed on these luxurious chairs, with cold shackles on their left hands. On the table to their right, there was a pile of heavy gold coins and chips neatly stacked, as well as an oval bidding board. Each chip appears to be made of solid gold and is marked with a different denomination, ranging from 1 million to 50 million. There are several exquisite crystal chandeliers hanging on the ceiling, and the light is refracted through the glass to create a soft halo, but the overall lighting is deliberately dimmed, creating a comfortable and private atmosphere like a bar. The cool breeze blowing from somewhere made them feel unusually cool. Although they were indoors, they did not feel stuffy at all. Instead, they felt a sense of freshness and coolness. In the center of the auction hall was a slightly elevated stage with a floor covered with smooth marble that slightly reflected the surrounding lights. There are 10 classical-style display stands in front of the stage, covered with black velvet cloth, which hides the items inside and exudes a sense of mystery waiting to be revealed. However, there was no one on the stage, which was a bit weird. Suddenly, the lights in the venue flashed suddenly, as if the entire auction hall was instantly pulled into darkness. The temperature around suddenly dropped, as if a cold breath was coming from all directions. The chandelier on the stage swayed slightly, making a slight dingling sound, which seemed a little creepy. In this eerie silence, a low bell sound came from a distance, as if it came from deep underground. Just as everyone held their breath, a dark red beam of light dropped from the sky and hit the center of the stage. In the center of the beam of light, a blurry figure suddenly appeared. The figure seemed to condense from the air and slowly became clear. It was a woman, wearing an elegant red cheongsam, her long hair carefully tied up, the graceful lines of her neck faintly visible in the dim light. However, she was wearing a scary sheep face mask. From a distance, the mask looked grayish-white, with sparse fur, as if it had been corroded for a long time. The deep black eye sockets seem to be able to swallow the light, the curved horns are sharp and dangerous, and the nostrils are bulging, as if spewing out cold air. The sheep's mouth was slightly open, revealing sharp teeth, as if preparing to chew something. A long, scarlet tongue stretched out, swaying casually in the air, and then swallowed back in, bringing a suffocating feeling of fear. She walked towards the front of the stage step by step, her steps slow and steady. Every step seemed to step on everyone's hearts, bringing an invisible sense of oppression. "Hello, players." Her voice was low and cold, with a strange magnetism and a slight hoarseness in it, which was chilling. "Welcome to the death auction. I am the host of this auction, Weird Sheep." She slowly glanced at the 4 players in the audience, speaking each sentence slowly and deliberately, as if she was in control of the situation without any panic. "Next, I will tell you a story. You need to listen carefully because it concerns your life and death." The voice of Guiyang echoed in the empty auction hall, carrying an unquestionable majesty. She raised her chin slightly, and a cold light flashed in her eyes, as if she was savoring the story she was about to tell. Once upon a time, there was a peaceful and prosperous kingdom called Avalon. The king of Avalon is wise and kind, and he has a beautiful daughter named Princess Isabella. Princess Isabella is smart and kind, and she is the apple of the eye of the people of the city. One day, the evil dragon Fraga flew from the dark forest, kidnapped Princess Isabella, and took her back to his lair. The people of the whole city fell into panic. The king was anxious and issued a notice. Whoever could rescue the princess would receive supreme honor and rich rewards. The young and brave knight Arthur accepted the challenge. He put on the sturdy armor that had seen him through hundreds of battles, picked up the holy sword passed down from his family, and embarked on a dangerous journey to save the princess. After several days of arduous journey, he finally found the dragon's lair. Arthur had a fierce battle with the dragon. In the end, he used his wisdom and courage to pierce the dragon's heart and successfully rescued Princess Isabella. He discovered a treasure house in the dragon's cave, which contained a large amount of treasure. He also discovered an ancient stone tablet with densely packed ancient characters on it, which seemed to record the lost history of the Kingdom of Avalon. Arthur brought the princess back to Avalon, and the people of the city cheered for their hero's triumphant return. To thank Arthur, the king gave him a ring symbolizing courage and loyalty, the heart of the brave. A shield inlaid with gems, the shield of jewels, and a cart full of boxes of gold, silver, and jewels. And a great celebration was held for the princess and Knight Arthur, allowing the two to be married. At the wedding, the princess wore an exquisite crown and became the most dazzling person in the city. Arthur gave the ring that symbolized courage to the princess as a wedding ring. Many years later, Arthur and the princess gave birth to a daughter. The old king abdicated, and Arthur naturally inherited the throne. Arthur's daughter was named Arya. She was naughty by nature and loved making trouble and exploring. Once, she even broke her mother's precious ring, which made Isabella very disappointed. As time went on, the relationship between Arthur and Princess Isabella grew apart. After the king's death, Arthur became obsessed with power and even married several noble women. He neglected Isabella and sent her to a remote monastery, which aroused strong dissatisfaction among the people, but Arthur suppressed the rebellion by force. However, Arthur's reign grew weaker, and the country gradually fell into chaos and decline. Not long after, the enemy took advantage of the situation and invaded. The kingdom of Avalon fell, and the former prosperity was gone. Many precious treasures were scattered around the world. As the story was told, the voice of the strange sheep gradually became low. The story has been told. Now, the death auction officially begins. She walked slowly to the first exhibition stand, leaned over slightly, and gently stroked the black cloth covering it with her fingers. Then, with a flick of her fingertips, the black cloth slipped off quietly, revealing a dazzling ring. The main body of the ring is made of shining pure gold, and a huge ruby is inlaid on the surface. Under the light, the ruby emits a fiery glow, as if symbolizing burning courage and loyalty. The ring is engraved with exquisite patterns. The patterns are complex and gorgeous, and seem to be telling of its former glory and legend. Guiyang glanced at the people in the audience with a barely perceptible sneer in his eyes and said in a calm and steady voice, "This is the first auction item, the heart of a brave man." The ring given to Knight Arthur by the King of Avalon symbolizes courage and loyalty. Later, Arthur gave it to Princess Isabella as a wedding ring. The starting price is 10 million, and each increase in price must not be less than 1 million. Now players, please raise your cards to bid. As soon as Guiyang finished speaking, Jiang Yu raised his bidding card in the audience. However, his first sentence shocked the other players. "I want to use the prop card question. Please take me to any private space off the stage. I need to ask the host a question." After listening to the rules of the game in the hall, Jiang Yu has formed a preliminary game strategy. Among the prop cards he currently has, the one that can produce the greatest effect in this game is the A-level prop card problem. He will launch a series of follow-up actions around this prop card. Okay, the auction is suspended. Guiyang spoke in a cold voice and waved his hand, and immediately 2 men with bullhead masks walked up from the back row. One of the men wearing a bullhead mask used a key to unlock Jiang Yu's shackles, then took Jiang Yu to the corner behind the auction venue, where there seemed to be a private room. After Jiang Yu was taken into the box, the door closed behind him with a dull click, as if cutting off all contact with the outside world. He looked around. There were 2 sofas and a table in the middle with some candies and snacks on it. The leather on the sofa seemed to have an odd sheen, and the aroma of candies and snacks mixed with a hint of decay made people unable to help but feel a twisted sense of nausea. The light on the ceiling was dim and weak. He leaned on the sofa, his hands casually placed on the armrests, his face calm, waiting quietly. There was a sound of footsteps similar to those of high heels outside the door, gradually approaching with a certain heart-pounding rhythm. The door opened again, and Guiyang walked in. Her cold aura seemed to lower the temperature of the room by several degrees in an instant. She walked slowly to Jiang Yu and leaned down expressionlessly. Her eyes were cold and empty, as if she could see through Jiang Yu's soul. Jiang Yu could almost feel her cold breath. Her enchanting figure was so close that it was suffocating, and her chest was almost touching him. The terrifying sheep-faced mask was right in front of him. Her voice was low and eerie. "What do you want to ask?" Jiang Yu did not back down. He took out the A-level prop card question from his arms, slowly raised his head, and looked directly into the other person's dark and empty eyes. "I want you to tell me the exact value of all the collections." His tone was calm and firm, without a trace of emotion. Guiyang used his thumb and index finger to lightly pick up the prop card in Jiang Yu's hand and took it back. Then he stood up straight, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and looked down at Jiang Yu from a condescending attitude. The air seemed to freeze. Jiang Yu could feel Guiyang's silence, which gave him an uneasy feeling of oppression. He leaned on the sofa, his hands casually placed on both sides, his face calm, his eyes still firm, without any wavering. After a long time, the corner of Guiyang's mouth curled up slightly in a sneer. Her smile was a kind of sarcasm, and her tone was even more contemptuous. "You are too greedy. I can tell you which one is the most valuable collection." Jiang Yu looked gloomy. The function of this prop card was limited. After asking the question, the other party answered at his discretion. If Guiyang chooses not to say anything, he doesn't have any better solution. One is too few. Tell me 9 of them. Jiang Yu stared at the other person's eyes and spoke in an unyielding tone. Hearing this, Guiyang laughed so hard that she fell backwards. She leaned over to Jiang Yu again, but this time she ground her teeth excitedly, making a crunching sound. He even stretched out a scarlet tongue from the mouth of the mask and licked Jiang Yu's cheek. For a greedy guy like you, your heart must be delicious. I can't bear it any longer. You must die in this game so that I can eat your heart. Jiang Yu frowned slightly. If he wasn't restricted by the metal collar around his neck, he felt that he could break the neck of the woman in front of him in an instant. You're really dirty. Jiang Yu used his sleeve to wipe the licked area on his face, his eyes full of disgust. You are very courageous. Guiyang's breathing became a little faster, but she spoke slowly. She straightened up slowly and looked down at Jiang Yu. I am even more excited. I hope I can let you see with your own eyes how I eat your heart alive. Then I will cut off your head and throw it into the filth. Jiang Yu frowned slightly. Why are all these people wearing masks crazy? Not a single one is normal. He stared at the other person, as if completely ignoring what he said, and continued bargaining. 8 pieces. I don't want to waste my time with you. The most valuable collection is the Holy Sword, followed by the Eternal Crown. Guiyang's smile gradually faded, her eyes became colder, her breathing gradually became steady, and after she finished speaking, she turned and left the room. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Then, 2 men wearing bullhead masks took Jiang Yu back to the auction venue and put shackles on his left hand. Jiang Yu glanced at the other players and felt their eager eyes. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, which was exactly the effect he wanted. He deliberately revealed part of the prop card function, asked questions to the host, and was then taken to a private space. In this way, although other players are not clear about what he asked, they will guess that player number 6 must have asked about the value of the collection. Since Jiang Yu did not reveal that the card was A-level, others might have mistakenly thought he was holding an S-level card. When he emerged from the room, everyone felt that he had learned the value of all the collections, which was the key to his plan to mislead them. In fact, the only clues he currently has is that the Holy Sword and Eternal Crown are the most precious collections. He didn't know the value of the other collections, but it was enough. I'll give you 20 million. Jiang Yu raised the bidding card with a firm tone. For this Heart of the Brave ring, he directly added another 10 million to the base price of 10 million, doubling it. At this time, player number 21, a young man in his 20s, thought for a moment and raised his bidding card. 21 million. His tone was calm but firm, giving people a very steady feeling. After hearing this story, young man number 21 started thinking quickly when he saw that the first item for auction was Heart of the Brave. According to the story, the Brave Heart was a reward given to Arthur by the old king, and later given by Arthur to the princess as their wedding ring. Its value is naturally self-evident, because it is endowed with 2 values. The first is courage and the second is love. Although Arthur and Isabella's ending was not very happy, it does not affect its collection value, and it is definitely a treasure. The only thing that confused him was that the story mentioned that the ring was later broken by the princess's daughter, Arya. But at this moment, the ring was lying intact on the exhibition stand without any damage. There are only 3 possibilities. The first is that it was restored by a skilled craftsman. The second is that it is a fake. The third is that it was copied based on the storyline. If it was a fake, the guy no. 6 probably wouldn't have made a bid for it, or he would have just slightly raised the price and given up. He needed to observe for a while longer, and thinking of this, he simply increased the auction price by 1 million and called out a price of 21 million. At this moment, a clear female voice sounded again nearby, echoing in the auction venue. I'll give you 25 million. Young man number 21 turned around and saw that the one who had just bid the price was the girl No. 24 who was sitting in front of his right, 30 million. At this time, the middle-aged man number 42 on the far right frowned and raised his bidding card. The scene was very intense for a while. 50 million. Jiang Yu thought for a moment, smiled slightly, raised the bidding card again, and shouted excitedly. This time, he directly raised the price by 20 million, showing his determination to win. However, each player initially has 1 billion gold coins, so 50 million is not too much. 60 million. In the distance, Zai Qing raised the bidding card again, staring at the ring on the platform intently. 65 million. The middle-aged man, number 42, immediately raised his bidding card and placed a bid. After a long time, no one bid anymore. 65 million first time. Guiyang glanced at everyone on the stage, shouted out the highest bid, and paused for a moment. 65 million the second time. She again called out the highest bid. 70 million. At this time, Jiang Yu slowly raised his bidding card and raised the price again. Unexpectedly, the young man no. 21 next to him suddenly raised his hand. He held a prop card in his hand. "Host, I want to use this prop card." His voice was slow and measured, as if he had thought it through carefully. "Bring it up." Guiyang looked at youth number 21 with cold eyes. Immediately, two men wearing bullhead masks stepped forward, took the prop card from the young man no. 21 walked forward and respectfully presented it to the strange sheep. Jiang Yu's eyebrows moved slightly. In this game, each person can only use one prop card. So far, he has used it. According to the information he had, Ziking no longer had any prop cards. Youth number 21 used the prop card at this moment. The only one left is the middle-aged man no. 42, who still has the right to use the prop card once. After Guiyang took the item card, he glanced at the content and said, "Player number 21 uses the A-level item card benefit, which gives him an additional 30% of his current wealth, including points, money, etc. Therefore, in this game, player number 21's assets are changed to 1.3 billion gold coins." Guiyang held the prop card between his fingers, showed it to the people in the audience, and announced slowly. Jiang Yu frowned slightly. The other party had an extra 300 million gold coins, which was not a small amount. He needs to consider every next decision more carefully. Soon, the man with the bullhead mask came to Youth No. 21 again with a plate of gold coins and placed the gold coins on his table. 71 million. With an extra 300 million gold coins, young man No. 21 seemed more confident, and he raised the price by another million. Jiang Yu decided not to participate in the auction. This ring was not one of the most valuable collections, and he was not very interested in it. Participating in the auction is just a show. If he really spent 80 or 90 million to buy this ring, he would feel even more sorry for the loss of gold coins. 75 million. Zai Qing on the side immediately followed suit and made another offer. 80 million. The middle-aged man, number 42, spoke in a firm tone. This time, youth number 21 did not attack again, but just sat there quietly. 85 million. Ziking seemed to be stimulated and raised the price again without hesitation. 90 million. The middle-aged man, number 42, thought for a moment and slowly quoted a price. Zai Qing looked at the middle-aged man, number 42, and gritted her teeth in anger. In the end, she chose not to raise the price. 90 million for the first time. Guiyang glanced at the people below the stage and spoke slowly. 90 million for the second time. She repeated it again. The audience was still silent. 90 million for the third time deal. The strange sheep walked to the front of the stage, where there was a platform similar to a podium. She reached out and picked up the auction hammer, scanned the entire venue, and after confirming that there were no new bidders, she decisively knocked the auction hammer on the gavel. As the crisp sound rang out, the transaction of the auction item was officially completed, and the whole venue was silent for a moment. The heart of the brave, this precious ring, ultimately belongs to player number 42. The corner of the middle-aged man, number 42's mouth, slightly raised with a hint of sneer. He looked at the ring on the booth with a sharp gaze, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Although it was a considerable price, he believed that the ring was worth far more than that and would definitely bring him huge returns. He looked around, noting the reactions of the other players, and felt secretly pleased with himself. Jiang Yu watched the auction hammer fall and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes were still fixed on the ring, and every detail of the fierce bidding just now flashed through his mind. Jiang Yu has already figured out his next plan in his mind. This ring is not his goal. He has more important things to fight for, namely the holy sword and the eternal crown. He tilted his head slightly and glanced at the middle-aged man number 42 with a hint of coldness in his eyes. The other party may think they have won, but the real winner is often revealed at the end. In the distance, Zai Qing took a deep breath and tried to calm her inner turmoil. She stared at the ring closely. Even though she had decided to let it go, she still felt a little unwilling. She slowly closed her eyes, trying to suppress the regret in her heart, gently clenched her fists, and readjusted her mindset. Young man number 21 slowly put down the bidding card in his hand, looking calm, as if he had already expected the result. He leaned back in his chair with a faint smile on his face. Even though he did not win the bid, his heart was still as calm as water. He looked at the middle-aged man number 42 indifferently, as if he was enjoying a good show. There was a hint of depth in his eyes, as if he had seen through every move that would follow. Next, the item to be auctioned is the second collection, the scales of the evil dragon Fraga. Having said this, Guiyang paused, deliberately lengthened his voice, and raised his fingertips again. As the black cloth slid off, a piece of dark golden scale was revealed. From a distance, its surface texture is delicate, its edges are sharp as blades, it is hard and cold, with a slight metallic luster, exuding an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. The scales of the evil dragon Fraga are said to be indestructible and able to withstand any damage. They are an excellent material for making armor. The starting price is 10 million, and each bid increase must not be less than 1 million. Weird Sheep glanced at the audience below the stage. Her voice seemed full of charm, making people believe that the scales in front of them were indestructible treasures. 11 million. As soon as Guiyang finished speaking, Youth No. 21 immediately raised his bidding card with a firm tone. 20 million. Jiang Yu lazily raised his bidding card and casually added 10 million. 25 million. In the distance, the middle-aged man No. 42 also raised his bidding card, seeming to be interested in the scales. 30 million. Number 24, Zai Qing hesitated for a moment, but still decided to try to match the price. 50 million. Jiang Yu casually raised the bidding card and raised the price by another 20 million. This time, no one chose to bid. It seems that everyone thinks that this scale is not worth such a high price. No matter how precious it is, it's just a dragon scale. How can it be so expensive? 50 million for the first time. Guiyang glanced at the audience below and recited slowly. 50 million for the second time. After about 5 or 6 seconds, Weird Sheep read it again. At this time, the young man number 21 next to him suddenly raised the bidding card. 51 million. After careful consideration, he decided to add another million to give it a try. This time, no one bid against him until Weird Sheep read it 3 times. Finally, the dragon scale belonged to player number 21. Next, the item to be auctioned is the third item in the collection, the key to the evil dragon Fraga's treasure house. Before everyone had time to rest for a moment, the strange sheep had already walked to the third exhibit stand. With his fingers, he removed the black cloth, and a key shining with golden light appeared in front of everyone. The starting price is 10 million, and each bid increase must not be less than 1 million. Everyone's heart was immediately in suspense. The story mentioned that Knight Arthur discovered a treasure house in the Dragon's Cave, which contained a large amount of treasure. Therefore, the value of this golden key lies not in itself, but in the value of the treasure behind it. 50 million. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu had already raised his bidding card. He directly raised the price by 40 million, shocking the whole audience. Youth No. 21 looked at Jiang Yu with a strange expression. 51 million. But he immediately raised the price. Although, in his opinion, Jiang Yu's action had a sense of deliberateness, as if he wanted to raise the price and mislead others, this was a very valuable item. However, relying on his intuition and experience, after careful analysis, he believed that the key to the treasure house was definitely worth a lot, so it is still necessary to bid. 60 million. At this time, the middle-aged man No. 42 in the distance raised the price by 10 million gold coins without hesitation. 90 million. In the distance, number 24 Zai Qing was about to raise the sign when she heard Jiang Yu's voice. His tone was calm, but the huge figures he mentioned made people feel a little nervous. She couldn't help but hesitate. 91 million. A sharp light flashed in the eyes of No. 21 youth, and he raised the price by 1 million gold coins again. 100 million. What was shocking was that the middle-aged man, number 42 in the distance, raised the bidding card again, and actually raised the price to an astonishingly high price of 100 million. Zai Qing thought for a moment and decided not to compete with these guys anymore. She had a hunch that there would be more valuable collections later, and there was no need to spend all the gold coins here. 150 million. Jiang Yu glanced coldly at the middle-aged man number 42 and directly raised the price by 50 million, showing his determination to win. The light in Youth No. 21's eyes flickered slightly, and he analyzed the situation very quickly in his mind. This time, he had a hunch that the key to the treasure house must be some kind of extremely valuable collection. Otherwise, there would be no need for player number 6 to spend 15% of his fortune to snatch a golden key of insignificant value. He was almost determined to win it and was raising the price frantically. If no one raises the price, won't he suffer a huge loss? Of course, the final judgment can only be made after looking at the other party's next move. 151 million. Thinking of this, Youth No. 21 raised his bidding card and raised the price again. 160 million. In the distance, the middle-aged man, number 42, also did not give in. He seemed to have also taken a fancy to the golden key. 200 million. Jiang Yu's face was cold as he slowly quoted a price. He decided that if anyone raised the price again, he would never fight for it again. He must retain a certain amount of assets to compete for the two most valuable collections. The crazy bidding here is just his performance. Whether other people believe it or not, at least it will make them crazy. If someone spends a lot of money to buy this collection, that person is a complete grudge holder. 201 million. Youth number 21 raised the bidding card again and increased the bid by 1 million gold coins. His action puzzled the others. This guy is very rich and has 1.3 billion gold coins, which is 300 million more than others. But raising the price by 1 million at a time every time really seems petty and stingy. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the other party with a hint of hostility. In his opinion, youth number 21 was also a strong opponent. What normal person, with assets worth more than 1 billion, can bid millions at a time at an auction? What a strong self-control and willpower it takes. He is able to be absolutely thrifty and spend every gold coin wisely. Such a person is the most terrifying to the extreme. 230 million gold coins. The middle-aged man, number 42, with a somewhat impatient tone, quickly raised the bidding card and directly pushed the price to 230 million gold coins. 231 million. Youth number 21 glanced at the other party, raised his bidding card again, and raised the bid by 1 million gold coins. Although he didn't curse, it felt like every word he said was insulting. 250 million. The middle-aged man, number 42, seemed a little irritated. He felt as if he had been insulted and directly raised the price to 250 million, as if he was determined to get the key to the treasure house. Young man number 21 frowned slightly, and after hesitating for a moment, he finally chose to give up. The other party's price was too high. Perhaps the items in the treasury may not be worth more than 200 million gold coins. Besides, player number 6 has already given up. 250 million for the first time. Silence, 250 million for the second time. Silence, 250 million for the third time. Deal. Guiyang finalized the final price for the collection. The key to the dragon's treasure house ultimately belongs to player number 42. Then, the strange sheep walked to the fourth booth with a seductive step, lifted the black cloth above it, revealing a plain stone slab standing at an angle on the booth. The stone slab is slightly tilted, allowing viewers to more clearly see the densely packed ancient characters engraved on its surface. Those characters crisscross as if hiding some secrets. As the light shines on, the lines on the stone slab appear even deeper. Next, we're going to auction off the fourth item in the collection, the mysterious stone tablet. The item that Knight Arthur found in the dragon's cave seems to record the true history of the lost kingdom of Avalon. It has great collection value. The starting price is 10 million, and each bid increase must not be less than 1 million. As soon as Guiyang finished speaking, a voice came from the audience. 20 million. Jiang Yu sat up, raised his bidding card, and stared at the stone slab as if all his attention was attracted by it. 21 million. Young man, no. 21 followed closely and immediately raised the price without hesitation, also to 1 million. 30 million. Number 24, Ziking also had shining eyes as she stared at the stone slab on the stage with a burning gaze. 50 million. The middle-aged man, number 42, currently owns 2 collections, namely the Heart of the Brave, ring, and the key to the treasure house. He was full of confidence in this game, as if he had already won. He raised the bidding card high and shouted out the price loudly. 60 million. Jiang Yu's body tensed. He stared at the slate on the stand and raised the bidding card in his hand again. 70 million. Zai Qing also boldly raised the price by another 10 million. I'll give you 100 million. In the distance, the middle-aged man number 42 also did not retreat, and the scene was a little tense for a moment. 110 million. Jiang Yu looked at the slate on the stage and raised the bidding card again, his tone calm and composed. In the distance, youth number 21 looked towards Jiang Yu in front of him on the left, his eyes flashing with wisdom. Sure enough, he guessed right. This guy number 6 is indeed an old player who has survived so many death games. His scheming is so deep that it is simply chilling. During the first auction for the Brave Heart Ring, player no. 6 raised the price 3 times, namely 10 million, 20 million, and 5 million. Then, player number 6 stopped bidding and chose to give up. From these irregular bidding methods, we can analyze that player no. 6's bidding is random every time, and his main purpose is to raise the price. He is not very interested in this ring, when bidding for dragon scales. Player number 6 bid twice, increasing the price by 10 million and 20 million, respectively. It was the same habit as the first time he bid for the ring, but the number of bids decreased by 1, which meant that he was less interested in the dragon scale than the ring. When bidding for the treasure house key, player number 6 bid 4 times. 40 million, 30 million, 50 million, and 40 million. At first glance, there seems to be little pattern to these numbers. However, after adding them together, the total is 160 million gold coins, which divided by 4 equals 40 million. This is equivalent to player number 6, who keeps raising the price of the collection by 40 million gold coins each time, and then gives up on bidding. This means that this collection key to the treasure house is not his main target. His purpose of raising the price is to make other players waste as much gold coins as possible. What's more important is that the other party seemed very excited during the early stages of the auction, and his tone was somewhat excited. It seemed a little inconsistent with his usual character, as if he was acting. When it came to the auction of the mysterious slate, the other party's tone began to become calm and composed. The most important thing is that in this round, player number 6 bid a total of 3 times, and each bid was 10 million gold coins. This shows that this mysterious stone slab is the main target of player no. 6 and is also the most valuable item in this auction. As the saying goes, the more insignificant something is, the more valuable it is. Compared to any treasure ring, dragon scale, or vault key, this stone slab is so simple and unique. Why would such a plain and ordinary stone slab appear in an auction of such valuable collections? There must be something fishy going on. Thinking of this, young man number 21 became a little excited. He licked his lips and raised his bidding card. 111 million. Jiang Yu showed a barely perceptible smile. The fish is hooked. You should use different methods to deal with different people. If other players seem to have innocent intentions, he needs to raise the price sharply and use provocation to provoke them. If some players like to use their brains, are calm and composed, and are good at analysis and thinking, they will deliberately reveal some flaws that are not easy to find to the opponent. Let them analyze and come up with the so-called truth, but in the end, their cleverness backfired. When the bidding started, he deliberately acted very excited and spoke in an impassioned tone, but now he has become calm and composed again. He believed that there would definitely be smart people who would be deceived, such as youth number 21. The most important thing is that this mysterious stone slab is somewhat out of place compared to other treasures. He can use this to confuse other players to the greatest extent, greatly increasing his credibility. If he stood up at this moment and said that this stone slab was the most valuable, then those rings and treasure house keys were all rubbish. I guess everyone else might have been fooled by him. 120 million. In the distance, the middle-aged man number 42 did not give in and raised the price again. His eyes were burning, as if he was determined to get this collection. He thought that this would be the third collection he had snatched. 130 million. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu had already raised his bidding card slowly. His tone was calm, but he kept his eyes fixed on the slate on the stage without even glancing at the other players. It seemed as if all his attention was attracted by the stone slab. 140 million. Now, 24 Ziking raised the price again. Even though she thought the stone slab in front of her was ordinary, others were spending such a huge price to fight for it. Then it must be something very precious. 150 million. Jiang Yu once again quoted an outrageous price. It is hard to believe that a piece of shabby stone slab could be sold at a sky-high price of 150 million gold coins. It is simply incredible. Number 21 stopped bidding, and he chose to observe the other bidders first. There was no point in him raising the price now, because there would always be someone who would raise the price again based on his. It would be better to just wait until they stop fighting before considering taking action. 180 million. The middle-aged man, number 42, seemed a little restless. He thought that he was the only one who noticed this detail. An ordinary stone slab actually appeared among a pile of treasures, so it must be worth a lot of money. Unexpectedly, it seemed like everyone knew this and kept raising the price. Thinking of this, he directly raised the price by another 30 million, hoping to dissuade others. 190 million. Zai Qing didn't indulge him and added another 10 million gold coins. 200 million. Jiang Yu's face was cold. He raised the bidding card and slowly uttered two words. The price was directly raised to a sky-high price of 200 million. 230 million. The middle-aged man, number 42, seemed to show his perseverance and chose to raise the price again. 250 million. Zai Qing, her breathing began to become rapid, and she stared at the stone slab on the booth. Then, she raised the bidding card beside her and shouted out a number with the determination to get it. 260 million. Jiang Yu's voice became calmer and calmer. He stared at the stone slab on the stage, his eyes never leaving it. 300 million. Man number 42's eyes were red as he raised his bidding card. This time, he directly raised the price by 40 million, raising the price to an astonishing height. He was breathing heavily. This was his last chance. If anyone raised the price again, he would give up. The previous auction for the two collections, Heart of the Brave and Treasure Key, had cost him a total of 340 million gold coins, and he currently only has 660 million gold coins left. If he spends another 300 million gold coins, he will only have 300 million gold coins left. If there are more valuable collections later, he will not be able to compete. He needs to leave himself some assets. 310 million. But sure enough, in the distance, Jiang Yu's voice came, like the whisper of the devil. The middle-aged man, number 42, gritted his teeth, calmed himself down, and finally gave up bidding. This time, even Ziking was silent. She looked at the broken stone slab on the stage and fell into deep thought. Is this broken thing really worth 300 million gold coins? She decided to give up. 310 million first time. Seeing that no one in the audience raised the price for a long time, Guiyang sneered and started the first confirmation. 310 million, the second time. At this time, Youth No. 21 suddenly raised his bidding card. 310 million. His voice was neither hurried nor slow, but it was sharp. Jiang Yu turned to look at youth number 21, frowned slightly, and seemed a little unhappy. 320 million. He thought about it, raised his bidding card, and raised the price by tens of millions of gold coins again. 321 million. Young man number 21 was like a dogskin plaster. Every time he stuck to him, he would raise the price by 1 million, which was just the bottom line. 350 million. This time, Jiang Yu directly raised the price by 30 million. He simply imagined that he was player number 21 and was competing for a piece of extremely precious stone slab. He currently has 1.3 billion gold coins, and he will most likely invest 300 million or 500 million gold coins. At the very least, he would leave 800 million gold coins in order to compete for the subsequent 6 collections. At present, the other party has invested 300 million gold coins and passed the first level. The next level he can tolerate is 500 million gold coins. Therefore, Jiang Yu raised the price with confidence. 351 million. Young man number 21 raised the bidding card again, his voice cold. He currently has 1.3 billion gold coins. In his opinion, his advantage is far greater than that of others, even though he spent 300 million gold coins in this round. He still has 1 billion gold coins left, which is the same as the initial assets of other people. Therefore, he can invest another 200 to 300 million gold coins at his discretion. After all, this slate should be the most valuable item in the entire auction. I'm afraid I'll never have the chance to meet him again. What if this mysterious stone tablet is worth more than 1 billion gold coins? Just having such a precious collection can win this death game. Otherwise, why would player number 6 be so obsessed with this broken stone slab and so persistent in pursuing it? 380 million. Jiang Yu did not back down in momentum and raised the bidding card again, increasing the price by 30 million. He was afraid that if he suddenly raised the price too much, such as by 50 million or something, he would make player 21 suspicious. Around 30 million is a good choice. It can make you appear like you want to dissuade others without appearing to be too wasteful. 381 million. Young man no. 21 raised the bidding card again, his eyes burning, and at this moment he was determined. The stone slab is the most precious collection in this auction. Zai Qing's eyes moved back and forth between the two people, and she couldn't help but feel a little emotional. A piece of broken stone slab was actually raised to a price of nearly 400 million gold coins by 2 people. Should I consider continuing to bid? In the end, she gave up. As a girl, I spent so much money to grab a piece of broken stone slab, which was also extremely ugly. Even though this was a game of life and death, she had no motivation and couldn't muster the slightest interest. Even knowing its value can be precious, 400 million. Jiang Yu slowly quoted a price. This time, he did not directly increase the price by 30 million, but instead quoted a round number of 400 million. This looks more like a desperate attempt to fight to the death. Silence. There was a silence in the air. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Was he going to kill himself? He felt his heart beating fast, and a feeling of nervousness and uneasiness rose up in him. This game is not a points-based game, and the death-free card cannot be used. Besides, he wasn't even sure where he was, if you really lose this game. He believed that the evil sheep would eat his heart without hesitation, and he felt that the crazy woman was not trying to deceive him. Is 400 million gold coins the bottom line for player number 21? Why did he keep 1.3 billion gold coins? There are only 6 collections left. Jiang Yu felt that he could no longer see through youth now. 21, he prayed in his heart as if he was shouting his last cry. Hurry up, even if it means raising the price by 1 million. I absolutely give up and won't follow it anymore. Although Jiang Yu was very nervous inside, he looked. He remained calm and composed, lying leisurely in the chair, looking at the stone slab on the booth. 400 million for the first time. The strange sheep glanced at the audience and confirmed it for the first time. The audience was silent. No one chose to bid higher. 400 million for the second time. Guiyang looked at the people in the audience and spoke again. Still silence. To Jiang Yu, her voice now sounded like the whisper of a demon from the abyss, about to take his life. He did not have much confidence that he could use 600 million gold coins to bid for the 2 extremely valuable collections that had not yet appeared: the Holy Sword and the Eternal Crown. Only a second passed, but Jiang Yu felt like a century had passed. Jiang Yu became increasingly nervous and uneasy. He felt that he was going to die here today. This feeling is getting stronger and stronger. 401 million. In the auction room, a calm voice suddenly rang out, breaking the silence. Jiang Yu turned around and saw that it was youth number 21. He raised the bidding card again and raised the price by 1 million. At this moment, Jiang Yu's heart finally settled down. He was like a gambler in a gangster movie, betting all his assets, waiting for the lottery results with a nervous heart. But what he was risking was his own life. He won the bet. However, he could still continue to raise the price to 490 million. He had a feeling that 500 million gold coins was the bottom line for Youthno. 21, but he gave up and stopped raising the price. First, he didn't want to experience that feeling a second time, it was too stimulating. Second, for Youthno. 21, Jiang Yu has 1 billion gold coins and invested more than 40% to compete for a collection, which may arouse his suspicion. From the perspective of stability, giving up at this time is the wisest choice. After all, stability is Jiang Yu's consistent style. Seeking stability in danger is what he is best at. This is also the reason why he is still alive today. He pursued the ultimate stability, gradually exploring, learning, and improving. He never looked down upon any of his opponents, but instead constantly learned from them. For example, from number 28 Luo Jun, he learned that he should never trust anyone. No one will be nice to you for no reason. From player number 1 Shannon, Jiang Yu learned his extreme calmness, cold-bloodedness, and ability to maximize benefits. From player number 4 Zio Han, Jiang Yu learned his strengths such as acting, disguise, and showing weakness. There are many more, but we won't talk about them for now. 401 million first time. Silence, 401 million second time. The audience was extremely quiet. 401 million for the third time. After Guiyang confirmed for the third time, still no one raised the price, so she finally decided on the ownership of the mysterious slate. Player number 21. Jiang Yu turned his head and glanced at youth number 21, frowning slightly, seeming a little dissatisfied with him. Turning his head, from an angle that the other person couldn't see, a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The game is not over yet, so of course we have to play it to the end. Since he failed to win the bidding over others, he could not show it too obviously, such as getting furious or swearing, as this was not in line with his usual character. Don't act too calm either. In this way, the other party will realize that the stone slab is not actually precious, and may invest more gold coins in the future to compete with him for treasures such as the Holy Sword. Now that young man, number 21, owns this stone slab, he may still be feeling proud of himself, thinking that he has a sure win, and thus he will reduce his desire to compete for other collections. This is only beneficial to him. In the distance, the middle-aged man, number 42, kept tapping the table with his right hand, seeming a little irritated. Although he owned 2 collections, he always felt that the value of his collections was not that high. That stone slab may be the real treasure. Assuming that player number 21 is the first place, he must bid for 1 or 2 more treasures to get the second place. Only in this way can you win the game and avoid being eliminated. Zai Qing looked at the pile of gold coins on her desk and fell into deep thought. After other players successfully bid for the collection, the male staff member with a bullhead mask behind them will come forward and collect gold coins on the table equal to the bidding price. And until now, I haven't spent a single gold coin. If there is no other choice, she will grab the treasure she has set her eyes on at all costs. It would be really frustrating if you had a lot of gold coins left but lost the game. At least you could spend all the money first, right? The strange sheep came to the 5th booth and removed the black cloth covering it. A sharp sword appeared in front of all the players. Everyone looked from afar and saw a huge sword displayed on the stand. The sword is wide, long and straight, with a deep blue-black color. Mysterious patterns were engraved on both sides of the blade. Under the light, these patterns faintly glowed with a dark golden light. A sapphire as clear as water is inlaid on the hilt of the sword, and the light is flowing. The entire sword is tough, with some scratches on it, symbolizing that it has experienced countless fierce battles. Next, we'll auction off the 5th item in the collection, the sacred sword. The holy sword inherited by Arthur's family is said to be engraved with mysterious runes that can exert powerful power. Knight Arthur once used it to defeat the powerful dragon Fraga. The starting price is 10 million, and each bid increase must not be less than 1 million. Weird Sheep's voice was as low and cold as usual, with a strange magnetism. No matter which collection she introduced, she always used a persuasive tone to promote it vigorously. It gives people the illusion that this collection is the most precious collection in the entire auction. She had just finished speaking. 30 million. Man number 42 has taken the lead in launching the fight. Moreover, he directly raised the price by 20 million, as if he was determined to get this holy sword. 50 million. Jiang Yu leaned back in his chair leisurely, raised his bidding card, and called out a number at random. His tone was light. He planned to stop bidding after the first auction and just wait and see. Wait until the auction price is close to his psychological price before starting bidding. Jiang Yu's budget for the holy sword is 700 million gold coins. As the most precious collection in the entire auction house, if you can grab it, there will be no problem getting the top 2 places. But to be on the safe side, he chose to leave another 300 million gold coins in an effort to bid for 2 collections. Moreover, the sooner the gold coins are used, the better. If they are left until later, they are prone to being stuck. For example, the last piece of collection has been raised to 500 million gold coins. A certain player was reluctant to spend gold coins on the auction in the early stages, and by the time the last piece of the collection was auctioned, he still had 400 million gold coins left. Then, these 400 million gold coins would be equivalent to being useless. It is equivalent to spending 600 million gold coins to participate in this auction. Jiang Yu would rather spend all the gold coins in the early stage than save them for the later stage. 51 million. Youth number 21 raised his bidding card and raised the price by 1 million. 55 million. In the distance, Zai Qing seemed to have little interest in the collection and chose to increase the price by several million. 70 million. The middle-aged man number 42 raised the bidding card again. He seemed to like this big sword very much, and his tone was a little excited. 80 million. Zai Qing gritted his teeth and raised the price by another 10 million. She decided that if anyone raised the price again, she would give up. For some reason, she still couldn't muster any interest in this sword. It looked ugly. The field fell into silence. 81 million. After a few seconds, seeing that no one raised the price, the young man no. 21 raised the bidding card and raised the price again. 100 million. In this, a loud voice echoed in the auction venue. It was the middle-aged man number 42. He was very optimistic about this great sword, and it would be great if he could snatch it for a price of 200 or 300 million gold coins. He could still keep hundreds of millions of gold coins to compete for his 4th collection. He directly raised the price to 100 million gold coins, seemingly trying to dissuade other players. 110 million. Youth number 21 raised the price again by 1 million. Even though he spent 410 million gold coins to buy the mysterious stone tablet, he still has more than 800 million in assets. 130 million. There was silence on the field. After considering for a moment, man number 42 called out a price again. For some reason, when he saw the young man number 21, he wanted to rush over and beat him up. The other party was too petty. Each increase of $1 million kept torturing his nerves and made him gradually become a little irritable. 131 million. Youth number 21 glanced at the other party and raised the bidding card again in a calm tone. 200 million. The middle-aged man number 42 seemed to be a little angry. He gritted his teeth and glared at the young man number 21. He directly raised the price to a sky-high price of 200 million. 201 million. Unexpectedly, young man number 21, like a ghost, uttered another number from his mouth. 250 million. The middle-aged man no. 42 glared at the other party and directly raised the price by 50 million. He felt extremely angry, as if there was a breath stuck in his chest with nowhere to vent. No. 21 is like a sick person, and each time he raises the price, it is 1 million. This is an insult, a naked insult and ridicule. He is no longer concerned with maximizing profits. If he could raise the price by 10 million and acquire the collection, it would naturally be in his best interest. But he had put everything behind him at this moment. This auction seemed to have turned into a war without the smoke of gunpowder. 251 million. Young man number 21 spoke again and raised the price by 1 million gold coins. The middle-aged man number 42 remained silent. He calculated quickly and realized that he still had 660 million gold coins left, so he could try again. 300 million gold coins. The middle-aged man no. 42 had red eyes and shouted every word with gritted teeth. The bidding between the two reached a sky-high price. 301 million. After thinking for a while, young man no. 21 decided to raise the price by another million. His budget for this collection was 350 million. 330 million. The middle-aged man no. 42 slowed down the pace of raising the price and only raised the price by 30 million, which seemed to be a bit lacking in energy. He planned to take out half of the remaining gold coins and try again. If youth no. 21 raised the price again, he would give up. Hey, you guy, there are 5 more collections behind. There's no need to fight so hard, right? He looked at youth no. 21 from afar, and his words seemed to try to dissuade him from going back. 331 million. Young man number 21 raised his bidding card and raised the price again. He glanced at the middle-aged man number 42 and said disdainfully, "What do you care about me?" The middle-aged man number 42 gritted his teeth and was about to raise the price again. But in the end, he tried his best to restrain himself and resisted the impulse. After a long time, no one raised the price. 331 million first time. Guiyang glanced at the audience and confirmed in a leisurely tone. At this time, a familiar voice sounded from the audience. 350 million. Jiang Yu raised the bidding card with an excited tone. Young man number 21 frowned slightly. He originally thought that no one would bid for this collection. The reason why he chose to keep raising the price was that he came to a conclusion after reasoning based on the story. The older and more powerful the item, the higher its value may be. The mysterious stone tablet was the oldest, so he chose to continue bidding higher. This holy sword looks like it could exert considerable power, so you might as well consider bidding on it. Originally, he had set aside a budget of 350 million for this collection. However, at this moment, number 6 entered the auction again. Could it be that this sacred sword is also a great treasure? No, the other party may be raising the price deliberately. There are 5 more collections to come, and he wants to use up his gold coins in the early stages so that he won't be able to participate in the bidding for the precious collection later. Logically speaking, the collections in an auction should become more valuable as the auction progresses, serving as the finale of the auction. However, this auction is not an ordinary auction. The finale pieces may be sold earlier, and the last piece is a mystery and a distraction. The more valuable collection is most likely one of the 8th and 9th pieces. After quick thinking, he decided to keep his remaining assets and make a full effort to bid for the 2 collections. In that case, let's give this sacred sword a budget of 410 million. 351 million. Young man number 21 raised his bidding card with an expressionless face, and no one knew what he was thinking. The field fell into silence. 351 million first time. Guiyang started the confirmation phase again. At this moment, Jiang Yu frowned slightly, supported his chin with his right hand, looked at the collection on the table, and seemed to be thinking about something. To others, it seemed as if he was considering whether to continue raising the price and whether it was worth it. 351 million for the second time. The voice of the strange sheep sounded for the second time. A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of youth number 21. Sure enough, it was just as he had guessed. The value of this sacred sword collection is definitely not very high, most likely around 300 million to 400 million. Otherwise, player 6 will definitely continue to raise the price instead of appearing to be hesitant. He must be trying to raise the price and cheat himself. 360 million. Jiang Yu raised the bidding card again. He frowned slightly, looked at the holy sword on the stage, and only raised the price by another 10 million. 361 million. Youth number 21 raised the price again. His tone was calm, giving people a sense of neither haste nor slowness. Jiang Yu couldn't tell from his tone how much gold coins the other party was willing to invest. He's like a bottomless pit. However, Jiang Yu's budget is 700 million gold coins, so there is no rush for the time being. 380 million. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and raised the price again. 381 million. Youth number 21 is chasing closely. 400 million. Finally, Jiang Yu raised his head, his eyes burning, and shouted out a shocking number. He prayed in his heart that no. 21 would not raise the price any further. If he still has 600 million gold coins left, he can win the eternal crown. He will definitely win this death game. 401 million. But it did not go as he wished. That disgusting voice sounded again. Youth number 21 raised the price again by 1 million gold coins. 400 and 200 million. Jiang Yu leaned back and shouted the price calmly. He changed his habit of raising prices. Since youth number 21 likes to disgust others, he also wants to disgust the other person. Just like that, the price will increase by million at a time until the next life. Let's all torture each other. However, this time, youth number 21 suddenly fell silent and made no sound. 400 and 200 million, first time. 400 and 200 million, second time. 400 and 200 million, the third deal. As the final word of Guiyang was given, Jiang Yu's heart finally settled down. He thought he would have to pay 600 or 700 million gold coins to get this most precious collection. Unexpectedly, it only cost 400 million gold coins. He was still somewhat relieved in his heart, but on the surface, he just frowned slightly. It seems that it is not worth spending so many gold coins to buy such a collection. MJU 4 NDA20C3 Autumn 1 MZGX MTQ 5 OJ M equals. Zai Qing kept playing with her fingers and staring closely at the exhibits on the stage, as if she was thinking about something. Young man number 21 had a blank expression on his face. He was playing with a gold chip in his right hand. Like spinning a pen, the gold coin danced between his fingers. The middle-aged man, no. 42, was lying on the sofa, crossing his legs, snapping his fingers from time to time, and seemed to be quite satisfied with the current results. Next, we'll auction off the sixth item in the collection, the Guardian Armor. Guiyang came to the exhibition stand of the sixth collection, lightly lifted the black cloth above it with his fingers, and spoke slowly. The collection looked extremely tall, more than one person tall. As the black cloth fell, a piece of armor covered with scratches appeared in front of everyone. The appearance of this armor is full of majesty, and its design presents the style of ancient knights. The shoulder armor is high and has smooth lines, while the chest and abdomen are embellished with exquisitely carved patterns. In the center of the armor's chest, there was a deep red gem inlaid, emitting a faint light, giving off a calm and intimidating aura. This solid armor has accompanied Arthur through hundreds of battles. It is said to be able to withstand more than 90% of damage. It is forged from hundreds of precious materials, such as fine steel and ore. It has extraordinary defensive power and is extremely valuable. The starting price is 10 million, and each bid increase must not be less than 1 million. Regarding this collection, Guiyang's introduction is more detailed. Her voice was still full of allure, as if inducing the players to bid with all their might. 30 million. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man number 42 raised his bidding card, looking a little impatient. 31 million. Youth number 21 raised the price by another million. His voice is like the devil's. 32 million. In the front right, Zai Qing also casually raised the bidding card and reported a number. She also followed Jiang Yu. I might as well just increase the price by 1 million at a time. Anyway, I can just kill time, and there is no time limit for the game. Even if I lose this game, I still live a few more hours, so it's not a loss. At this moment, she suddenly missed her drawing board. It would be great if she could paint again before she died. She wanted to slightly adapt the absurd and terrifying experiences of the past few days and publish it as a comic. There will definitely be a lot of people reading it, right? What if it becomes popular? Originally, the editor who criticized her every day might treat her differently. I really don't understand why the editor has always been so malicious towards her, an amateur part-time cartoonist. Not only did he urge her to submit her manuscript, but he also exploited her so much that it was hard to describe. 33 million. Jiang Yu smiled and also raised the price by 1 million. In this case, let's all play together. 50 million. The middle-aged man, number 42, seemed a little angry. He looked at Jiang Yu and others with dissatisfaction and shouted loudly. What are you doing? You raise the price by 1 million every time. Are you still going to let people play? Young man number 21 glanced at him and said with a tone full of sarcasm, Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? The middle-aged man number 42 was speechless for a moment and his face turned red. 51 million. While the two were arguing, Jiang Yu yawned and raised his bidding card slowly. He wasn't very interested in the armor, but he had to bid for it. It would also be good for him to take the opportunity to consume other players' gold coins. 52 million. In the distance, Zai Qing seemed to have a tacit understanding and also raised the price by 1 million. Damn, 80 million. The middle-aged man number 42 was like a powder keg. He was ignited at this moment and directly raised the price by 30 million. 81 million. Young man no. 21 raised his bidding card and raised the bid by 1 million gold coins. 82 million. Jiang Yu yawned again and raised the price right after. He didn't quite understand the rules designed by the pig-faced masked man. The minimum bid increase is 1 million each time, which is too boring. It makes people sleepy. The price increase should not be less than 10 million each time. 100 million. In the distance, the middle-aged man no. 42 gritted his teeth and raised the price directly to a sky-high price of 100 million. 110 million. The voice of young man number 21 sounded slowly again. 200 million. As soon as the former finished speaking, the middle-aged man number 42 stared at him and uttered two words. There was a murderous intent and chill in the voice. Young man number 21 was also stunned. He didn't expect the middle-aged man number 42 to be so stubborn and directly added another 100 million. Is this getting high? After thinking for a moment, he decided not to raise the price. Originally, his budget for this armor was only about 150 million. Now, it has exceeded his bottom line. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Young man no. 21 stopped raising the price, and Ziking didn't seem to be very interested either. If he raises the price again at this moment, and the middle-aged man number 42 chooses not to follow suit, he will become a big victim. Thinking of this, he gave up. After 3 confirmations, the final ownership of the Guardian armor belongs to player number 42. Guiyang revealed a strange smile under the mask, slowly walked to the exhibition stand of the 7th collection, and removed the black cloth covering it. Next, we will auction off the 7th item in the collection, the Eternal Crown. As the black cloth slowly slid off, an extremely gorgeous crown appeared before everyone. The main body of the crown is made of pure gold. Under the reflection of the light, it shines with dazzling golden light, as if symbolizing the glory and majesty of the royal family. The top of the crown is inlaid with a huge ruby, like a burning sunset, emitting charming glow. The gems inlaid around it are colorful. The sapphires are as deep as the deep sea, the emeralds are like lush forests, and the diamonds are as bright as stars. They reflect each other and shine with dazzling light. The edge of the crown is embellished with exquisite patterns and delicate carvings. Every detail demonstrates unparalleled craftsmanship, making this crown look like a gift from God, solemn and sacred. Everyone's attention was attracted by it. The crown Princess Isabella wore at her wedding was carefully crafted by the kingdom's top craftsmen over a period of 3 years. It symbolizes the splendor and glory of the royal family. This tiara was first worn by Princess Isabella's great-grandmother, Queen Elizabeth I, and has since been passed down to every important female member of the royal family, witnessing countless important historical moments. The starting price is 10 million, and each bid increase must not be less than 1 million. The strange sheep tells the story of its background in a leisurely manner, as if giving it a legendary color. 40 million. As soon as she finished speaking, Zai Qing had already raised her bidding card. She seemed to like this collection very much and her eyes were shining. 70 million. The middle-aged man no. 42 directly raised the price by 30 million. Even from the description of the strange sheep, one can feel that this is an extremely precious collection that is worth fighting for. Although he had no interest in women's items, this auction was not for buying things for his wife. But since it was a death auction where his life was at stake, he could not care less about so many things. As long as he felt that something was extremely precious, he would bid with all his strength. Because what you take a picture of may be your own life. 71 million. Young man number 21 spoke slowly. As usual, he raised the price by 1 million gold coins. 100 million. Jiang Yu directly raised the price to 100 million gold coins. He was also determined to get this collection. It seems that other people like it very much as well, and he will not give up the second most precious collection to them. 150 million. Zai Qing raised the bidding card again, staring at the crown on the stand without blinking. He directly raised the price by 50 million, as if trying to dissuade others from buying. 200 million. The middle-aged man, number 42, gritted his teeth, and also followed with 50 million. He felt that the value of this collection would definitely not be less than 400 or 500 million. He didn't want to waste time arguing with others, and just wanted to get it over with quickly. In just a blink of an eye, the crown reached a sky-high price of 200 million gold coins. Jiang Yu just raised the bidding card, but before he could bid, Zai Qing bid again. 250 million. She directly raised the price again by 50 million. 300 million. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man, no. 42, followed closely and raised the price by another 50 million. 350 million. Zai Qing did not back down, and the two of them seemed to be incompatible. At this moment, with your words and my words, the price of the crown was instantly raised to a sky-high level. Jiang Yu had a bad feeling in his heart. Guiyang described the crown as being too precious. After hearing this, other players, unless they were fools, would bid with all their might for it. He estimated that it would not be easy for him to win the bid for this collection, so he simply let them compete for it first, and then he would make the final bid when no one else bid. 380 million. The middle-aged man, number 42, seemed to have lost some stamina, and the amount of the price increase was reduced a lot. This time, he only increased the price by 30 million. 400 million. Zai Qing showed no mercy and directly raised the price of the crown to a sky-high price of 400 million, comparable to the mysterious stone slab. 420 million. The middle-aged man, number 42, had anger burning in his eyes. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. This time, he only raised the price by 20 million. There was no other way. He didn't have many assets left, only more than 600 million gold coins. 450 million. Zai Qing once again shouted out an incredible price. This price would consume almost half of the assets. Is it worth it just to fight for a collection? 460 million. The middle-aged man, number 42, was breathing heavily. His eyes were red. He raised the bidding card and shouted with all his might. Jiang Yu and youth number 21 haven't bid for a long time. They are all waiting, and there is no point in getting involved now. I kept shouting out prices, and my throat became dry, and there was no water to drink here. Only a fool would keep shouting. After Jiang Yu's memory was improved, he could clearly remember how much gold coins each person spent. If I remember correctly, player 42 only has 460 million left. The bid just now was his last all-out effort, 500 million. After a moment's silence, Zai Qing raised the bidding card and shouted out a shocking number. Number 24, are you crazy? Such a junky thing. Is it worth 500 million? I won't follow you. The middle-aged man, number 42, glared at Zai Qing and cursed. Tusk, you call it a piece of junk? I think it looks pretty. Isn't such a beautiful headpiece worth the price? Or is your broken key worth this price? Zai Qing immediately retorted. The middle-aged man, number 42, frowned, crossed his arms over his chest, and snorted coldly. Forget it, I won't argue with a little girl like you. 501 million. While the two were arguing, they were suddenly interrupted by a voice. It was youth number 21. He leaned back in his chair and raised his bidding paddle nonchalantly. 510 million. Zai Qing bit her lip, almost breaking the skin. She hesitated for 0.1 second and immediately raised the price again. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yu decided to raise the price. If he didn't, he would have no chance. 550 million. Jiang Yu directly raised the price by 40 million, bringing it to a sky-high price of 550 million. Want to dissuade others? He currently only has 598 million gold coins left. This was almost his limit. I just hope Zyking won't raise the price any further. How did she know that this collection was extremely valuable, second only to the Holy Sword? 580 million. Zai Qing hesitated for just a moment before raising the price by another 30 million. Young man, no. 21 played with the gold coins in his hand and chose not to continue raising the price. Jiang Yu frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about whether to continue raising the price. He was still hesitating. 580 million for the first time. The voice of the strange sheep sounded, and she had already started the first confirmation. 580 million for the second time. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and couldn't wait any longer. 590 million. Jiang Yu decisively raised the price by another 10 million, which was almost all the gold coins he had. He wasn't sure if Zyking remembered the rest of his property, but to directly offer 598 million would be too obvious. He had already taken out all his assets. The other party only needs to increase the price by another million to destroy his hopes. 600 million. However, to his despair, Zai Qing's voice sounded again. She refused to give in as if she was extremely obsessed with the crown. Comments. Jiang Yu had an illusion. She was willing to spend 1 billion gold coins to get this collection, even if all other collections are discarded. Jiang Yu lay back, leaning against the chair, and gave up. The price the other party called out was beyond his assets. He was no longer able to participate in the auction. Now, it depends on whether number 21 is still waiting and preparing to raise the price again. 600 million, first time. 600 million, second time. 600 million, the third deal. As the sound of the strange sheep knocking fell, woohoo tilde. Zai Qing cheered and looked extremely happy. Jiang Yu was feeling a little depressed. If he could possess both the Holy Sword and the Eternal Crown, he would surely win. Now only one collection has been won, and the outcome is still unknown. Full of suspense. Suppose other players have the third most valuable, fourth most valuable, and fifth most valuable collections. After adding everything up, the value may have exceeded the value of the sacred sword he owns. Before everyone could react, the strange sheep had already arrived at the 8th booth and removed the black cloth above it. Next, we'll auction off the 8th item in the collection, the Shield of Holy Light. What was presented to everyone was a shield, which was silver-white in color, with a huge sapphire in the center and runes carved around it. It emitted a sacred glow, and the shield's surface was like a mirror, solemn and mysterious. The shield that the king gave to Knight Arthur has mysterious runes engraved on it. It is said that it can withstand the enemy's fierce attacks. Even the sharpest spear cannot pierce it. It is known as absolute defense. The starting price is 10 million, and each bid increase must not be less than 1 million. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man, no. 42, took the lead. He raised the bidding card and shouted loudly, 50 million. He really likes this gorgeous jeweled shield. Moreover, judging from the host's description, it must be a very precious collection. 51 million. Young man number 21 spoke calmly. He will try his best to get the 8th and 9th collections, because the 10th piece of collection will definitely not be the finale. He knew very well that every death game was full of traps, and that he had to avoid conventional thinking in order to win the game. 80 million. Jiang Yu leaned back in his chair, speaking calmly, and casually added 30 million. He was sometimes excited and sometimes calm, and it became increasingly difficult for others to guess what he was thinking. This time, he just added 30 million casually. For some reason, he always felt that this collection was very strange. A shield with such a large sapphire inlaid on it, what is the purpose? The shield must be practical. He doesn't think it's a good idea to have something fancy. Moreover, the semi-precious Eternal Crown had already been snatched away by Zai Qing, so he really had no desire for it anymore. He still has more than 500 million gold coins, and if he sees something promising next, he will consider it again. 100 million. The middle-aged man, number 42, directly raised the price to 100 million gold coins. He has now come to terms with it. No matter what young man number 21 bids, he just raises the price. 150 million. Jiang Yu slowly reported a number. He had a strong feeling that the middle-aged man number 42 would never stop. He can also raise the price a few more times to consume the other party's gold coins as much as possible. 180 million. Sure enough, the voice of the middle-aged man number 42 sounded again. 200 million. Jiang Yu said lightly. He just sat down and stared at the exhibits on the stage, as if he was very interested in them, giving people an illusion. 230 million. The middle-aged man number 42 raised the price again by 30 million. 300 million. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu had already uttered 2 words coldly, as if he was determined to get this collection. Damn it, 350 million, who's afraid of who? The middle-aged man number 42 seemed a little angry. He directly raised the price by 50 million and even raised his middle finger to Jiang Yu. 400 million. Jiang Yu quoted a price again, a sky-high price. He narrowed his eyes slightly. The last time the Eternal Crown was auctioned, the final bid by the middle-aged man no. 42 was 460 million. This is also all his remaining assets. Therefore, since it is far from his bottom line, he can raise the price boldly without any worries. 450 million. Man no. 42 almost shouted out this price. Jiang Yu smiled slightly and said nothing more. He was satisfied with the price. The other party spent another 450 million gold coins, and he no longer had the ability to bid for the next 2 collections. If I remember correctly, by the time this piece was bought, the middle-aged man number 42 had almost no gold coins left. I hope there will be more beautiful collections in the future. 451 million. At this time, young man number 21 suddenly intervened in the bidding again and raised the price by 1 million. K, 460 million. The middle-aged man no. 42 raised the bidding card and stood up excitedly. But at this moment, he forgot that his left wrist was bound by shackles. He suddenly felt a little pain and sat down quickly. 461 million. Young man number 21 raised the price by 1 million gold coins again in his calm tone as usual. The middle-aged man no. 42 looked a little dejected and didn't say a word, as if he had wilted. He couldn't raise the price any further because he didn't have that many gold coins. After 3 confirmations, the ownership of the Holy Light Shield finally belongs to player no. 21. Jiang Yu quickly calculated the remaining gold coins of each player in his mind. Player 6, Jiang Yu, 598 million gold coins, player 21. 378 million gold coins, player 24. 400 million gold coins, player 42. 460 million gold coins. He had the most gold coins so far, and he decided to compete for the next 2 pieces. Even after getting the most precious collection, the Holy Sword, he still felt a little uneasy. After all, I only have 1 collection. Player number 21 already owns 3 collections. Player no. 42 also owns 3 collections. What if the combined value of their collections exceeds the sacred sword he owns? Then, I will be the 3rd place and will be eliminated. Next, we're going to auction off the 9th item in the collection, the tooth of the evil dragon Fraga. As the strange sheep removed the black cloth on the stand, 2 teeth appeared in front of everyone. They were 2 dark red teeth, their surfaces covered with fine cracks, appearing rough and hard, their tips as sharp as knives, as if they could pierce through anything, full of chilling deterrence. The 2 largest teeth that Knight Arthur pulled out from the dragon Fraga's mouth after he killed it. It is said that this tooth is an extremely rare medicinal ingredient that has the miraculous effect of bringing the dead back to life. Just a small amount of it needs to be ground into powder to save a person on the verge of death. The starting price is 10 million, and each bid increase must not be less than 1 million. The voice of the strange sheep was full of charm, and her fingers gracefully slid across the 2 teeth. Then she slowly placed her fingertips between her lips and gently licked them with the tip of her tongue, as if she was tasting something delicious, with a look of intoxication in her eyes. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and already had the answer in his mind. These 2 teeth are definitely the 3rd most precious collection. He must get them. How did Jiang Yu know? Actually, it's very simple. When the strange sheep encounters an object it likes, it will subconsciously want to lick it and unconsciously stick out its scarlet tongue. Perhaps she herself didn't even notice this habit. When Jiang Yu was bargaining with her, she licked Jiang Yu's cheek and claimed that she wanted to eat his heart. Jiang Yu saw desire and love in her eyes. Of course, it's the kind of love you have for your prey, the kind of love you want to put on the table. So, as she ran her fingers across her teeth and then licked her lips, Jiang Yu had already come up with her answer. This item must be very valuable. Otherwise, the strange sheep would not do such a thing. 50 million. As soon as Guiyang finished speaking, the middle-aged man number 42 took the lead in bidding. And it was a very high price, directly raising the price by 40 million. He knew in his heart that if he failed to bid for the last two pieces of collection, he would have no chance. Grab one if you can now. 80 million. Zai Qing also raised the bidding card and shouted out the price. 150 million. Jiang Yu didn't want to haggle with them, so he directly raised the price to 150 million. He estimated that he would not be able to buy this collection unless he raised the price to the highest level. There is no point in saving the gold coins until the end. It's like the person died but the money was not spent yet. Everyone will try their best to bid for this collection. 200 million. Sure enough, the middle-aged man no. 42 also directly raised the price by 200 million gold coins. Jiang Yu sighed softly. It seems that this collection will probably consume all his gold coins. He doesn't think that the last piece of collection will be the highlight, because he is the one who knows the value of the collection best. The Holy Sword is the most precious collection. 250 million. Jiang Yu bid again. 300 million. The middle-aged man, number 42, had red eyes. He felt like he was going crazy, with only 460 million gold coins left. I can never raise prices as high as others, and I can never spend the money. 350 million. This time, Jiang Yu's face was cold, and he raised the price by 50 million again without hesitation. 400 million. In the distance, Zai Qing hurriedly shouted out the price and raised the bidding card. 400 million is all her remaining assets. If she doesn't bid, she won't even have the chance to bid. 460 million. The middle-aged man, number 42, gritted his teeth and shouted out everything he had again. 461 million. Jiang Yu smiled and spoke softly. This time, he only raised the price by 1 million, because other people no longer have that much money. Player number 21 has only over 300 million left. Zai Qing has only 400 million left, and then there is the middle-aged man no. 42 with 460 million. As expected, there was silence on the field and no one spoke again. 461 million first time. 461 million for the second time. 461 million. The third deal. As Guiyang's final word came down, Jiang Yu's heart finally settled down. He currently owns two collections, namely the Holy Sword and the Tooth of the Evil Dragon Fraga. If nothing unexpected happens, he should win. Guiyang walked to the back of the booth where the last piece of collection was displayed and lifted the black cloth above it with his fingers. A strange scene appeared, and all the players widened their eyes. The exhibition stand was empty, without any collections. Next, we will auction the 10th item in the collection, the Emperor's new clothes. It is said that the clothes were made by two highly skilled craftsmen, using 81 of the most precious materials in the world. They are as thin as a cicada's wing and as light as nothing. Only very smart people can see it. Stupid people cannot see it. The starting price is 10 million, and each bid increase must not be less than 1 million. Jiang Yu tried his best to control his expression, but he couldn't hold it back anymore. What the hell? This is not the king's new clothes. It is clearly the emperor's new clothes. Anyone who has read that old fairy tale, everyone knows very well that the emperor's new clothes do not exist at all. So the 10th item in the collection is air. 401 million. A voice was heard off the field. It was the middle-aged man, number 42. He looked excited and raised his bidding card. After he finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Yu and the others with a smug smile. Let you compete with me. I guess I have the most gold coins now. Let's see who can grab this precious piece of clothing from me. Jiang Yu was stunned again. Could it be that player 42 has really never read this fairy tale? Or is he a fool? However, there is indeed nothing wrong with what he said. At this moment, player no. 42 still has 460 million gold coins left, and is indeed the player with the most gold coins on the field. He only needs to add 1 million more to surpass Zai Qing, and he will be able to secure the last piece of the collection. But why would he grab the heir? He doesn't really think it's a treasure, does he? Jiang Yu was puzzled. After 3 confirmations, the 10th collection finally belongs to player number 42. All the collections have been auctioned off. Weird Sheep walked slowly to the first collection stand, glanced at the players below, licked his lips, and said excitedly, "All collections have been auctioned off. Now, I will announce the value of each collection, and the 2 players with the highest collection value will win the game. The remaining players will be eliminated, and your hearts will belong to me." At this moment, a voice from the audience interrupted her. "Wait, I want to use this prop card." Hearing this voice, it was the middle-aged man number 42 who was speaking. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Something was wrong. In this death game, according to the rules, each person can only use 1 prop card at most. Player number 42 has never used the prop card. Although Jiang Yu remained cautious and wary of the other party did not use any prop cards until the end of the auction. It turns out that it has been kept until now. Number 42 held up a prop card and looked at the strange sheep on the stage with a firm gaze. "Bring up the prop card." Guiyang seemed a little surprised and gave the order. Immediately, a man with a bullhead mask stepped forward, took the prop card from the middle-aged man number 42, came to the stage, and presented it respectfully. After Guiyang took it, he glanced at the prop card, nodded, and showed the front of the prop card to all players with a cold voice. Player number 42 used the S-level item card Bandit. The triggering effect of this card is: you can snatch an item from any player, including prop cards, in-game props, points, property, etc., without any restrictions. Note, any prop card below S-level cannot resist its effect. Player No. 42, you are allowed to use this prop card. Which player do you want to use it on? What item do you want to snatch? Guiyang looked at the middle-aged man number 42 with a calm tone, as if this had nothing to do with her. The middle-aged man number 42 slowly turned his head and glanced coldly at Jiang Yu and the young man number 21, finally stopping at Jiang Yu. He showed a cold smile, and suddenly he stretched out his finger, pointed directly at Jiang Yu, and said in a deep voice, "I want to take away his sword." Comments: Jiang Yu's heart tightened, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Am I going to die here today? In the past, he always used prop cards to mess with others crazily. Now he finally experienced this feeling. It was painful, very painful, but there was nothing I could do. His back was almost soaked with sweat, but Jiang Yu had a blank expression on his face, as if being robbed of the sword had nothing to do with him. Yes, the sacred sword of player 6 now belongs to. At this time, the middle-aged man number 42 suddenly hesitated, interrupted the strange sheep, pointed at the young man number 21 and said, "Wait, I regret it. I'd better grab the stone tablet from player number 21. Are you kidding me? You want to die?" On the stage, Guiyang stared at the middle-aged man number 42, and his voice suddenly turned cold. The temperature around us suddenly dropped sharply, as if we had arrived at an extremely cold hell. "I was wrong. I won't change it. I want that slate." The middle-aged man, number 42, shuddered. At this moment, he felt as if the god of death was staring at him, and his whole body was cold. Young man number 21 could no longer sit still. He turned around and stared at young man number 42 with anger on his face. His chest heaving, he looked like he wanted to chop him a few times. He is always calm and has seen all kinds of situations in professional Go competitions. However, he had never been so angry as he was now, and words could not describe it. The collection that he had purchased at auction with a huge investment, and which he considered to be the most valuable, was simply snatched away by someone. This feeling is like a painter who has worked hard for many years and finally completed his most proud work, but it was torn up and trampled underfoot without respect in front of everyone. The item card takes effect. The ownership of the mysterious slate has changed. The final ownership is player number 42. The cold voice of the cunning sheep sounded, as if announcing a trivial matter. Next, I will announce the value of each collection in turn. First is the first collection, The Heart of the Brave. The story mentioned that the ring was damaged by Isabella's daughter, Alia. After being evaluated by an appraiser, it was determined that the ring was a fake and was actually a copy made by later generations. Its final value is 2 million gold coins. As Guiyang finished speaking, the middle-aged man no. 42 turned pale. He didn't expect that he spent 90 million and only got a fake, which was a huge loss. Others breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they gave up the bidding at that time, otherwise they would have been wronged if they had bought this fake. Especially young man number 21, who snorted coldly, a look of sarcasm on his face, and his anger subsided a little. Guiyang didn't care about the crowd's reaction at all. He came to the exhibition stand of the second collection and slowly read out. Next is the second collection, the scales of the evil dragon Fraga. There are hundreds of thousands of scales on the body of the evil dragon Fraga. This is just one of them. It can be used to make armor and is of average value. After evaluation by the treasure appraiser, its final value is 5 million gold coins. The expression of no. 21 youth, who was laughing at number 42 just a second ago, suddenly changed, and the smug smile on his face froze in an instant. As the strange sheep's voice fell, his expression changed from astonishment to disbelief, and then gradually became gloomy. He didn't expect that the dragon scales he bought at a cost of 51 million yuan would turn out to be worthless garbage, only worth 1/10 of the price. Then, Guiyang came to the third collection, glanced at the people below the stage, and slowly said, "Next is the third item in the collection, the key to the evil dragon Fraga's treasure house. There is a treasure house hidden in the evil dragon Fraga's cave. The treasures he has plundered from all over the world for hundreds of years are all stored in it. There are countless treasures, including gems, diamonds, weapons, etc. After evaluation by treasure appraisers, its final value is 300 million gold coins." Hearing Guiyang's words, the middle-aged man no. 42 was very excited. He was so excited that he even wanted to cheer a few times. This collection is so valuable that the previous two pieces are worth several million. This collection is worth over 300 million gold coins. Invincible. Next, he has a mysterious stone tablet that he stole from youth number 21, so he has won the game. Guiyang slowly walked to the fourth collection and introduced it to everyone. Her tone was still cold, and no emotion could be heard. Next is the fourth collection, the mysterious stone tablet. It is said that it records the true history of the lost kingdom of Avalon, but due to multiple copies made by later generations, the stone tablet is almost broken, and its value is extremely low. After evaluation by treasure appraisers, its final value is 2.5 million gold coins. Hearing this, the middle-aged man no. 42 stood up excitedly and almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. Oh shit. He didn't expect that he had wasted his most valuable prop card and ended up snatching such a broken thing. If he had known this earlier, he would have just snatched the big sword from player number 6. I hope that sword is also a fake. At this moment, he could only comfort himself. Next is the fifth item in the collection, the holy sword. Guiyang walked to the fifth booth, and his voice suddenly became serious, with an incomparable solemnity. The holy sword that has been passed down through generations in the Arthur family is engraved with runes of ancient gods and possesses extremely powerful attack power. It can pierce through anything in the world. Even the most defensive shield cannot withstand its attack. Arthur killed the evil dragon Fraga with it. After evaluation by the treasure appraiser, its final value is. At this point, Guiyang's voice gradually lengthened, and he deliberately paused for a second, giving people a feeling of scratching his head and wanting to know urgently. 1.8 billion gold coins. When the middle-aged man number 42 heard this number, he froze instantly. His face turned pale and cold sweat broke out. He slumped weakly on the sofa, his eyes wide open, full of disbelief and regret, as if the whole world was collapsing before his eyes. Why? Why should he change? If I had known earlier, I would have snatched the sword and won. He had been planning to grab the sword. Somewhere in the dark, he seemed to hear a voice appearing in his mind. Grab the slate number 21. Such an inconspicuous thing is definitely the most valuable. He felt that this might be guidance from God. So he quickly changed his mind. Unexpectedly, he was badly cheated. The first instinct is more important. He sat on the sofa, his head buzzing, and the whole world seemed to have nothing to do with him. Guiyang was on the stage, walking towards the next collection and starting to read it out. However, the voice seemed to be distorted in his ears. Next is the sixth item in the collection, the Guardian armor. He reacted suddenly. Yes, I have two more collections. They are Guardian armor and the Emperor's new clothes. Maybe these two collections are worth more than the Holy Sword. Just like this armor of protection, it is the armor Arthur wore when he defeated the dragon. One is the sword in the hand, and the other is the armor on the body. They are not much different in value, right? What if it's worth tens of billions of gold coins? Thinking of this, the middle-aged man No. 42 sat up straight and stared at the strange sheep. His breathing began to become rapid, and he was looking forward to what the other party would say next. The armor that Knight Arthur once wore has seen him through hundreds of battles and is covered with scars. It is now almost damaged and unusable, and its value is extremely low. After evaluation by treasure appraisers, its final value is 2.5 million gold coins. After Guiyang finished speaking, the middle-aged man No. 42 was stunned. He couldn't believe what he heard. They are both Arthur's weapons. One is the holy sword and the other is the shield. Why are the prices so different? Man No. 21 showed a hint of sarcasm, and Jiang Yu sneered. Zai Qing didn't seem to care. She was anxiously waiting for the announcement of the price of her collection. The strange sheep slowly walked towards the seventh collection, which was the Eternal Crown. She gently held up the crown, and her voice suddenly became solemn. Next is the seventh item in the collection, the Eternal Crown. The crown passed down from generation to generation in the Kingdom of Avalon, was jointly crafted by 8 highly skilled craftsmen. The material used is heavenly gold, which is extremely precious. It has witnessed countless classic moments and is of great significance. Princess Isarab wore it again at her wedding, and the eyes of the people in the whole city were attracted by it. After evaluation by treasure appraisers, its final value is 1.2 billion gold coins. Wow! As soon as he finished speaking, Zai Qing shouted excitedly. She originally just thought the collection was very beautiful, and she liked it so much that she tried her best to take a picture of it. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a very valuable collection, worth 1.2 billion gold coins, second only to the sacred sword. Other players were filled with regret. Player number 21, in particular, clenched his fists. The middle-aged man, number 42, was also a little dumbfounded. Only Jiang Yu did not appear too surprised, because he already knew the value of this collection. At the beginning, there were simply no assets to bid for. Otherwise, he would have to take this collection into his possession. Next is the 8th item in the collection, the Shield of Holy Light. The strange sheep walked to the 8th booth, where the gorgeous shield was placed. The shield that the king gave to Knight Arthur is inlaid with a large blue gem. The rune power is insufficient, and its overly powerful defensive function is actually a rumor spread by the people. It only has a certain decorative function and is of average value. After evaluation by treasure appraisers, its final value is 12 million gold coins. Hearing this, young man No. 21 widened his eyes with disbelief and felt his head buzzing. He spent more than 400 million gold coins to buy such a broken thing, ornamental, gaudy. He felt like he was going to vomit blood. This is a collection he is very optimistic about, but it is only worth more than 10 million. The rest of the people looked at youth number 21 with a gloating look on their faces. The middle-aged man No. 42 kept praying in his heart. Next, he had another collection, the king's new clothes. It would be great if I could sell it at a sky-high price. Maybe I could surpass the girl number 24. Next is the 9th item in the collection, the tooth of the evil dragon Fraga. The dragon's fang contains some special ingredients that can be made into a drug that can bring the dead back to life. Therefore, it is extremely valuable. After evaluation by treasure appraisers, its final value is 700 million gold coins. The words of the strange sheep fell. Jiang Yu was a little surprised. He originally just wanted to buy one more piece of the collection, but he always felt insecure with only one sacred sword. He didn't want to grab the last piece of the collection. He thought the Shield of Holy Light was flashy and useless, so he didn't fight for it. Therefore, he finally set his sights on the tooth of the evil dragon Fraga. He guessed at the time that this might be the 3rd most precious collection. This is because the characters in the story seem to value life very much, and as a medicinal ingredient that can bring the dead back to life, it must have very high value. Unexpectedly, this collection of dragon teeth is actually worth 700 million gold coins. He is incredibly lucky. Now, if nothing unexpected happens, he should have won the game securely. Others looked at Jiang Yu with envy, especially the middle-aged man number 42, who also wanted to snatch the collection. But unfortunately, he didn't have enough gold coins. Next is the 10th item in the collection, the Emperor's new clothes. Weird Sheep walked to the 10th booth and glanced coldly at the audience below. There was a faint sense of uneasiness in the air, and everyone was waiting for the final result. It is said that 2 fraudulent weavers forged the identities of weaving masters to please the king. They made up new clothes out of thin air. In fact, they did not exist at all. No one wants to admit that he is a fool, so everyone pretends to be able to see it, including the king. Therefore, without the need for an appraiser to evaluate it, its final price is 0 gold coins. The voice of the strange sheep sounded slowly. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes, looking somewhat bored. He thought he could come up with something fancy, but unexpectedly, it was just telling the fairy tale again. Damn it, is this still possible? I'm so. No. 42 stood up excitedly and cursed loudly, as if he had cursed out all the dirty words he could think of in his life, venting his anger. I didn't expect that there would be such a great liar who could play the king around. After listening to this, Zai Qing widened her eyes and muttered to herself. Young man number 21 was also a little surprised. This storyline was something he had never thought of. It was very novel and interesting. But what does this have to do with him? The value of the 10 collections has been revealed, and all he has is a pile of junk. In comparison, players number 6 and number 24 own the most valuable collections. That damn no. 6, he actually owns 2 extremely precious collections. Although he already knew that player number 6 probably knew what the precious collections were, the other party's expression was too rich. No matter which collection it was, he would bid as if he was risking his life, sometimes excited, sometimes calm, making it impossible for others to see through his thoughts and know which one he was really targeting. Just like myself, I was fooled by him into bidding for that mysterious stone slab at a high price. No, it should be said that it was a broken stone slab that had no use at all, although it was finally snatched away by player no. 42. At the same time, Jiang Yu had already calculated in his mind the value of each player's collection and sorted them from high to low. First place, number 6, Jiang Yu, 2.5 billion gold coins. Second place, number 24, 1.2 billion gold coins. Third place, number 42, 304.5 million gold coins. Fourth place, number 21, 17 million gold coins. Jiang Yu smiled slightly. It seems that the winner of this death game has been decided. With the first place, 2.5 billion gold coins, and an absolute advantage, he crushed all other players and easily won the game. Zai Qing was also extremely happy. She had not expected that she would get the second place just by casually taking a picture of a collection. At this time, Guiyang suddenly glanced at everyone and said slowly, "Dear players, please wait a moment. The game isn't really over. Did you notice the remaining gold coins on your table?" Hearing this, Jiang Yu was stunned. There won't be a reversal at this point, right? His 2 collections are worth more than 2 billion gold coins. How could he lose? Moreover, he clearly remembered the rules that the pig-faced masked man had explained. After the auction is over, the host announces the value of the collection. The 2 players with the highest value collections win, and the rest are eliminated. Here, there are 2 key pieces of information. The first is that the collection has the highest value, and the second is that there are 2 of them. The gold coins on the table are not part of the value of the collection, right? He frowned slightly and stared at the strange sheep on the stage, wanting to see what she would say next. Everyone, although the values of your collections vary, the player with the lowest value collection will lose this death game. However, you are lucky. There is a highly skilled master craftsman here who can transform and upgrade the collection you have. But he needs 2 things. First, the remaining gold coins on your table. Second, one of your eyes. Because this master likes to eat people's eyeballs as snacks. Hey, the strange sheep makes a creepy laugh. She paused, then continued. But no matter what you do in this world, you have to take risks and take consequences. Nothing comes easy. This master, despite his high level, will always fail. You give him the gold coins and eyeballs, and then designate a certain collection to be transformed and upgraded. In the end, there will be two possible results. First, the value of this collection can be multiplied by 5 to 10 times. Of course, the value here refers to the gold coins you submitted. In short, if you give the master 300 million gold coins, the value of your collection can increase to up to 3 billion gold coins. Second, if the master fails, your collection will be damaged, and its final value will be 0 gold coins. In addition, the gold coins you invested will not be returned. Now, each of you has 10 minutes to think about it. After 10 minutes, tell me your choice. Would you like to spend gold coins to upgrade one of your collections? You can choose yes or no. By the way, let me give you a little tip. The master's transformation success rate is very high. The strange sheep stood on the stage, a pair of cold eyes flickering. Under the mask, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a strange smile, as if she was enjoying the inner struggle and fear of everyone at the moment. After listening to her story, Jiang Yu looked a little solemn and started thinking quickly in his mind. No wonder everyone has a starting asset of 1 billion. The minimum amount for each increase in price is 1 million. This seems to be a small reminder that keeping your gold coins will be very useful. Suppose you only spend 100 million gold coins to grab a collection. After the auction is over, you can use the remaining 900 million gold coins, plus an eyeball, to get a collection worth 9 billion gold coins. Of course, this is also a gamble, and the master gambler will not fail. And more importantly, he had to sacrifice one of his eyes. Only a ruthless person can do this. Jiang Yu quickly listed in his mind the remaining gold coins of each player. Number 6, Jiang Yu, 137 million gold coins. Player 21, 387 million gold coins. Player 24, 400 million gold coins. Player 42, 59 million gold coins. He himself is currently ranked first, so naturally he doesn't need to fight hard. Player number 21 is ranked 4th. If nothing unexpected happens, he may sacrifice one of his eyes to gain a chance. As for Zai Qing, it's hard to say. She is now ranked 2nd. If player number 21 succeeds in his bet, the value of the collection will increase to more than 3 billion gold coins. So she dropped from 2nd place to 3rd place, which meant she was eliminated. Even if she upgrades and transforms the collection, there are risks. Maybe this eternal crown, which was originally worth 1.2 billion, would be directly scrapped by the master. Player number 42 is no longer meaningful, as he only has 59 million gold coins left. Even if he increases it tenfold, it will only be close to 600 million gold coins, and he still cannot be in the top 2. So he was destined to die here today. Jiang Yu looked from a distance. Sure enough, Zai Qing covered his head with his hands, looking a little painful, as if hesitating whether to sacrifice one of his eyes. He sighed softly. If he were Zai Qing, he would probably be in the same dilemma at this moment. It's not right to go, and it's not right not to go. This is the most painful choice in life. Soon, 10 minutes later. The strange sheep glanced at the people below the stage, and the cold voice sounded again. Everyone, have you made your choice? Please tell me. As soon as he finished speaking, young man number 21 raised his hand resolutely. His expression was calm, as if he was preparing to die. Great, does anyone else want to give it a try? It might increase the value of your collection tenfold. The strange sheep licked his lips, and there was endless temptation in his voice, as if to drag people into the abyss of desire. Jiang Yu looked at Zai Qing, who was still holding his head, bending over and saying nothing, even though player number 21 had already stood up. The middle-aged man, no. 42 slumped in the chair, as if all the strength in his body had been drained away. His face was as pale as paper, and his eyes stared blankly at the ground, as if all his hopes had been completely crushed. His lips trembled slightly, but no sound came out, as if he had lost even the strength to cry. Player number 21 has one more chance to turn the tables, and all he has to do is sacrifice one of his own eyes. And he didn't even have the chance to sacrifice his eyes. How can I turn the situation around if I don't even have the principle? He could only wait to die here, and this painful torture made him feel cold all over. Why? Why should I grab the last piece of collection, the damn king's new clothes? After waiting for a while, the audience was still silent. Player number 21, how many gold coins do you want to donate, and which collection do you want to transform? Confirm once again whether you are willing to donate one of your eyes at the same time. Guiyang stared at Youth No. 21 and asked slowly, I am willing to give all the gold coins, 387 million gold coins, and one eye. The collection I want to transform is the Shield of Holy Light. Young man No. 21 had a gloomy expression on his face. He spoke almost word by word, his words filled with endless hatred. Agree. Guiyang gestured with his hand, and immediately two men with bullhead masks stepped forward and untied the shackles on the hands of young man No. 21. Then he led him to the back of the stage curtain, and Jiang Yu and others stared at the red curtain on the stage. Could it be that the master is behind that curtain? Not long after, a heart-wrenching scream was heard from behind the red curtain. It sounded exactly like Youth number 21, as if he was in extreme pain. The sharp cry echoed throughout the hall, filled with unspeakable despair and pain. At this moment, Zai Qing stood up suddenly and stared at the strange sheep on the stage. Jiang Yu felt a little surprised and couldn't help but feel curious. What does she want to do at this moment? Zai Qing seemed a little uneasy. She clenched the corners of her clothes with both hands, and her knuckles turned white. Her face was as pale as paper, her lips trembled slightly, and there was no blood in her face, as if all her strength had been exhausted. Her eyes were particularly eye-catching. They should have been gentle, but now they were full of madness and stubbornness. Her eyes were as sharp as torches, fixed on the treacherous sheep on the stage, revealing a determination not to give up until her goal was achieved, and even a hint of chilling paranoia. I am willing to sacrifice one of my eyes and put the remaining gold coins into it to transform my eternal crown. Is that okay? She stared at the strange sheep and spoke slowly. Sorry, the time has passed. You can't go back on your word. Under the mask, Guiyang revealed a strange smile and rejected Ziking coldly and mercilessly. Why can player 42 regret it, but I can't? You violated the fair principles of the game. Zai Qing did not retreat. Her thin body seemed to burst out with powerful energy at this moment. She looked directly at the strange sheep and questioned loudly. Guiyang frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, she replied, What you said makes sense, but... She paused, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I will go ask the master. After saying that, she turned around with seductive steps and walked behind the red curtain. As the strange sheep walked behind the red curtain, the screams of Youth number 21 came to an abrupt end. Jiang Yu frowned slightly, feeling a little uneasy. Ziking, who originally looked well-behaved and weak, at this moment, he looked a little crazy, with a gloomy look on his face, as if he had become a different person, which made him feel a little uneasy. Why was she suddenly willing to sacrifice one of her eyes in exchange for this vague probability? If by any chance her eternal crown was damaged and worth 0 gold coins, all her efforts would be in vain. However, Jiang Yu is now faced with a dilemma. If player number 21 successfully transforms the collection, Ziking also successfully transforms the collection. Then, the value of their two collections may surpass his own. I will become the third place, and there is a possibility of being eliminated. I hope the master will not agree to Ziking's request. Even if they agree, they probably won't all be able to transform successfully, right? These crazy people, anything can be abandoned. Jiang Yu looked at Zai Qing with a complex emotion in his eyes. Not long after, Guiyang walked out from behind the curtain. She walked to the front, looked at Ziking, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The master agreed to your request, but he has a request. In addition to giving up an eye, you also need to give up an ear. But I want to give you a hint. What you lose will no longer belong to you. When you need it again in the future, you will only regret it. Do you agree? Hearing this, Zai Qing's face turned pale instantly, and she subconsciously covered her right ear. It was as if I had already imagined in my mind, one eye was gouged out, one ear was cut off, that ugly appearance. But after only a few seconds of hesitation, she suddenly raised her head with a firm look in her eyes. I do. I will invest the remaining 400 million gold coins and ask the master to transform the eternal crown. The strange sheep clapped slowly, as if it was very satisfied with the result. Then she waved her hand, and immediately two men in bullhead masks came forward from behind, carrying Zai Qing and walking behind the red curtain. Soon, Zai Qing also entered the backstage. Jiang Yu's heart was in suspense. He thought he had won for sure. I didn't expect this to happen. I'm speechless. Now that he is ranked first, he can't try to gain that slim hope, right? Besides, he only had over 100 million gold coins left, so there was no way he would risk his life. This transformation will be more beneficial to players who have more assets and lower value of their collections. The only thing he could do was to keep praying, hoping that just one of player number 21 or player number 24's Ziking would fail. As long as he can survive and win the game, he doesn't care about first or second place. When Zai Qing walked to the back of the stage, not long after, the familiar scream was heard again. However, this time, the screams were sharper, accompanied by violent crying, as if a person's hair was being put into a machine and then the scalp was being torn off alive, making the howling sounds of ghosts and wolves. The pain is comparable to the extreme pain of childbirth. Jiang Yu and the middle-aged man number 42 outside the field both felt a little creepy. The middle-aged man, no. 42 shuddered unconsciously, with a hint of relief in his eyes. Fortunately, he had no gold coins to upgrade. Otherwise, he might also have to endure this extreme pain. About 3 or 4 minutes later, young man no. 21 and Zai Qing were carried out by 4 men wearing bullhead masks. The left eyeball of youth number 21 has disappeared, leaving only a dark eye socket. His face is still covered in blood, as if someone had gouged his eyeball out alive. Zai Qing was even more miserable. Her right eyeball had long disappeared, and blood was constantly flowing out of her eye socket. Her right ear had also disappeared, as if it had been cut off by a knife. The 2 men had dull expressions and distorted faces, as if they had experienced extreme pain, but their only remaining eye was filled with fear, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying. They were helped back to their seats and put back in the shackles. Dear players, please wait a moment. The master will now transform and upgrade the collection. It will take about half an hour. Weird Sheep waved his hand to signal everyone to wait quietly. Then, 2 men in bullhead masks came on stage and slowly pushed the 2 exhibits, the Shield of Holy Light and the Crown of Eternity, behind the red curtain. Soon, a low metallic collision sound was heard from behind the curtain, as if a huge machine was slowly starting up. Then, a sharp metal friction sound rang out, like a rusty iron plate scraping hard. The knocking sounds gradually became rapid, accompanied by deep echoes, like a hammer hitting steel, low and powerful. There was an electric humming sound and an occasional hissing sound, and finally, all sounds stopped abruptly. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster. He stared at the red curtain and prayed silently in his heart. At this moment, the entire venue fell into an eerie silence, and everyone's eyes were focused on the curtain, waiting for the final result to be revealed. Everyone's heart was in their throat, especially Jiang Yu, who could almost feel his heart beating violently in his chest. Weird Sheep walked forward slowly, with a hint of excitement in her eyes. She waved her hand vigorously, signaling the man in the bullhead mask to push out the collection behind the curtain. Everyone, the long-awaited moment has arrived. Her voice was a little cold. Please enjoy the master's masterpiece. 4 men wearing bullhead masks walked behind the curtain. Soon, 2 of them came out, pushing a piece of collection each. First, it's player 21's Holy Light Shield. After being upgraded and transformed by the master, its final value is 1.96 billion gold coins. Guiyang's voice sounded a little excited, and she stretched out her hand to signal everyone to look at the shield. I saw that the originally silver-white shield had undergone a drastic change at this moment. The shield has been transformed from silver to black and gold. The central sapphire shines with starlight, and the runes around it flow with glimmering light. The front of the shield emits a faint golden light, revealing mystery in its majesty, especially the flashing runes on it, which make people feel uneasy. Young man no. 21 began to tremble with excitement, and his originally pale face seemed to have some life in it. Jiang Yu's heart finally settled down, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He won. Zai Qing stared at the strange sheep closely, eager to know the value of the eternal crown after the transformation. A sense of luck also arose in her heart. Fortunately, she chose to bet everything, otherwise, she would have been out by now. Next, it's player 24's Eternal Crown. After being upgraded and transformed by the Master, its final value is 4.4 billion gold coins. Guiyang's voice became even more excited, and he paused for a moment, stretching out his voice before finally saying the astonishingly high price. She walked up to the crown and wanted to touch it gently with her fingers, but she didn't dare to touch it, as if she was afraid of offending this extremely precious collection. At this moment, the crown on the stand also underwent a drastic change. After the transformation, the Eternal Crown glows with pure golden light. The ruby on the top becomes as deep as blood, with black lines inside and gold threads running through it, making the surrounding gems even more dazzling. The carvings on the edges are covered in black and gold runes, adding mystery and pressure, as if making the crown a powerful artifact rather than a mere decoration. Hearing this, player 21 looked at the dazzling crown with a look of despair on his face. He knew that even though he had endured endless pain, there was no hope of survival. He still lost. His heart was filled with extreme unwillingness, but he could do nothing about it. This was the cruelty of the death game. Zai Qing slumped in her seat, her face pale, her right eye empty, blood slowly flowing out of her eye socket, but she seemed to feel no pain at all. Ha ha ha, I win. She suddenly covered her face with her hands and laughed. Her laughter was full of madness, as if it was a laugh from the heart, and her whole body was in a twisted ecstasy. The laughter was so sharp that Jiang Yu and the others felt their hair stand on end and felt a chill to the bone. Jiang Yu was even more incredulous. Was this still the Zai Qing he was familiar with? She was completely different from her previous well-behaved and weak behavior, as if she had turned into a crazy. Could it be that before, she was also deliberately disguising herself like Xiao Han did? Jiang Yu fell into deep thought. Guiyang walked to the front of the stage, glanced at the players in the auction hall, and said slowly with a solemn and serious expression, "Dear players, I will now announce the final result. The value of each player's final collection is as follows. First place, player number 24. The total value of the collection is 4.4 billion gold coins. Second place, player number 6. The total value of the collection is 2.5 billion gold coins. Third place, player number 21. The total value of the collection is 1.965 billion gold coins. Fourth place, player number 42. The total value of the collection is 17 million gold coins. So, the final winners are player 24 and player 6. Players 21 and 42 are eliminated. Weird Sheep stared at the crowd, licked his lips, and said excitedly, "Player number 6, we will meet again. Next time I will eat your heart, it's so delicious. I can already smell its aroma." Hearing this, Jiang Yu felt a little uncomfortable. As the saying goes, you are not afraid of being robbed by thieves, but you are afraid of being remembered by thieves. I'll let you go this time. But I'm sorry, player 21 and player 42, you will stay here forever, and your bodies belong to me. The strange sheep suddenly laughed wildly and opened its arms. The entire auction hall suddenly shook violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. The vibration became more and more intense. Jiang Yu even felt his stomach churning, and a severe feeling of nausea came over him. Then, the whole person was shaken as if being loaded into a washing machine and completely fainted. When he woke up again, he found himself lying in the hall, with several players staring at him coldly. They seemed a little confused, not knowing where Jiang Yu and others were taken. Jiang Yu slowly stood up. Zai Qing was still lying on the ground, still in a coma. There was a look of pain on her face, one of her eyes had disappeared, and blood was still oozing out. Likewise, one of her ears was cut off. Now, her beauty seems to have disappeared and she has turned ugly, but she still has a kind of morbid beauty, perhaps because her original appearance was very delicate and clean. Half a minute later, Zai Qing woke up. She covered her ears, struggled to stand up painfully, and looked up at the pig-faced masked man, her eyes still full of unyielding will. The pig-faced masked man glanced at the audience and clapped his hands. "Very good. Let us congratulate players number 6 and number 24 for winning the game. There are now 7 players left." As he spoke, he looked at Jiang Yu and nodded slightly. The message of the god's gambling seed came to Jiang Yu's mind. This death game obtains the power of gambling life, the seed grows, and the host's power is enhanced. The pig-faced masked man continued. Players number 6 and no. 24, please collect your item cards. The rest of the players will return to their rooms in order after the settlement. He paused, and a strange smile appeared under the mask. By the way, I can give you a little hint about the game tomorrow night. The game is called Weight of Life. Good luck to you. See you tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. After returning to the room, Jiang Yu checked the prop card that was awarded after winning the game. B-level item card, requirements. Introduction. Use this prop card to make a request to the referee, and the other party can choose whether to agree or not. If they disagree, they can change the request until they agree. After seeing the introduction of this prop card, Jiang Yu fell into deep thought. This prop card seemed to be quite interesting. Could he just ask the referee to let him be first? However, this item card is only B-level, so I'm afraid the requirements that can be made will not be very high. Jiang Yu ate some bread, drank a few sips of mineral water, and fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up again, it was already 7 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day, and there was only an hour left before the game started. He rubbed his head and felt that his head had been hurting more and more recently, as if it was about to explode. Perhaps it was because they had been in this hellish place for too long that they began to feel uncomfortable. There were still 7 players left, and they hoped to end this cruel death game as soon as possible. I can go out and see Yin Yin. Jiang Yu was looking forward to it very much and felt full of energy. He even couldn't wait for the death game tonight. The Weight of Life? What game is this? 8 o'clock in the evening. Everyone gathered in the hall. The pig-faced masked man appeared on the platform on time as usual. The hall was empty and seemed a little deserted. A dozen days ago, there were still 50 people here. At that time, the place was bustling with people and had a very lively feeling. Now, almost all of them are dead, with only 7 players left. They stood in isolation, their eyes full of vigilance, guarding against other players. The pig-faced masked man glanced at the people below the stage and slowly spoke. Dear players, tonight's game is a little special. I will no longer announce the rules of the game. Game name, Weight of Life. Number of players, 4. Game time, 1 hour. The 4 players will be taken to separate game venues, and a host will then tell you the rules of the game. Note, in this game, only one person can survive in the end, and the winning conditions for all players are the same. Hey now, is there anyone who would like to sign up for the competition? The man in the pig-faced mask laughed strangely, his eyes wandering between Jiang Yu and the others. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Yu stood up. He had a stern expression on his face. He looked at the pig-faced masked man and just nodded slightly, not even bothering to raise his hand. The man with the pig-faced mask naturally understood what he meant and looked at the others, but everyone else kept silent. In that case, I will randomly select the remaining 3 players. The man with the pig face mask chuckled and pointed at the big screen. All the players looked at the big screen. The avatar selection box first locked onto Jiang Yu and then quickly scrolled again. The second player selected is player number 13. Jiang Yu soon spotted the other person's figure. It was a woman with fiery red wavy hair. Her hair was as bright as flames and scattered on her shoulders. What is strange is that her eyes seem to be green and bright, her skin is dark, but her facial features are delicate and 3-dimensional, and her figure is slender. Next, the third player selected is player number 24. Jiang Yu was a little surprised. It was Zai Qing again. How unlucky must she be to be selected to participate in the death game again and again? This luck must be extremely bad. She encountered this kind of low-probability event. Then, the last player selected was player number 27. He was a tall and strong man with short dark brown hair that was slightly messy but full of masculinity, an angular face, and sharp and deep eyes. His slightly rough stubble, combined with his bronze skin, exudes a wild and unruly charm. The other party didn't look like someone who was easy to mess with, and Jiang Yu was secretly shocked. Very good, now the 4 players have been selected. Please stand in front. I'm about to take you to the playground. The pig-faced masked man ordered. Jiang Yu and 4 others stood in front of the crowd, and the other 3 looked unhappy. Especially Zai Qing, she wrapped her ears and eye sockets with white cloth, which looked a bit scary. like a patient with head injury after a car accident, with her head wrapped tightly. Jiang Yu felt a needle K his neck and passed out. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a creepy room. The room was dim and cold. The only source of light was an old light bulb hanging from the ceiling. It emitted a faint yellow light that flickered and seemed like it would go out at any time. Under the light, there was a cold iron bed with a mottled and rusty surface, covered with a tattered cloth soaked in blood. There were several worn leather belts scattered on the ground beside the bed, which were obviously used to restrain people. The walls around the room were mottled, and the corners were covered with dark brown stains, as if they were bloodstains that had not been cleaned for many years. The walls were covered with all kinds of knives, including scalpels, saws, scissors, and some sharp instruments whose uses were unrecognizable. The blade reflected a faint light in the dim light, cold and deadly. The floor of the room was also extremely dirty, covered with dirty blood and sticky liquid, emitting a strong smell of blood that was nauseating. The table near the iron bed was piled with all kinds of disgusting tools, including syringes, pliers, scissors, and several bottles of unlabeled medicine. The table was in a mess, and there were several pieces of blood-stained rags and tape. In the corner, there was an upright turntable with numbers written on it. Next to the turntable was a small table with a silver pistol on it. In another corner of the wall, there was a huge container filled with scarlet liquid, and it was impossible to tell what the liquid contained. There seemed to be some kind of electronic screen under the container, and at this moment, the number displayed on it was 0. The air was filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant, making people feel a little uncomfortable. Jiang Yu felt a chill running down his spine. This time, the playground made him feel so frightened. After a while, the iron door of the room opened, and a man with a bullhead mask walked in, but he was different from the past. He was wearing a butcher's apron like a pig killer and holding a tablet in his hand, which made him look a little out of place. Behind him, there was actually a rabbit doll following him. Jiang Yu's eyes widened suddenly, feeling a little unbelievable, a bunny guard. No, a crying bunny. I actually saw this strange species again. Its eyes were glowing red. Even though he was wearing a mask, Jiang Yu felt goosebumps all over his body. Was this thing going to explode in the room? Could this be the punishment for losing this death game, to be blown to pieces? In this small room, if the weeping rabbit exploded, he had witnessed the intensity of the explosion with his own eyes. There was absolutely no possibility of survival at such a close distance. Hello, Player 6. I am your examiner. Next, I will explain the rules of the game. Please listen carefully. The man in the bullhead mask handed the tablet in his hand to Jiang Yu, his words full of coldness. After Jiang Yu took the tablet, he glanced at the content and found that it was all about human organs, introductions, and scores. He looked up at the man in the bullhead mask, curious about what rules the other party would talk about. The rules of the game are as follows. The tablet in your hand has an introduction to each organ. Each organ will have a corresponding score. If the scores are different, you need to tick the organ you want to discard. Every time an organ is discarded, it will be placed in this container, and the instrument below will display the score. Victory conditions. The player with the highest score wins, and the remaining 3 players are eliminated. The man in the bullhead mask pointed at the container filled with scarlet liquid and said coldly. After hearing these rules, Jiang Yu took a deep breath. Isn't this game too cruel? Even if he wins, he will probably become disabled, right? Now, please take off all your clothes and lie on the bed. I will disinfect you. The man in the bullhead mask looked at Jiang Yu and pointed at the iron bed next to him. Jiang Yu flipped through the tablet in his hand, seemingly ignoring what the other person said. There is on the left side of each organ. You can tick it by clicking it. There are +1 and -1 at the end to select the quantity. The organs on the plate are part of the brain, including part of the frontal lobe, temporal lobe, parietal lobe, occipital lobe, etc. Resection may cause cognitive, sensory, language, or motor dysfunction, but it will not be life-threatening. Score, 100 points. Eyes. Losing one eye will affect depth perception and vision, but it is not fatal. Losing both eyes will cause complete blindness, which will seriously affect the ability to live independently and daily functions, but it will not be life-threatening. Score 30 points per piece. Ears. Losing one ear will affect hearing and sense of direction, but the person can survive. Losing both ears will lead to complete deafness, inability to hear any sound, affecting language communication, but not life-threatening. Score 15 points per piece. Nose. Losing your nose can result in a complete loss of your sense of smell and may cause difficulty breathing, requiring you to breathe through your mouth, increasing the risk of infection and dryness, but it is not life-threatening. Score 20 points. Tongue. Losing the tongue will result in complete loss of language ability and inability to speak normally. It will also seriously affect the ability to chew and swallow food and lead to complete loss of taste, but it will not be life-threatening. Score 40 points. Thyroid gland regulates metabolism. After removal, medication is needed to supplement hormones, but it is not life-threatening. Score 5 points. 1 lung. The human body has 2 lungs responsible for oxygen exchange. Removing 1 lung will cause breathing difficulties, but it will not be fatal. Score 50 points. Partial liver. The liver is a metabolic organ of the human body with strong regenerative ability. After removing part of the liver, there may be certain effects, but it will not be life-threatening. Score 40 points. Gallbladder stores bile. Removal may affect digestion but is not fatal. Score 5 points. Pancreas. Loss of the pancreas will result in lifelong dependence on insulin and enzyme replacement therapy, which may cause serious digestive problems and loss of blood sugar control, but is not directly fatal. Score 40 points. Spleen participates in immunity and blood filtration. The risk of infection increases after removal, but the patient can survive. Score 20 points. 1 kidney. The human body has 2 kidneys, which are responsible for metabolizing waste in the body. 1 kidney is sufficient to maintain body functions, and removing 1 kidney will not be fatal. Score 30 points. Partial stomach. Partial resection affects digestive function but is not fatal. Score 20 points. Partial intestinal removal. Removing part of the intestine will affect digestion and nutrient absorption, but it will not be fatal. Score 20 points. Appendix, a small sac-like organ with no obvious function whose removal has no effect on survival. Score 1 point. Bladder, the bladder is responsible for storing urine. After removal, you will need to rely on alternative methods such as catheterization, but it will not be life-threatening. Score 10 points. Fingers. Fingers are used for fine manipulation and grasping. Losing one will affect the function of the hand, but will not be fatal. Score 5 points per piece. Hands. Hands are important parts for completing delicate operations. Removal of both hands will seriously affect the ability to live in daily life. Losing both hands will seriously affect the ability to live in daily life and make it impossible to complete most operations, but it will not endanger life. Score 15 points per piece. Arms. Losing one arm will severely affect the ability to carry out daily activities, especially fine manual tasks. Losing both arms will greatly limit the ability to live independently, but will not be life-threatening. Score 30 points per piece. Toes. Toes are used for balance and stability. Losing one or more toes may affect gait and balance, but it will have little impact on overall walking ability and will not be fatal. Score 2 points per piece. Feet. Feet are important parts for walking and supporting the body. Losing one foot will significantly affect mobility, and losing both feet will severely limit independent mobility, but it will not be life-threatening. Score 15 points per piece. Legs. Introduction. Legs are the key parts for supporting the body, walking, and moving. Losing one leg will significantly affect the balance and walking ability, and losing both legs will completely lose the ability to walk, but you can still survive. Score 30 points per piece. Reproductive organs. Removal will affect sexual life and reproductive function, but it will not be fatal. Score 10 points. Jiang Yu calculated quickly in his mind that if he discarded everything, the maximum possible score would be over 600. Like fingers, hands, and arms, these are equivalent to duplication. After he tried to check the arm, the fingers and hands turned gray and could not be checked. Jiang Yu frowned slightly. This game was too cruel. No matter which organ it was, he was unwilling to give it up. These organs are the most important parts of the human body. Any loss of any one of them will seriously affect the quality of life. Even if I win the death game in the end and become a disabled person, what's the point? Of these organs, the only one he could bear the pain of sacrificing was probably his appendix. But this appendix is only worth 1 point, which is insulting. As for other organs, such as genitals, Jiang Yu looked down at his crotch and fell into deep thought. Such a precious thing is only worth 10 points. Player 6, please get naked and lie on the bed as soon as possible. I will disinfect you. The bullhead masked man sounded somewhat displeased. Jiang Yu did not take action. He did not believe that others had such courage. Wait, only the highest scorer can win the game. Is there any other solution? Jiang Yu frowned and asked. There is no other way. The only way to win this game is to get the highest score. The man in the bullhead mask spoke coldly, as if he was narrating something that had nothing to do with him. What is that roulette wheel and that pistol for? Jiang Yu glanced at the roulette wheel in the corner and the silver pistol, pointed at it, and asked slowly. That's the second option. The man in the bullhead mask replied coldly. Oh, the second option? Why didn't you tell me that in the beginning? Jiang Yu asked thoughtfully. Because you didn't ask me. The man with the bullhead mask said something out of the blue, almost making Jiang Yu laugh. Tell me about it. Jiang Yu's tone became relaxed. It looks like there is hope. The man with the bullhead mask walked to the turntable and stopped. Then he pointed at it and said, This is a life gambling turntable. The scale on it ranges from 0 to 600 points. For the second option, you don't have to give up your organs. You just need to spin the wheel of life. Finally, the score pointed by the red pointer is the score of this game. Jiang Yu looked at the yellow dial with a large red pointer in the center. At this moment, the direction it is pointing to is at 5 o'clock below. At the very bottom, the 6 o'clock mark, the corresponding score is 0. The top mark at 12 o'clock corresponds to a score of 600. However, this gambling wheel is very strange. The scores are not arranged in order, neither clockwise nor counterclockwise. 0 to 300 points are arranged in the lower half of the turntable, and 301 to 600 points are arranged in the upper half of the turntable. The numbers are arranged randomly. After a quick analysis, Jiang Yu did not find any pattern. For example, to the left of 0 is 32, and to the right is 14, and the order is all messed up. Maybe you can try the roulette wheel? Jiang Yu thought for a moment. With his luck, he would often draw S-level item cards. His luck probability is already very high. Of course, it is worth emphasizing that improved luck only increases the probability, not that you will always have good luck. For example, if someone wants to roll the dice to get a 6, from a probability perspective, it may take 6 times, and he only needs 2 to 3 times. Improved luck does not mean that he will get 6 every time he rolls the dice. There is also a chance of getting 1 or 2. Jiang Yu had observed this a long time ago. If you try this life gambling roulette yourself, you will most likely get a high score. However, there are still certain risks involved. Can I just transfer? No conditions. Jiang Yu thought for a moment, looked at the man with the bullhead mask, and asked thoughtfully. Yes, if you want to choose the second option, you need to pick up the life-threatening pistol on the table and shoot yourself in the head. This is a specially made life-threatening pistol. The magazine cannot be removed. There are only 2 chambers, but only one of them has bullets. The man in the bullhead mask pointed at the silver pistol on the table. Under the light, the pistol glowed coldly. His tone was still cold. That means if I shoot, the chance of survival is 50%, right? Jiang Yu stared at the silver pistol and asked, You can understand it that way. The man in the bullhead mask nodded. Jiang Yu's mind raced. No matter which option it wasn't suitable for him. The first option was to give up his organs, but he was reluctant to do so. The second option is to gamble his life. The probability of half may increase to about 70 to 80% for him, but he still doesn't want to gamble. Because, even if you are not hit, you may not get a high score by spinning the turntable. What if you only get a few points? Wouldn't that mean I've been gambling my life in vain? He didn't really want to do this kind of loss-making business. Unless it is absolutely necessary, he can only gamble his luck. Jiang Yu took out the no-death card from his arms and stared at the skill introduction on it. He suddenly had an urge to give up, or maybe just leave it at that. Choose to give up thinking, and win easily. Isn't this exactly what he wants? At the same time, in another room, Zai Qing also listened to the introduction of the rules. She first looked at the tablet in her hand and then looked at the turntable. Her fingers slid across the tablet, flipping through the descriptions and scores of the organs. At this moment, she suddenly remembered something. That was during the last death game when the weird sheep said something to her. What you lose will no longer belong to you. When you need it again in the future, you will only regret it. The other party may be reminding himself. At that time, I just thought that what this sentence meant was to cherish my eyes and ears. It turns out that these organs also play an important role in this game of death. Suppose other players choose to discard all their organs. But she, who has one less eye and one less ear than others, will never be able to get first place. Zai Qing's face turned pale and he turned to look at the gambling wheel. However, if you choose to gamble on the roulette wheel, the probability of getting 600 points is only 1 in 600. Besides, even with 600 points, no one can get more points than others who give up all their organs. Others probably wouldn't have that much courage, right? Throw away all organs. That is probably the cruelest human being in the world. So, as long as you persist a little and go crazy for 20 seconds, maybe you can win the game? Thinking of this, Zai Qing licked her lips. She turned to look at the bull-headed referee with a crazy look in her eyes. "Excuse me, if I give up my organs, will I be given anesthesia?" The bull-headed referee glanced at her, picked up a bottle of unknown green liquid from the table next to him, and explained. The effect of anesthesia is limited. It can only reduce the pain by about 10%. Oh, that's great. Zai Qing smiled, quickly ticked on the tablet with her fingers, and then handed it to the bull-headed referee. At this moment, the bull-headed referee was a little puzzled as to why the other party showed such a weird smile, as if he was very satisfied, after learning that the anesthesia was very ineffective. He took the tablet and checked it. He saw that except for an eye, an ear, part of the brain and limbs, all the others were checked. Under the mask, he had a strange expression on his face. This female player was too cruel. She only retained the most basic organs to participate in the next game. If all the other organs were discarded, wouldn't she be afraid of the pain? In another room, player no. 13, the female player with fiery red wavy hair, picked up the silver pistol on the table and gave a faint smile to the man in the bullhead mask. "I choose this one. I can't imagine how ugly I would look after having so many organs removed. Either let me win the bet twice. I bet on the pistol and the wheel, and I won them all. Or let me die happily. I want to pass 2 levels in a row. This is my choice." In the last room, player number 27. The tall man with short dark brown hair was pacing in the room at this moment. His brows were furrowed, and his face looked full of worry. No matter what choice you make, it feels like a dead end. What will others choose? Will they have the courage to give up all their organs? Man number 27 frowned even more tightly, as if he had never encountered such a difficult thing in his life. He suddenly stopped and turned to look at the bull-headed referee. "When is the latest I can tick the organ?" Man number 27 asked. The man with the pig-faced mask gave the game time of 1 hour, and he didn't want to waste time. Unlike the bull-headed referee in Jiang Yu's room, this bull-headed masked man seemed indifferent. He had a blank expression on his face and spoke in a cold tone. "Whatever you want, anytime within an hour. But if it's too late, the organ you selected won't be cut off or thrown into the container, and you won't get the corresponding points." Man no. 27 felt a chill running down his spine. If you want to have your body dissected by others, you have to give them more time. What is this? This is so ridiculous. He thought for a moment, took out a prop card from his pocket, and said to the bull-headed referee, "I want to use this prop card." The bull-headed referee took the prop card from Man no. 27 glanced at it and asked, "This is a B-level prop card request. You can make a request to the host." "What do you want?" Man number 27 thought for a moment, then looked at the man with the bullhead mask, a gleam in his eyes. "Can I not give up my organs and still get first place?" The man in the bullhead mask was silent for a moment, then said, "Change your request." Man number 27 lowered his head, frowned, and paced around the room. After a moment, he suddenly raised his head and asked, can I choose to gamble on the wheel and finally get 600 points? The man in the bullhead mask was silent again. He slowly said, change your request. Man, no. 27 looked at the yellow wheel and asked again, then let me try the wheel of life. I want to spin it. Is that okay? The man in the bullhead mask thought for a moment and replied, no, change your request. Man, no. 27 then asked, then, can I have a chance to talk to other players? I want to have a conversation with them. This time, the man in the bullhead mask thought about it and nodded. Okay. He paused, took out a device similar to a walkie-talkie from his arms, and handed it to man number 27. Press and hold the button on the side, and players in other rooms can hear what you say. After man no. 27 took the walkie-talkie, he thought for a moment and pressed the button on the side of the walkie-talkie. While Jiang Yu was thinking, a strong male voice suddenly came from somewhere in the room. Hello, players. I am player no. 27. I used the prop card and got this precious opportunity to communicate. I have something I want to tell you. I hope you guys can listen to it. First of all, unfortunately, the death game we were chosen for is so cruel. They actually want us to sacrifice our organs to compete for everyone's final score. Imagine lying on that dirty iron bed, your hands and feet shackled, and then being judged by that damn executioner, having your stomach ripped open and your organs taken out. The most important thing is that the bottle of that damn thing cannot be called an anesthetic at all, because its anesthetic effect is only 10%. During this period, you will suffer extreme pain, your heart is filled with despair, and you struggle hard, but to no avail. You can only watch helplessly, wailing desperately, and feeling the extreme pain of your organs being cut off. Then, he will use his poor technique to sew up your wound. We may survive for now, but we will become disabled, extremely weak, and extremely ugly. Imagine that we have our ears and noses cut off, our eyes removed, our limbs amputated, and we look so ugly. Like a monster. We may even get a serious infection and not be able to get out alive even if we win the championship. So, I have a suggestion. Why don't we all choose to play the roulette wheel? The victory of this game will be determined by luck. Even if we die, we can either get shot in the head or the collar explodes instantly. We can leave without any pain. I have finished what I have to say. I will eventually choose to gamble my life on the roulette wheel. I hope everyone will consider it carefully. As the voice ended, Jiang Yu's eyebrows moved slightly, and his mind was working rapidly. Quite interesting. Player number 27's suggestion does make some sense. He wants to bring everyone to the same level. Instead of competing in organ removal, let's compete in luck. However, by doing so, he may not necessarily gain an advantage. If he is unlucky, he will still lose the game. Did he really just want to die quickly? Jiang Yu's mouth curled up into a smile. He didn't believe the other party. He took out a prop card from his arms and handed it to the bull-headed referee. Referee, I want to make a request. The bull-headed referee took the prop card, scanned the skills on it, nodded, and asked, what is your request? If Jiang Yu and Man No. 27 were in the same place, he would be surprised to find that they each possessed the same B-level prop card requirements. Can you tell me how to win first place without giving up my organs? Jiang Yu's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he asked slowly, change your request. Under the mask, the bull-headed referee frowned, as if he was thinking. If this difficult player number 6 answers, no, it seems that he is rejecting the other party's request. But there may be an additional underlying meaning, which is equivalent to admitting that there are other ways to win first place, but you just can't tell the other party. That would violate the rules of the game, and I would be killed. The man in the bullhead mask shuddered. This player was simply a devil. So, he finally avoided a direct answer and just said, change the request. Jiang Yu smiled and asked again, then I'll change my request. Can you tell me, can I get a perfect score on the Wheel of Life? The man with the bullhead mask frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, he said again, change your request. His tone became a little cold. Oh, can I try to spin the Wheel of Fortune? He pointed at the yellow turntable and stared at the bull-headed referee, watching his opponent's reaction. The man with the bullhead mask thought for a moment, shook his head, and refused. No, change your request. In that case, I'm going to use this item card. Jiang Yu took out a prop card, stained with old blood from his arms. This prop card was the one Zhang Wen gave him. Its function is so unique. The bull-headed referee took the item card and said slowly, "This A-level item card upgrade can upgrade any C-level or B-level item card to a higher-level item card. Which item card do you want to upgrade?" The bull-headed referee stared at Jiang Yu, looking intimidating without even getting angry. "I want to upgrade this B-rank item card requirements," Jiang Yu said lightly. "Agreed, B-level item card requirement has been upgraded to a level item card requirement." The bull-headed referee nodded and approved. "Well, I would like to repeat my previous requests now. Are some of them achievable?" Jiang Yu stared at the man with the bull-head mask and asked. The man in the bull-head mask stared at Jiang Yu coldly. After a long while, he finally spoke. "I have one last request. I can agree to it and give you one chance to spin the wheel of life." The words of the man in the bull-head mask became increasingly cold. "Okay, then I'll use this A-rank item card request." Jiang Yu walked into the room and stood in front of the huge yellow turntable. After thinking for a moment, he came to the side and turned the turntable up and down slightly, as if trying to find the feel. Then he spun the dial as hard as he could. Finally, the roulette wheel stopped and the red pointer pointed to 28 points. Jiang Yu's mouth curled up into a smile. He already knew the answer. "Give me the tablet. I want to choose which organs to discard." He walked up to the man in the bullhead mask and asked for the tablet. After the other party gave him the computer, he immediately picked it up quickly. When Jiang Yu returned the computer to the bull-headed referee, the other party took the computer and looked at it. His pupils suddenly shrank. "I saw that all the organs on the tablet were checked. Even the brain is no exception. He has lost his brain." The man in the bullhead mask looked at Jiang Yu with a strange expression. Comments. "Player 6, please take off all your clothes and lie on the bed. I will disinfect you." The man in the bullhead mask picked up a large bottle of brown-yellow unknown liquid, then pointed at the dirty iron bed and spoke slowly. The lid of the bottle of liquid was not tightly closed, and it gave off the pungent smell of iodine from a hospital. "Are you sure it's me?" Jiang Yu frowned slightly, and after thinking for a while, he took off all his clothes, climbed onto the iron bed, and then slowly lay down sideways. The moment he lay on the iron bed, he felt as if his back was stuck to ice. The cold feeling instantly penetrated his skin, and the chill went straight to his bones, making him shiver slightly involuntarily. The room was in chaos. The dim light reflected the knives hanging on the walls. The blurred bloodstains on the walls seemed to dye the entire room red. The atmosphere of terror enveloped the surroundings, making people shudder. Just taking a slight breath through your nose, the smell of decay and iodine in the air is suffocating. At this moment, a heart-wrenching scream came from the next room, as if the pain had reached its extreme. Jiang Yu recognized the voice as Zai Qing. The shrill sound of pain seemed to penetrate the walls, making people shudder, as if she was experiencing some indescribable torture. Then, Jiang Yu's hands and feet were tightly fixed with iron shackles. His struggle was futile. He could only raise his head in despair and finally lie down helplessly. The man with the bullhead mask picked up the bottle of unknown liquid and poured it directly on Jiang Yu without paying any attention to the disinfection order. The disinfectant flowed down his head, torso, and limbs, slowly dripping onto the iron bed, then flowing to the ground, staining it yellow. "Disinfection is complete. Now, I'm going to start dissecting the organs." The man with the bullhead mask seemed to be talking to himself, but every word was clearly heard by Jiang Yu. The other party seemed to be looking for something. Jiang Yu turned his head to look. The man with the bullhead mask suddenly took out an electric saw from somewhere, then pulled the rope a few times. With a buzzing sound, the engine started running at high speed and the electric saw started. "Hey, what are you doing?" Jiang Yu's eyes widened, with a hint of fear in his voice. "First saw off the legs." The man in the bullhead mask glanced at him with a cold tone, then came to Jiang Yu's right leg with the chainsaw in hand. In room number 13, the woman with fiery red wavy hair is in. At this moment, she was smiling, raising the pistol and pointing it at her temple. "The countdown hasn't ended yet. Are you sure you want to shoot now?" The bull-headed referee looked a little confused. "What is more terrible than death is waiting for death? I choose to welcome my destiny." Woman number 13 smiled slightly and pulled the trigger. She closed her eyes the moment the sound rang out. However, no gunshots were heard, and she slowly opened her eyes. I won the bet at the first level. I'm going to bet on the second level now. She strode towards the roulette wheel with a determined look in her eyes. Without hesitation, she spun the roulette wheel quickly, using all her strength. The roulette wheel spins rapidly, and the numbers on it gradually blur. At this moment, her eyes suddenly widened, and she realized something was wrong. She looked fiercely at the roulette wheel, and her face turned pale. She looked at the bull-headed referee in disbelief and frowned. There's something wrong with this roulette wheel. The bull-headed referee had a blank expression on his face and said indifferently, I never said it was okay. You are too impulsive. Woman number 13's face turned pale and she slowly loosened her hands. After the life gambling turntable lost power, its speed gradually slowed down. In the end, it stopped at 23 points. Seeing this result, the woman with fiery red wavy hair number 13 fell silent. She gave a bitter smile, pushed herself up with her right hand, and jumped onto the iron bed, muttering, Forget it, it's better to end this crappy game. In the last room, man number 27 stared at the man in the bullhead mask. He sneered and said slowly, At least one of the other 3 people was tricked by me into playing the roulette game. Initially, you wouldn't let me try to spin the roulette wheel, which means there's something wrong with it. So, the player who chooses to gamble with the wheel of life will lose, and the remaining players will compete with me for the total organ score. The essence of this game is actually a competition of intelligence. Am I right? Since this container can detect organ scores, then if I immerse my entire body, including my head, in the container, I can get full marks. Man, no. 27 paused, then sneered again and looked at the man in the bullhead mask, as if he had seen through the trick of this death game. Am I right? After he said that, he stepped into the container with a confident smile on his face. Behind him, the man with the bullhead mask did not stop him, but just looked at him quietly. Man number 27 stood in the container, the cold liquid soaking his legs silently, almost covering his thighs. He glanced down and saw that the scarlet, sticky liquid looked like blood, but it made him feel a little numb. He smiled, as if he was confident of victory and was just waiting calmly for the end of the game. What minute does that instrument show now? Man number 27 asked. At this moment, the score on the instrument panel suddenly became 60 points. This is exactly the score for both legs. The man in the bullhead mask looked at him expressionlessly and said, 60 points. His voice was cold and calm. My guess was right. I'm going to stand here and wait for the game to end. Man, no. 27 said calmly with a smile on his face. As long as he waits until the countdown is about to end, squats down, holds his breath and soaks in the liquid, he will get full marks. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his line of sight was gradually moving downwards. Originally, he was standing in the container, as if looking down at the man in the bullhead mask, but now, their eyes were almost at the same level. Man number 27's eyes widened and he bent down to touch his legs. At this moment, he felt something like bone. He raised one foot and nearly fell down. What he lifted up was a bloody skeleton, with all the skin, muscles, and blood vessels corroded away. Bones are also gradually corroding, just not as fast. Man number 27 was stunned for a moment, then he lowered his head and looked at his leg carefully again. He touched it lightly in disbelief, and his fingertips touched the cold bone. Then he realized what had happened. He was originally full of confidence, but when he saw his legs turned into skeletons, his confidence seemed to collapse instantly, the smile froze on his face, and fear finally overwhelmed him. It turned out that the container contained an odorless, highly corrosive liquid that was quietly corroding his legs. The flesh slowly melted away, leaving only liquid rippling gently, but man number 27 was unaware. His body did not feel any severe pain, but everything was quietly leaving him. Man number 27 looked at the hand that had just touched his leg. At this moment, skin and muscles fell off piece by piece, as if they were boiled meat falling into a pot. Ah! He let out a heart-wrenching scream, his eyes wide open, his face filled with extreme fear, and he struggled desperately, grabbing the edge of the container and trying to climb out. However, the liquid corroded too quickly. His entire lower body was gone, and it had dissolved to the waist. His hand was also dissolved, and he was unable to escape. Man number 27 struggled hard, his screams echoed in the silent room, and the air was filled with indifference and despair. His fingers grasped the edge weakly, but his fingertips slipped down. He could no longer feel his lower body, as if he had fallen into a swamp. He could only watch himself being swallowed by the strange scarlet liquid. The man in the bullhead mask looked expressionlessly at man number 27, who slowly sank into the container. Under the mask, a hint of sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "You are very smart, but unfortunately too smart." He sighed to himself, then opened the door and walked out. Jiang Yu could clearly feel that the high-speed rotating electric saw was approaching his body. The sharp edge of the saw blade had cut through his skin, and blood was oozing out of the wound, accompanied by a tearing pain. The chainsaw made a sharp buzzing sound as metal met flesh, as if it was going to cut off his thigh in the next second. "Hey, are you serious?" Still not stopping, Jiang Yu raised himself up halfway with great effort, stared at the man in the bullhead mask with eyes wide open and breathing rapidly, and said, "How? Are you scared?" The man in the bullhead mask stopped what he was doing, raised the chainsaw, stared at Jiang Yu, and then said, "If you want to regret it now, it's not too late. You can uncheck some of the organs that have been ticked. Or you can choose to gamble on the wheel of life." At this moment, the voice of the man in the bullhead mask was full of temptation, making people want to change their minds according to his suggestion. Jiang Yu's body fell back heavily, making a dull sound. He closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and said firmly, "Damn it, saw it for me." The man in the bullhead mask chuckled and swung the chainsaw in his hand. In an instant, the chainsaw penetrated into Jiang Yu's thigh. Jiang Yu could clearly feel his thighs. The excruciating pain of torn skin came in waves, repeating like the ebb and flow of the tide, making his scalp tingle. Next, the fat layer, the muscle layer. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and veins bulged on his forehead, but he held it in and said nothing. Suddenly, the man in the bullhead mask stopped what he was doing and said to Jiang Yu, "Congratulations, you passed the test." Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He won the bet. At this time, the man in the bullhead mask picked up a bottle of unknown green liquid and poured it on the wound on Jiang Yu's thigh. A cool and comfortable feeling came over him. Jiang Yu half raised himself and looked at his thigh. The wound, which was less than 2 centimeters in size, had healed miraculously quickly and was as good as new. Sure enough, just as he thought, the essence of this game is a test of courage. As for why I make this guess, there are many clues to support this. First, if the winner of this game is already severely disabled, what's the point of him participating in other death games afterwards? Secondly, the roulette wheel is more like a shortcut, and most players tend to stay in their comfort zone, which often interferes with them making the right choice. Third, when Jiang Yu tried to spin the wheel, he noticed that there was something wrong with it. The lower part of the wheel was heavy, the upper part was light, and the red pointer never moved. So no matter how you spin it, the result is bound to be a low score. Fourth, in the speed death race game, Shannon briefly explained the weeping rabbit, which is a substance that intervenes between humans and objects. They have human organs, but they don't have a human heart. And the only thing missing from the tablet is the heart. When the man with the bullhead mask came in, he was followed by a crying rabbit. Fifth, he had previously hypothesized that if he immersed his entire body in the container, would he be able to get all the points? But if that's the case, why are the organs necessary for survival only partial, for example, part of the brain? 1 kidney, not 2 kidneys, and so on. Sixth, he had heard Zai Qing's screams twice. The first time was when he was riding a motorcycle across the bloody river. At that time, Zai Qing let out a scream of extreme fear in the air. The second time was when she chose to sacrifice an eye and an ear to upgrade her collection, the Eternal Crown. At that time, she let out a heart-wrenching scream behind the stage curtain. And the scream he just heard, although the timbre was the same as Zai Qing's, the rhythm, frequency, and tone were completely different. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the sound imitated by the crying rabbit. Seventh, in the past, the man with the bullhead mask would introduce himself like this: "I am the host of this match," or "I am the referee of this match." And in this game, his opening remarks were, "I am your examiner." So this game is more like a test of courage. The eighth point, in the rules described by the man with the bullhead mask, the original words are, "You need to check the box to discard the organs." Who is the subject of the word abandon here? It is not mentioned. The correct statement should have a complete meaning, such as, "The organ you tick will be removed from your body." Ninth, this poorly executed show full of loopholes is really boring. After the disinfection was completed and the anesthetic was not even used, they started sawing off the leg. There is a lot of evidence, which I will not describe in detail. In short, combining multiple clues, Jiang Yu came to a simple conclusion. This game of gambling with one's life actually involves the combination of courage and intelligence, neither of which can be missing. Players need to be calm enough to avoid temptation, see through interference, make the right choices in difficult situations, and have the courage to stick to their choices and not change their decisions at will. In fact, the crying rabbit standing there is equivalent to an open book exam, which is really not difficult. If he were the game designer, he would not have allowed the crying bunny to appear at all, which would have greatly reduced the difficulty. Jiang Yu shook his head slightly. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional, thinking that he was becoming more and more experienced. I even started to think about the problem from the perspective of a game designer. I felt like a top student who saw through the test setter's trick at a glance. The man in the bullhead mask undid Jiang Yu's shackles. Jiang Yu jumped up, jumped off the ground, and quickly put on his clothes. The man in the bullhead mask looked at the crying rabbit indifferently, then pointed at the iron bed. The man's eyes glowed red, as if he was being controlled by someone. Then, the rabbit man took off his clothes and took off his mask, revealing a familiar face. Jiang Yu looked intently and saw the weeping rabbit. This time it had transformed into his appearance again. The fake, Jiang Yu, walked stiffly to the iron bed and lay down on it with his eyes wide open. The man in the bullhead mask walked to the bedside and raised the chainsaw. This time, blood and flesh flew everywhere, accompanied by the roar of the chainsaw. The scene was really hard to describe. The fake Jiang Yu had no expression on his face, but he opened his mouth wide and let out heart-wrenching screams that looked extremely realistic. This weird contrast in the scene really makes people feel a little cold. The man with the bullhead mask threw the sawed-off thigh into the container without any hesitation. As the thigh melted, the instrument below immediately showed 30 points. In order, the right arm, left thigh, and arm, all 4 limbs of the fake Jiang Yu had been sawed off. At this moment, it looked a little scary. The man in the beef mask took a sharp scalpel from the wall, cut open the belly, and threw the organs into a container one by one. Soon, the score on the instrument reached 621. Full marks, in another room. Zai Qing watched the rabbit man transform into her own appearance, lying on the iron bed, with his organs being taken out continuously. She instantly understood everything. She originally wanted to compete in ruthlessness, and she believed that other players were definitely not as ruthless as her. All they had to do was give up a few organs. They had already given up everything they could, leaving only the most basic organs such as their limbs for the upcoming final. Unfortunately, she still lost. I lost. She smiled bitterly, looked at the man in the bullhead mask, and pleaded, "If nothing unexpected happens, I will die after this game is over. Can you give me a piece of paper and a pen?" The man in the bullhead mask stopped what he was doing and turned to look at Zai Qing, somewhat puzzled. At this moment, an order came through the headset and he nodded. Soon, another man in a bullhead mask opened the door, walked in, and handed Zai Qing a pen and a piece of paper. Zai Qing closed her eyes, as if recalling something, with a painful expression on her face. Soon, she opened her eyes, her face became calm. She spread the paper flat on the table, picked up a pen, and started writing quickly. The girl with fiery red wavy hair number 13 has been sitting on the iron bed waiting for a while. She supported her chin with both hands, stared blankly at the wall, her legs swinging back and forth, and even felt a little bored. Sure enough, the process of waiting for death is far more tormenting and painful than death itself. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the room. The final score results for all players have been announced. The game is about to end. Please be prepared to leave. The next moment, she felt a needle in her neck, and when she woke up again in a daze, she was already lying in the game hall. As the dazzling light shot into his eyes, Jiang Yu frowned slightly, covered his eyes with his right hand, then rubbed his aching head and slowly stood up. He quickly looked around and saw Zai Qing and the red-haired girl No. 13 were also in the hall. At this moment, They were lying on the ground, unconscious, but within half a minute, they woke up slowly and struggled to stand up. But the only thing that caught his attention was that player number 27 seemed to be missing. Did he die in the game? Did he choose the silver pistol? Just as he said, he finally chose to gamble his life on the roulette wheel. Jiang Yu seemed to be thinking about something. At this moment, Zai Qing suddenly walked up to Jiang Yu, handed him a letter, then smiled and turned away from Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu frowned, looked at the letter in his hand, glanced at Zai Qing, thought for a moment, and put it in his arms. The pig-faced, masked man glanced at the audience and clapped his hands. Very good, this game has ended successfully. He paused and laughed strangely. Hee, unfortunately, in this game, only one can survive in the end, and that is the player with the highest points. Now, I will announce each player's score. Player 6, 621 points. Player 13, 23 points. Player No, 24, 311 points. The pig-faced, masked man showed an excited look when he said this. Ha ha ha, let us congratulate player number 6 for winning this death game. Player 13, player 24 eliminated. At this moment, he was like a madman who had completely lost control, with his arms spread out and laughing wildly. In the audience, there were only a few pairs of cold eyes staring at him silently. Bang, bang. Two loud noises cut through the air, as if the bell of fate had rung, and the blooming of two blood-stained flowers made the entire scene instantly depressing. There were two dull thuds, and Zai Qing's body was lying on the ground in a pool of blood. Jiang Yu looked at her from afar and sighed softly. The information about the god's gambling seed came to Jiang Yu's mind. This game gains the power of gambling life, the seed grows, and the host's agility is improved. Now, please ask player number 6 to come forward and claim the item card reward. The pig-faced masked man looked at Jiang Yu and announced. Jiang Yu walked up silently, randomly drew a prop card from the man in the bullhead mask, and then stood back. At this moment, there are only 4 players left on the field, namely player number 1 Shen En, player number 4 Zio Han, and player number 6 Jiang Yu. There is also player No. 50, a tall woman, about 27 or 28 years old, with skin as pale as snow and three-dimensional and delicate facial features, giving people a feeling of indifference and alienation. She had long, jet-black hair that fell straight to her waist, with slightly disheveled hair. Her eyes were deep, as if they could see through everything. Her pupils were as dark as the night, revealing a hint of elusive coldness. Player No. 50 stood aside with her arms folded. Her expression remained calm, as if she was indifferent to everything around her. Only her deep eyes occasionally flashed a disturbing gleam. This person gave Jiang Yu the feeling of a cold and domineering queen. The pig-faced masked man glanced at everyone and said solemnly, "Tomorrow night will be the last death game, and this one will be different from the previous ones. It will be very special. Now there are only 4 players left on the field. Tomorrow night's game, the so-called Final Four, will adopt a 4-2 format. The 4 of you will be divided into 2 groups and will face off against each other in pairs. The winners will advance, and the losers will be eliminated directly. Finally, the 2 winning players will enter the finals to compete for the final winner. The game will officially begin at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. At that time, we will witness the ultimate champion of this 50-player death game." The man with the pig-faced mask seemed to be trembling all over. Perhaps because he was too excited, his voice was also extremely passionate. Jiang Yu frowned slightly. This competition system was extremely unfavorable to him, which meant that he had to win 2 death games in a row to survive. Every opponent in front of him is not someone he can defeat easily, whether it is player No. 4 Zio Han, player number 1 Shen En, or the always mysterious player number 50. They are all extremely difficult opponents. The competition system designed by the pig-faced masked man is undoubtedly a great test of the player's abilities. They may win a game by luck, but it is almost impossible to win 2 games in a row. This is similar to the best-of-3 or best-of-5 systems in domestic esports competitions. The more games there are, the more opportunities there are for truly capable players to respond calmly, perform at their best, and ultimately win the championship. Now, everyone please return to your rooms in an orderly manner. The man with the pig face mask gracefully gestured for invitation. Jiang Yu walked back to the room along the stairs, his brows slightly frowned, thinking as he walked. He already had a rough idea about the game tomorrow night. The game tomorrow night must be a game that can be played repeatedly, most likely a competitive game, board game, or card game. Otherwise, there is no way to play 2 death games consecutively. Just like this Weight of Life, death game, it is impossible for the top 4 to be narrowed down to the second, and then the champion will be decided. After returning to the room, Jiang Yu swallowed a few bites of dry bread, drank a few gulps of mineral water, and then took a shower. He picked up the broom, bent down and swept the floor, his movements slow, as if he was worried about something. Suddenly, he stopped what he was doing, stood up, tightly gripped the broom in his hand, looked around the room, and felt deeply moved. This small room actually gave him a sense of home. If he could leave here alive, he would wonder if he would miss this place in the future. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Zai Qing, who had given him a letter before he died. Thinking of this, he sat down on the bed, opened the letter, held it in both hands, lowered his head and read every word solemnly. Hello, Jiang Yu. By the time you read this letter, I should be dead. To be honest, when I really faced death, I still felt a little scared. Although I feel disgusted by this world, I feel a little reluctant to leave it suddenly. I don't know what it will feel like after death. Maybe it will be all dark, or maybe nothing will be left. That fear of the unknown makes me a little uneasy, but maybe this is a relief. I had a lot to say, but I didn't know who to talk to. Finally, I decided to write it down. I didn't want to keep these words in my heart and take them to the grave. I come from a fairly wealthy family and am the only daughter in the family. My father runs a company, but he has a strict personality and prefers sons to daughters, although he is willing to spend money on me. More often than not, he just wanted me to marry the son of another company owner so that his business could take off. My mother is a housewife, and she is very good to me, but she always lives under the shadow of my father and has no room for resistance. My only hobby is to stay in my room and paint. From painting, I can find a sense of freedom and comfort. Every time I paint, I can immerse myself in it, as if I can temporarily forget this oppressive world and who I am. My academic performance was very poor, so my parents decided to pursue art and hired a tutor for me. Unfortunately, that teacher is a complete scumbag and a pervert. Never mind, I don't want to mention it. Later, I became an amateur part-time comic book writer, and that was the happiest time of my life. Readers really like what I draw, and I get a great sense of accomplishment and satisfaction from it. It was the first time I felt needed. It was warm and happy. Although that damned editor always exploited me and urged me to submit my manuscripts, forcing me to stay up until 2 or 3 in the middle of the night to draw the manuscripts, I won't say more, it's all tears. I have had few friends since I was a child. I always stayed in an empty room every day. I felt inexplicably lonely. It seemed that every day I lived was for others. Until I came here, to be honest, this kind of death game is either a nightmare or torture for others. For me, it's even a little bit novel and fun, and it can help me release the stress in my heart. I feel like I have found my true self through it. I was too naive before, and sometimes even thought about dying. But after being involved in the death game, I realized that life is the most precious thing. I hope everyone can cherish it. Because, in this world, everyone will always find something meaningful and valuable to do, and will be needed by others. It is only a matter of time. Participating in games with you guys is my happiest moment, just like that extreme death race. I saw a world that seemed like an alien planet, with a blood-red sky, endless wasteland, and strange plants. That scene can only be seen in dreams. Compared to you and Shannon, I'm really bad at playing games. But the process of working together to win the game was really exciting and left a deep impression on me. I have to say, you are really strong. You've participated in so many games, and yet you've managed to survive every time. I really admire you. You must be the chosen one, or like Shen En said, you are definitely cheating. Where did you buy the cheat? Send me your contact information. Hahaha, just teasing you. It's a pity that I can't live to see the sun. I hope one of you and Shannon can make it out alive and see the world for me. I still have a lot of places to go. Remember to tell that cruel guy, he's too much. He's used up all my item cards. Oh, and you too. You always want to kill me. We are friends now. I am so mad at you. Go and reflect on your mistakes. These death game duels I've seen these days are so exciting. It's a pity that I can't get out alive and draw them. If you can get out, I hope you can draw them or write them down to help me realize this wish. By the way, my pen name for that comic website is Nanaba no Chihiro. If you're interested, you can take a look at the comics I drew before. They're super cool. If we met in the outside world, I would definitely make friends with you. The kind that we would have a very close relationship with. Unfortunately, there's no if. Jiang Yu, come on. Don't tell others what's in your heart, Ziking. Jiang Yu held Zai Qing's letter, his fingers trembling slightly unconsciously. Every word in the letter was like a gentle thorn, causing a dull pain in his heart. He recalled the scene of racing with Zai Qing. The other person was riding on a motorcycle and holding his waist tightly. The two of them were speeding on the straight highway. The whole world was desolate and silent. At that moment, it was as if I had found true freedom. As she flew over the river of blood, she let out an ear-piercing scream, but she herself was laughing and mocking her. He smiled at himself, but an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. Obviously, everyone was an enemy, and obviously she was just a temporary companion, but why did her departure make him feel a deep sense of loss? He had never had a deep understanding of Ziking. Here, he unconsciously regarded everyone as an enemy and even as a non-human being. Only in this way could he arouse the cold-bloodedness in his heart. Only in this way can we hope to achieve the final victory in this cruel game of death, because emotions are the weak point of human beings. Just like in that speed death race game, he lost control of his emotions and was bewitched by Yin Yin, who was transformed by the crying rabbit. The reason why God is because God has no 7 emotions and 6 desires. He forced himself to look away, but couldn't help turning back and staring at the letter again. If there is an afterlife, I hope you are happy and we can be friends. Jiang Yu pressed the letter under his pillow and muttered to himself. He took out the prop card obtained after winning the game from his pocket and examined it carefully. A-level prop card, King Dice. Introduction. Use this prop card to directly make your dice have the maximum number in any process where you need to roll the dice. Jiang Yu thought about it for a moment. The function of this prop card in a specific game can be magnified to S level, for example, in the duel between him and Shen En. If he had this prop card at that time, he could increase his points 6-fold, and he would win directly without having to use the points doubling card. All in all, the effect is still very significant. He put the prop card under his pillow, felt a little thirsty, took a few sips of mineral water again, and fell into a deep sleep. Late at night, he was awakened from his sleep by the urge to urinate. At this moment, he suddenly heard a slight movement coming from the room, as if someone was walking slowly on tiptoe, getting closer and closer. He suddenly woke up from his sleep, listened attentively, and then his eyes suddenly widened. No, there's someone in the room. The door was clearly locked by him, and he was the only one with the key, so why was there someone in the room? A dark shadow pounced towards him, as if something sharp was cutting through the air, aiming straight at his neck, with a clear target. Jiang Yu was lying flat on his back sleeping at this moment. His brain was not fully awake yet, but his body instinctively sensed the danger. The air seemed to suddenly become heavy, and an invisible sense of oppression enveloped him. He suddenly opened his eyes, his muscles tensed instantly. Adrenaline surged. A chill rose on his back, and his body's survival instinct immediately drove him to turn over and roll off the bed. Almost at the same moment, the sharp blade flew through the air and narrowly brushed past his neck. The opponent's attack missed, but without any hesitation, he rushed up again. Ziohan. Jiang Yu instinctively bent down to avoid it and whispered the familiar name. However, the other party in the darkness did not respond, but moved swiftly, obviously not giving up. Jiang Yu took advantage of the opponent's missed attack and suddenly hugged his waist. In an instant, a huge force burst out and pushed the opponent hard onto the bed. He quickly knelt down at the opponent's waist, flipped his hand, and neatly snatched the dangerous blade. Then, Jiang Yu restrained the other person's hands tightly and locked them on the bed. Everything happened extremely quickly. When Jiang Yu turned on the bedside lamp with his other hand, he was stunned. The person who came to assassinate him was not Zio Han, but player number 50, the cold and domineering lady. Her beautiful and indifferent face was reflected in the light, her features were sharp, and her expression was as sharp as a knife. The sharp blade in her hand was nothing more than an iron rod on a broom. After being broken, it was pressed into a sharp, piercing weapon, but it still carried a deadly and dangerous aura. I remember you were very weak before. Sister, no. 50 was pinned down. She looked at Jiang Yu with disbelief in her eyes. Jiang Yu's eyes moved slightly. His expression was calm, but there were hidden waves. In the past, he was indeed weak. The physical strength he first improved in the early stage of the game didn't bring much change, only allowing him to last a little longer than ordinary people. For example, if you could lift a basket of heavy objects for 10 minutes before, if you increase your strength by 50%, it will only take 15 minutes. He once couldn't even beat the tall and burly butcher, no. 11, nor could he match number 36, the lawyer and amateur fighting enthusiast, Zhang Tianxiang. But now, with the continuous acquisition of BUF bonuses, the improvement of combat power, strength, and agility has allowed him to completely transform. Now, it is no problem for him to knock down 4 or 5 people easily, let alone the seemingly weak woman in front of him. Who are you? Jiang Yu looked down at her coldly, the strength in his hand still not relaxing. His left hand restrained her wrist, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Why are you trying to kill me? At this moment, the postures of the two looked somewhat ambiguous. Jiang Yu knelt at her waist with his knees apart and controlled her wrists with his left hand. Player number 50 did not resist. She pursed her lips tightly and her eyes did not flinch, as if she was not afraid at all. I won't tell you. Her voice was low and cold, with the corners of her lips slightly raised, carrying a hint of sarcasm and disdain, as if she didn't care at all that she was at a disadvantage. Jiang Yu stared at the other person, and there was no fear in the other person's eyes. All you need to know is that I am a member of the Hunter Alliance. She continued, her voice full of pride and determination. The light shone on her face, outlining her stern features. Her expression was still extremely cold, without any sign of compromise. She raised her chin slightly, with a hint of stubbornness and confidence on her face, as if she was still in control of the situation even though she was at a disadvantage at the moment. Killing you is just what I should do. I want to avenge Wenwen. When she mentioned Wenwen, a trace of hatred flashed in her eyes, as if she was recalling some pain that she could not let go of. But soon she regained her cold expression and her eyes became sharper. If you kill me, you will die too. Have you forgotten Rule 2? Jiang Yu stared at the other person coldly. Haha, of course I know. Don't you know there is something called a prop card? I used the S-level item card Release the ban. Tonight, Rule 2 is invalid. All players can harm each other. There was still a sneer of contempt on the face of No. 50 Queen's sister, as if she was mocking Jiang Yu's ignorance. I see. Then how did you get into my room? Jiang Yu seemed to be thinking about something and asked slowly again. Humph, of course it's the item card. I used another S-level item card infiltration, which can obtain the key to other players' rooms and enter their rooms. Sister number 50 snorted coldly and explained. I see, you want to kill me. Tell me, what should I do with you? If you can tell me some useful information, maybe I can consider sparing you. Jiang Yu sneered, pinched the other person's neck. A cold look flashed in his eyes and said slowly, I won't tell you. Kill me. Her voice was low and cold, with a disdainful smile still on the corner of her mouth, as if she was not at a disadvantage at the moment, but Jiang Yu was under her control. Jiang Yu sneered, said nothing, and threw the crude sharp weapon into a corner. Then he pulled down her pants, and immediately the thing on the edge of her underwear was exposed. Ah, what are you going to do? You beast. Sister No. 50 showed a rare look of panic. She screamed and struggled desperately, but her wrists were tightly restrained by Jiang Yu. Taking off her pants was more cruel than killing her. Stop yelling, I'm not interested in you. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes at her and said coldly. He wrapped one trouser leg around player 50's hands several times, tied a knot, and then tore the other trouser leg off with force. Then he brought the man's ankles together and tied them up with the torn trouser leg, wrapping them several times, and then tying 2 knots to prevent the man from breaking free. At this moment, she was squirming on the bed like a silkworm chrysalis, but she couldn't break free. You're making me mad. Player number 50 was almost choked by Jiang Yu's words. Jiang Yu stood up, clapped his hands, looked down at player 50 squirming on the bed, his eyes cold, and said slowly, "Actually, if I kill you now, I will die too, right? Because you don't have the unbanned item card. Tonight, Rule 2 has not failed at all." Hearing this, Sister No. 50 widened her eyes, an expression of disbelief appeared in her eyes. She stopped struggling and looked at Jiang Yu with a face full of disbelief. "How do you know that?" Jiang Yu sneered. "First, S-level prop cards are very rare, and it is unlikely that you will have two at the same time. Second, after your assassination attempt failed, you did not beg for mercy, but instead wanted me to kill you. This is too abnormal. Third, if I were you, I would probably do the same thing as you. If the assassination succeeds, the goal is achieved. If the assassination fails, then I would use the rules to kill the other party." Jiang Yu paused and continued, "If I did nothing but tie you up, it would be self-defense, and I would never violate Rule 2. If I pointed that sharp weapon at you, even if I did nothing, I might still be convicted of attempted murder. So I dropped it on the ground." At this time, applause was heard outside the door, and the man in the pig-faced mask walked in with a sinister smile, followed by several men in the bull-headed masks, all holding guns in their arms. Yes, player 50 lied. Therefore, she violated Rule 2 and is eliminated. The man with the pig-face mask clapped and said, "Don't let her die in my room, it's dirty." Jiang Yu looked at the pig-faced masked man with disdain and said coldly. He was worried that the other party would directly press the remote control and the collar of player number 50 would explode. Then his bed will be all covered with blood. "Hey, don't worry. Have a good dream." The man with the pig-face mask chuckled and waved his hand. Immediately, two men with the bullhead mask came forward and took player number 50 away. Before leaving the house, No. 50 turned around and glared at Jiang Yu fiercely. After everyone left, Jiang Yu locked the door, sat at the head of the bed, and breathed a sigh of relief. His usual caution once again saved his life. From the first game of 123 Stallion, he has been extremely cautious. Just like when Luo Jun gave him the iron bead, it was like timely help. However, he was cautious enough and was not dazzled by the pie in the sky. He did not believe that strangers would be so kind. Sure enough, after a calm analysis, he discovered the clue. There was something wrong with the weight of the iron bead. It might be the interference of the pig-faced masked man mixed in with the iron bead. It looked more like a magnetic bead. So, he finally chose to take the risk and snatch the iron bead on the plate on the platform. The same is true tonight. At that moment, he really had the intention to kill. With his current strength, it would be easy for him to kill someone. In particular, player number 50 told him that the moment Rule 2 was invalid tonight, he even wanted to go out and kill the other two players. But fortunately, he was extremely cautious, and after a calm analysis in his mind, he discovered something was wrong. Sister number 50 looks rather cold and doesn't seem like a talkative person, but she answers every question the other party asks and talks a lot, which is very unusual. Moreover, she emphasized that Rule 2 was no longer valid and pretended to be determined to die rather than surrender and really wanted me to kill her. However, I was really lucky. I drank too much water before going to bed, and when I woke up because I had to pee, it happened that lady number 50 had just sneaked in. It was such a coincidence. If I wake up a little later, I might really lose my life. Humans are at their most vulnerable when they are asleep. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, his eyes solemn. In this 50-player death game, he walked all the way like he was walking on thin ice, as if dancing on the edge of a knife, and he dared not make even a single mistake. Finally, it's almost over. The next day, 8 o'clock in the evening. The man with the pig-faced mask appeared on the platform on time. Unlike before, the hall was empty and filled with silence, with only 3 players left. They are player number 1 Shen En, player number 4 Zio Han, and player number 6 Jiang Yu. Shen still looked relaxed, standing loosely with his hands in his pockets, as if waiting for the game to begin. Player No. 4 Zio Han stared ahead with lifeless eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Jiang Yu had a blank expression on his face, his eyes slightly narrowed, and he appeared unusually calm. The 3 of them were like 3 wild beasts in a tense confrontation, waiting for each other's flaws. In the hall, the air seemed to be frozen by the tense atmosphere. Jiang Yu did not find the figure of No. 50 Queen's sister. No matter what, the other party was most likely dead. He just didn't know how the pig-faced masked man dealt with it. The pig-faced masked man glanced at the audience as usual and said seriously, "Dear players, first of all, I have an important announcement to make. Player number 50 violated Rule 2 last night and has been eliminated early. So, unfortunately, the top 4 match will not be able to proceed smoothly. As a result, one player will receive a bye and advance directly to the final." The pig-faced masked man glanced at the 3 people below the stage and laughed strangely. As for how to select the player who will be given a bye, it's very simple. We will use the dice rolling method. As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and the Minotaur followers immediately stepped forward and moved a table to the center of the hall. The table was covered with a bright red tablecloth, so dazzlingly red that it seemed as if it were stained with blood. In the center of the tablecloth, there was a golden dice quietly placed. Unlike common dice, this dice had far more than 6 sides, but an astonishing number of sides. The gold color of the dice sparkled under the light, appearing dazzling. This is a 16-sided dice. Each person has 1 chance to roll the dice. Players will start by rolling according to the number. Player 1 will roll first. The player with the highest points wins the bye. If the players have the same points and no one can be chosen, the game will be re-rolled. The man with the pig-faced mask pointed at the 16-sided dice, a look of crazy excitement on his face, and announced excitedly. Shannon walked to the table, picked up the 16-sided dice on the table, weighed it casually in his hand, and then threw it out. The golden dice was spinning on the red tablecloth as if dancing a waltz, and soon it finally stopped. The final score is 14 points. Shannon smiled slightly and stood aside. Then, player number 4 groped his way to the table and picked up the golden dice from the tablecloth. Then he stroked each side with his hands, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth that was imperceptible to others. Then, he threw the dice casually, and the dice simply rolled a few times before losing power and stopping. However, after the golden dice stopped, the number on the top was actually 15. Jiang Yu walked forward and stared at the golden dice on the table. He knew that his luck was good, but he didn't believe it would be so good. He picked up the dice, hesitated, and put it down again. Then, he took out a prop card from his pocket, raised it, and said slowly, "I will use this A-level prop card, King Dice, to directly change the number of points on my dice to 16. The man with the pig-faced mask signaled his men to hand him the item card. After taking the item card, he glanced at the skill introduction on it and looked at Jiang Yu. "Hey, number 6, you're so lucky." Agreed, player 6 has 16 points, therefore, player 6 will have a bye and will go directly to the finals. The pig-faced masked man announced the result, and Shannon's eyebrows only moved slightly, without much expression. Zhao Han frowned slightly and turned his head unconsciously to Shen En. But Shannon's expression did not change much, and he was not surprised. It seemed that this would not have any effect on him at all. The pig-faced masked man glanced at the 3 people, revealing a strange smile under the mask, and his eyes were full of excitement, as if he was looking forward to the next game. He said slowly, "Next, I will announce the rules of tonight's game. Please listen carefully, players. Game name, Plague. Number of players, 4. Game time, 10 minutes. Game introduction. Humans are the natural enemies of cats and have the ability to kill cats. Cats are the natural enemies of mice and can hunt and kill mice ruthlessly. And mice are not ordinary mice, but highly poisonous mice that carry deadly bacteria and have the ability to bite people to death. Rule 1. Each player has a total of 6 cards, 1 cat card, 2 mouse cards, and 3 human cards. Rule 2. After the referee issues the order, each player needs to play a card within 10 seconds, with the back facing up. If a card is not played within the time limit, a card will be lost at random. Rule 3. After both parties have finished playing their cards, they need to show their own cards. Human cards, mouse cards, human cards. The winner takes back his cards, and the loser loses a card. If both parties have the same cards, it is considered an explosion, and both lose the card. Rule 4. The player who plays all his cards first is considered to have lost the game. Rule 5. 2-on-2 duels will be held until the final winner is determined. Note, since player No. 6 has a bye, This rule does not apply to player number 6. The pig-faced masked man spoke in a low voice with a hint of madness and excitement. He walked to the edge of the platform and looked down at the 3 people below. "Hey, players, please get ready. Next, I will take you to the game venue." When Jiang Yu woke up again, he found himself lying on the cold ground. He supported his head and slowly stood up and found himself surrounded by greenery, which looked more like a beautiful garden. He walked forward, and after a few steps, the road disappeared. He saw an extremely shocking scene. Surrounded by clouds as thin as gauze, he seemed to be in the vast and boundless sky. This turned out to be a floating sky garden, like an isolated continent suspended among the sea of clouds. The warm sunlight penetrated the clouds, casting a soft light and shrouding the entire garden in a hazy halo. Jiang Yu turned and walked inside, looking around the place cautiously. The surrounding buildings exude a classic and elegant atmosphere. The architectural style is like a combination of medieval castles and gardens, with spires and curved corridors extending intricately. Vines and flowers are entwined around the columns, and on both sides of the corridor are lush flower beds with brightly colored flowers blooming, releasing a faint fragrance. Soon, he came to the center of the garden and saw an ancient tree towering into the sky, with lush branches and leaves, and each leaf was shining with a faint light. There is a circular fountain under the tree. Clear water gushes out from it and spreads in all directions to form a beautiful water curtain, giving people a leisurely feeling. Next to the fountain, there is a long table carved from exquisite white marble. The table is covered with a thin lace tablecloth with the edges gently draped. When the breeze blows, the lace flutters gently in the wind. There is an exquisite tea set on the table. The teapot and teacups are both made of transparent crystal. The sunlight shines through the clouds and refracts colorful light, like gems in a dream. Hot steam slowly rises from the teapot, and the fragrant tea aroma diffuses in the air with the breeze, giving people a feeling of tranquility and warmth. There are several high-backed wooden chairs on both sides, each covered with soft velvet cushions, exuding a luxurious and elegant atmosphere. The ground next to the table was covered with emerald green lawn, dotted with a few clusters of blooming flowers. The petals swayed gently in the wind, as if welcoming the guests. Jiang Yu saw 2 familiar figures sitting at the table. They were Shen En and Xiao Han. The 2 of them were calm and composed, holding the crystal teacups elegantly in their hands, sipping gently with a faint smile on their faces, as if all this was just a leisurely afternoon tea party. "You're here." Seeing Jiang Yu coming, Shen En just took a sip of tea and said lightly. Jiang Yu approached the table, and his eyes fell on the refreshments placed beside it. The small desserts were neatly arranged on the silver tray, including colorful cakes, delicate pastries, and patterned biscuits. Each one was as exquisite as a work of art. Jiang Yu pulled out a chair and sat down, picking up his teacup like the other 2. The breeze is mixed with the faint scent of flowers and tea, and the surroundings are quiet and peaceful, as if all the disputes and noise are isolated outside. But he felt a vague sense of uneasiness in his heart. Isn't this the final of the death game? Where's the pig-faced masked man? Jiang Yu was a little confused. He woke up the latest and was still a little dazed at this moment. To be honest, this time the game scene is completely different from previous ones. It's so weird. He went to pick someone up. "Let's wait here for a moment." Beside him, Xiao Han took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. "To pick someone up." Jiang Yu frowned slightly. Just from these 2 words, we can infer that the person the pig-faced masked man is going to pick up must be an important person. The man with the pig-faced mask once said that here, he is God. Even someone as arrogant as him had to go and greet others in person. This person must be extraordinary and of noble status. Maybe he is the real manipulator behind this game, or several people waited patiently at the table. Soon, the man with the pig-face mask came back, but this time, he was not followed by the man with the bull-head mask. Instead, he was walking towards the crowd with a servile look, following a man who was wearing a rat-faced mask. Jiang Yu looked closely. The mask was a sickly grayish-white color. Its sunken cheeks made it look extremely thin and elongated. Its nose was long and sharp. Its 2 oversized ears protruded outward, and its earlobes were covered with black vascular lines. The eyes of the mask were 2 empty dark black eye sockets, like black holes, and the surface of the mask was covered with fine hair. The hairs were black with a corrupt dark red hue, as if they were stained with blood and dried, with a disgusting bloody smell. Just looking at the mask made Jiang Yu feel a chilling fear. Even though he was now very mature and calm, he still couldn't help trembling deep in his soul. Shen En stood up first, facing the rat-faced man, followed by Xiao Han and Jiang Yu. The pig-faced masked man stood behind the rat-faced masked man, as if he had completely lost his previous arrogance and conceit. At this moment, his back was slightly hunched, his hands hung in front of him, and he looked as humble as a servant. He didn't even dare to look Jiang Yu and the others in the eye. He just lowered his head silently, occasionally glancing at the masked man with a rat face, his eyes full of fear and admiration. "Lord Mingshu, everything is ready." His voice trembled slightly, and his tone was full of caution, which was completely different from his previous arrogant attitude when he called himself God. When Jiang Yu saw this scene, his heart tightened. The pig-faced masked man used to be such an arrogant person, but now he was so submissive to the rat-faced masked man in front of him, which showed how high this man's status was and how terrifying his power was. The rat-faced masked man did not answer immediately, but stood there quietly with his hands behind his back. His dark hole-like eyes made it impossible to guess what he was thinking. His aura was cold and oppressive, as if every movement in the air was controlled by him. After a moment, he slowly turned his head, his empty eyes falling on Jiang Yu as if he was peering directly into his soul. Jiang Yu felt his whole body tighten in an instant, as if he was firmly locked by an invisible force. Soon, the force disappeared, and the rat-faced man looked at Shannon. At this moment, Jiang Yu felt his entire back was soaked with sweat, and his tense body relaxed a little. "I remember you." The rat-faced masked man nodded slightly, but there was a hint of coldness in his tone. "One of the sons of God, Shannon. How are you these days?" There was no trace of emotion in his voice. "Thank you for your concern, Lord God King. Everything is fine." Shannon bowed slightly and said with a smile. Jiang Yu had never seen Shen En act so humble, even with a hint of respect. This guy has always been arrogant, and his current performance makes Jiang Yu realize that the Lord Rat in front of him is far more dangerous than he imagined. The rat-faced masked man looked at Xiao Han again, and after a quick glance, his gaze finally stopped on Shen En's face, and he said lightly, "If nothing unexpected happens, the champion of this death game will still be you." "Thank you, Lord God King." "I hope so." Shannon's expression did not show much emotion, he still replied politely. "Let's get started." The masked man with a rat face glanced at the pig face and said lightly, "Yes, sir." The pig-faced masked man said respectfully, and then he snapped his fingers casually. In an instant, a scene that shocked Jiang Yu appeared. In just a blink of an eye, the world changed and the original garden disappeared in an instant. In front of me, there appeared an empty square, stretching as far as the eye could see. Even the wind was eerily silent. The red moon hanging in the sky was as red as blood, shrouding the entire space in a strange light. In front of the crowd, there appeared two hollow staircases winding upwards, covered with bright red carpet. The one on the left was bent to the left, forming an arc like a crescent moon. Similarly, the right side bends to the right, like two crescent moons, and at the end of the stairs are two exquisite attics. "Let's go, don't keep the adults waiting." Players 1 and 4, go to the room on the left. Player 6, go to the room on the right and wait. The voice of the pig-faced masked man broke Jiang Yu's thoughts. His voice was calm, but carried an unquestionable pressure. The man with the rat-faced mask actually floated in the air, his entire body suspended in the air, and his altitude was constantly rising. Pigface followed closely behind, with light and quick steps, and he actually stepped into the sky step by step. Jiang Yu glanced at Shen En standing behind him and found that he was still calm, as if these scenes were not enough to shock him. But for Jiang Yu, this was simply too shocking. If it happened in the real world, he would have doubted whether the two masked men were performing magic. As Shen En and Xiao Han walked up the stairs on the left, Jiang Yu also walked towards the stairs on the right. He watched the two of them enter the attic on the left. Jiang Yu also pushed open the attic door, and a cold breath hit him in the face. The room was old and decayed, with a dim red carpet. Hanging on the walls were portraits of people with rat faces. The images were distorted and blurry, as if they were staring at him. There is no ceiling in the attic. Looking up, you can see the red moon in the sky, casting a bleak light into the room. The air was filled with the smell of decay, and the surroundings were unusually quiet, as if they had arrived in a haunted house. Only Jiang Yu's breathing was echoing. In the middle of the room, there is an old wooden table with scratches and dents all over the surface, but the legs are thick and sturdy. The whole room gives people a gloomy and depressing atmosphere. At the end of the room, a cracked, dark cave entrance appeared, and a winding staircase disappeared into the depths. It was still covered with red cloth. The moonlight shone faintly, and the cave exuded a cold atmosphere. Jiang Yu pulled out a chair and sat down. In the moonlight, half of his face was in dark shadow, and the other half was in red light. Number 1 Shen En and no. 4 Zio Han. Who will win? The answer is almost obvious: divine grace. If I were facing God's grace, how would I win? This question was swirling in his mind like a tangled mess. A few minutes later, a loud explosion suddenly came from not far next door, instantly bringing Jiang Yu's thoughts back to reality. At the same time, the voice of the pig-faced masked man rang out in the room. The voice was low and cold, as if it came from all directions, but no one could be seen. Player number 6, please go to the stairs at the end of the room. Jiang Yu looked up at the dark cave entrance. His heart sank slightly, then he stood up and walked over. After entering the cave entrance and taking a few steps, the view in front of him suddenly became clear. He found himself walking on a stone staircase built in the air. There was no support underneath, but the staircase extended towards the sky, which was extremely strange. The stone stairs were covered with a bright red carpet with no guardrails on either side. Below the stairs was an endless abyss, and the square disappeared into the boundless void. If one was not careful, one would fall to pieces. Jiang Yu's heartbeat quickened slightly, and he walked cautiously. He glanced to the left and unexpectedly saw another stone staircase that was also suspended in the air. On the stone stairs, a figure was walking slowly forward, Shannon. Jiang Yu's heart tightened. In less than 5 minutes, the winner was decided. No matter how deep Zio Han hides, no matter how smart and powerful he is, when encountering divine grace, there is still only one outcome: defeat. As if feeling Jiang Yu's gaze, Shen En turned his head and gave him a meaningful smile, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. The two walked side by side for half a minute, and the suspended stone stairs converged at a high place and finally merged into a high platform. On the high platform, there is an ancient stone table, and next to the table are 2 chairs facing each other, as if waiting for the fateful chess players to appear. On the stone table were 2 stacks of exquisite playing cards. On the back of the cards were pictures of 3 completely different creatures: a cat, a mouse, and a human. The patterns were lifelike. The man in the pig-faced mask stood quietly beside the stone table, his figure hidden in the shadow of the red moon. In the top 4 match, player 1 wins, player 6 gets a bye. We are now entering the final round. Player 1 and player 6, please take your seats. The man with the pig-face mask stretched out his hand and said excitedly. Jiang Yu's eyebrows moved slightly. This time, it was the male host wearing a pig-face mask. The ending of this plague game echoes the opening rock-paper-scissors game, and everything is about to come to an end. Jiang Yu pulled out a chair and sat down slowly. He wanted to relax himself, but facing Shannon, he still straightened up, clasped his hands together, placed them in front of his chin, and stared at him. Have you ever helped player 4? Shen En looked at Jiang Yu, smiled, and asked. Jiang Yu responded. He thought about it briefly and remembered that he had indeed helped Zio Han in the death game between Crow and Dove. At that time, if he had chosen the white dove, he would have won the first place. However, Zio Han's fate remains uncertain. He chose the completely opposite Crow, ending all the suspense. There is no chance for man no. 19 and girl number 35 to turn the tables. At that time, he just hoped that if he met Zio Han again in the next game, the other party would not target him first, that's all. He has something for me to tell you. Shannon said with a smile. What? Jiang Yu was a little confused. No one has ever respected me. They all treat me as a blind person and a disabled person. For the first time, someone treated me like a normal person. Thank you, Jiang Yu. Shen En said calmly, paused for a moment, and then continued. By the way, before he died, he activated a prop card to help you. Jiang Yu's eyebrows moved slightly. What is the skill of the prop card? There was some surprise in his tone. He didn't expect that it was an unintentional act. The seeds that were sown have now borne fruit. In this round of duel, the use of prop cards is prohibited. Shen En took out 5 prop cards from his pocket and spread them out in his hand like flowers scattered by a fairy. He looked at Jiang Yu and smiled. You should thank him. If it weren't for him, you would have already lost. Because I have an S-rank item card that you can't defeat. I got it from Zyking. Jiang Yu frowned slightly, and his back felt a little cold. If it weren't for Xiao Han, he might really have died here. Why doesn't he use it himself? Jiang Yu was a little confused. He has too. It has already been used. Even if neither party uses the prop card. He still lost to me. Shannon put the prop card back into his arms and said lightly. Jiang Yu's heart sank. Shen En's words seemed to put pressure on him, making him feel as if he couldn't breathe. Just then, the pig-faced, masked man interrupted their conversation. Everyone, please be quiet. Each player please take back a deck of cards. There are 6 cards in total, 1 cat card, 2 mouse cards, and 3 human cards. Each round, each player must play a card within 10 seconds. Influenced by the game just now, I'm going to add an extra rule. No regrets after making a move. Once the cards touch the table, there is no going back. Other rules will not be repeated. Jiang Yu's eyebrows moved slightly. It seemed that someone had changed his mind during the duel between Shen En and Xiao Han. Without a doubt, it must be Xiao Han. That guy who is full of self-confidence, full of schemes, and extremely good at acting, would also go back on his word. How much pressure did God's grace put on him? Jiang Yu reached out and took a stack of cards, then spread them out in his palm. The front of the card is decorated with lifelike patterns, and the rat card pattern is particularly eye-catching. The mouse on the card is lifelike, with gray-brown hair sticking to its thin body in a messy manner, looking dark and cunning. Its eyes flashed an eerie red light, its tail was curved like a snake, and its body was hunched as if it was ready to lurk in the darkness at any time and spread a deadly plague. There was a faint black air current swirling around the rat's body, adding a sense of horror. There is also a cat card. The black cat on the card is lifelike, and its eyes emit green light, revealing coldness and murderous intent in the darkness. The cat lies in a crouching position with its paws slightly raised, as if preparing to pounce silently on its prey. In addition, the human card looked particularly different. He was pale, his eyes revealed a hint of anxiety and fear, his whole posture was stiff, and there was a layer of dark shadow surrounding him. The pig-faced, masked man glanced at the two of them and slowly said, "Now, the first round officially begins. Both players, please play your cards." The words fell. Shannon smiled slightly, took a card from his hand, and gently placed it on the table, pushing it forward gracefully. Jiang Yu frowned slightly and stared at the back of the card. Shannon didn't hesitate at all, which made him feel a little uneasy. Jiang Yu analyzed quickly in his mind. At this moment, time seemed to be infinitely stretched. If you are an ordinary person, in this game, you will most likely choose the rat card or the human card. Because the cat card is the most precious, and there is only one. But the one sitting opposite is Shen En. We must never speculate on God's grace with normal people's thinking. He needed to make a bold assumption. First, let's speculate from his perspective. By God's grace, the first card played may be the cat card. Then, if Jiang Yu plays a human card, he can eat the opponent's cat card. Jiang Yu is very clear that this way of thinking is too simple and is at the first level of logic. Shannon obviously won't fall into such a trap easily. Divine grace may prejudge his prognosis. The second level of logic, Shannon may play a rat card to kill the human card. Suppose that Shen En predicted that he had predicted his prediction, playing the rat card. Thinking that Jiang Yu might play the cat card again to counter him, he would enter the third level of logic. The third level of logic. Shannon plays a human card to counter the cat card, and so on. Jiang Yu realized that the logic of divine grace might cycle back and forth between the cat card, the mouse card, and the human card. Normal people may have second to fifth level logic, but God's grace is not necessarily the case. No matter how many layers of logic there are, it is more likely that God's grace will stop in the first two-thirds, that is, the cat and mouse cards. If Shen En plays a cat or mouse card, if you play the rat card yourself, you will either lose or draw, which is not worth it. If you play a card yourself, you either win or lose with a 50% chance. But if you play the cat card yourself, it will be completely different, either a draw or a win. From the perspective of divine grace, he certainly would not despise himself. Then he will most likely think that he might play the cat card. Then he will play the human card. Then he would think about how he had predicted his prediction, and so on. The card he finally plays must be one of the cat card and the human card. Combining the thinking angles of both parties, the possible card types that Shen En may play are cat cards, mouse cards, cat cards, human cards. Adding up the total, the probability of the cat card is 1-2, the rat card is 1-4, and the human card is 1-4. Therefore, Jiang Yu has the greatest chance of winning by playing the human card. It can prevent Shannon from playing cat cards, and it is also possible that both sides will have human cards and the game will be tied, so the game will not be at a disadvantage at the beginning. However, Shen En might have thought of Jiang Yu's final reasoning and calculation results. Then, Shannon will play the rat card. The answer to your best decision is obvious, so it is cat brand. The storm in Jiang Yu's mind only lasted 3 or 4 seconds in reality. He looked at Shannon, smiled slightly, and ran his finger over the 6 cards. Finally, it stopped on the cat card. Jiang Yu picked up the cat card. On the front of the card, a black cat was crouching like a ferocious beast, with green light flashing in its eyes, about to hunt its prey. He slowly put the card down. At this moment, Jiang Yu stopped suddenly, with his hands hanging in the air. He realized a very important point in his mind. The deeper and more complex the reasoning, the greater the uncertainty. Godspeed, he played his cards too quickly. Is there such a possibility? Shannon gave up reasoning and chose not to make any prejudgments, reducing uncertainty. He directly played a risk-balanced person card with a 50% chance of winning or losing. Next, he adjusts his strategy based on the situation. In this case, I can only make a reverse choice and break conventional thinking, perhaps to win the game. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu did not follow the optimal logic, but put the cat card back and quickly drew out a completely opposite card, the mouse card. Everything is at stake. Success or failure depends on this one move. This time, he did not hesitate and decisively placed the rat card on the table with quick and decisive movements. However, his heart was in suspense from that moment on. Looking down from above, the table looked like a battlefield. 2 cards lay quietly in the center of the table, as if they had turned into 2 ferocious beasts, confronting each other tensely, but they were obscured by black mist. Only when the fog clears can we know who is the hunter and who is the prey. At this moment, Jiang Yu's eyes were burning with fire, filled with endless fighting spirit, while in contrast, Shen En's gaze seemed like 10,000 years of ice, emitting bursts of chill. The two looked at each other, feeling incompatible. First round, the cards are played. Both players, please show your cards. The pig-faced masked man announced coldly. Shen En smiled slightly, flicked his fingertips, and a person card flipped over and fell on the table. The moment he saw the human card, Jiang Yu's heart finally settled down. He slowly turned over his card, revealing the front, which was a mouse. Its eyes glowed scarlet, exuding an ominous aura, and its sharp claws were slightly bent, as if ready to pounce at any time. When the 2 cards were displayed at the same time, Jiang Yu felt as if time had stood still. In that moment, his cards seemed to come to life. The rat instantly sprang to life and leapt out like a gray shadow, with crimson eyes and an ominous aura, as it lunged straight for the target on the human card. Its sharp teeth silently pierced into the man's neck, blood splattered, and deadly germs quickly spread through the wound. The man's eyes gradually lost their luster, his vitality quickly receded like the tide, and he finally fell to the ground powerlessly, in silence, as if the only thing flashing in the whole world was the murderous light of the rat. First round. Player 1, human card. Player 6, rat. Player 6 wins. Player 1 loses a human card. Player 6, please take back the rat card. The pig-faced masked man looked down at the cards on the table, solemnly announced the result of the first round, and took away Shannon's card. Jiang Yu took a deep breath. Fortunately, he changed his decision temporarily. Even if he reasoned more and finally chose the cat card, he would still lose to Shannon. At the critical moment, he gave up recursive games and probability theory, chose simplicity, reverse thinking, and successfully won the first round. Although he won, Jiang Yu was not careless at all. He was still concentrating and preparing for the next round. Because the opponent is Shannon, losing a human card is not fatal to him. Shen En's expression didn't show much change, but Jiang Yu still caught a hint of surprise in his eyes. I thought you were going to play the human or cat card. Shen En raised his eyebrows and said calmly. It seemed that the loss of an insignificant human card had no effect on him at all. Jiang Yu stared at the other person, expressionless, and said nothing. He didn't want to reveal any of his thoughts to the other person, not even a word or a micro-expression. The pig-faced, masked man waved his hand towards the table and announced majestically, "Now, the second round officially begins. Both players, please play your cards." The surroundings were shrouded in the strange light of the red moon. There was a suffocating feeling of oppression in the air. The light of the red moon shone on the stone table. Both of them had deep eyes, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Jiang Yu analyzed it quickly in his mind. Now Shannon has 5 cards left. 1 cat card, 2 mouse cards, and 2 human cards. If an ordinary person faces such a situation, he will most likely choose the rat card or the human card. Because you must ensure that you keep 1 cat, mouse, and human card each, so that you can flexibly respond to different restraint relationships and strive for the possibility of victory. But God's grace obviously cannot be guessed by common sense. Will he use the only cat card at this time? Just like Jiang Yu did in the last round, use reverse thinking to make a bold choice. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu suddenly had a hunch that one of Shen En's options might be the cat card. So, what about the other card? Is it the rat card or the man card? If we consider it from the perspective of divine grace. Jiang Yu played the rat card in the first round, which went against common sense, disrupted expectations, and made the situation unpredictable. So in the eyes of Shannon, Jiang Yu currently owns the entire set of cards. 1 cat card, 2 mouse cards, and 3 human cards. What was Jiang Yu's most unconventional choice at this time? Cat brand. Divine grace may predict that I will play a cat card and then choose a human card to counter. Jiang Yu paused for a moment and suddenly realized that no matter how complicated the deduction was, the core was always. Shen En might play a cat card or a human card. His fingertips paused slightly on the cards, and he decisively chose the human card. Playing the human card can not only restrain the unexpected cat card of God's grace, but even if you take a step back, there is still a chance to draw with God's grace. Thinking of this, 3 or 4 seconds had passed. There were only a few seconds left. Shen En did not play the first card in this round. He seemed to be quietly waiting for Jiang Yu to act, and there was no emotion on his face. Jiang Yu frowned slightly and also remained silent. At the last second of the countdown, Jiang Yu and Shen En placed the cards on the table almost at the same time, and the sound of the cards falling seemed to break the tension in the air. The two sides' eyes met again. The cards fell, and time seemed to stand still. The atmosphere in front of the stone table was so heavy that it seemed even breathing had become difficult. Jiang Yu's heartbeat slightly accelerated at this moment. The outcome is still undecided. There was a hint of solemnity in the air, until the voice of the pig-faced, masked man broke the silence. Second round, the cards are played. Both players, please show your cards. This time, Jiang Yu turned over his own cards first, and a human card suddenly appeared on the stone table. The cards glowed in the light of the red moon, and the fog surrounding humans seemed to be lifted, quietly waiting for the other party. If only I could win one more card from God's grace. Then I have a high probability of winning. He must have played the cat card right. Jiang Yu had no expression on his face. However, a voice seemed to appear in his mind, praying. Shannon smiled slightly. His fingertips paused on the card for a moment, then he lightly picked it up, and a rat card flipped over and fell on the table, carrying an irreversible sense of oppression. At this moment, Jiang Yu's whole body seemed to freeze, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. In stark contrast to the previous round, the ferocious rat stood on Shannon's side, as if it had become a ferocious beast under his command, hunched over and waving its sharp claws. Jiang Yu's heartbeat suddenly stopped, and the world in front of him seemed to stand still for a moment. The ferocious rat became extremely clear in his eyes and pounced on his human card with destructive power, and the latter instantly lost his life. The void seemed silent, and the cold light of the red moon grew brighter. Jiang Yu was full of hope at first, and even prayed in his mind that Shen En would play the cat card, but the moment Shen En turned over the rat card, all his hopes were instantly shattered. Is this God's grace? It seems like an invincible existence. Jiang Yu's mood became increasingly heavy, and he had no way to widen the gap. Shen pressed forward step by step and evened the situation. Round 2. Player 1 rat. Player 6 human card. Player 1 wins. Player number 6 loses a human card. Player number 1, please take back the rat card. The pig-faced masked man calmly announced the result, without any emotion in his tone, and took the human card away. Shen En looked at Jiang Yu with a smile on his face, as if everything was under control. Jiang Yu pursed his lips slightly, expressionless. The pig-faced masked man glanced at the two of them, and without giving them time to think, he waved his hand downwards again and announced, "Now, the third round officially begins. Both players, please play your cards." The pace is so fast that it seems like this is not a life-threatening game, but a mechanized assembly line operation. Jiang Yu's mind was racing. Currently, both sides have the same 5 cards left: 1 cat card, 2 mouse cards, and 2 human cards. Through observations from the first 2 games, he believed that Shen would not easily choose the cat card. As before, if you want to win the game, the best decision is to keep 1 card each for the cat, mouse, and human. When both sides are in a balance of power, using the cat card is a very risky decision. Only when you are absolutely sure should you consider using it unexpectedly. Therefore, the Divine Grace may choose one of the rat and man cards. Jiang Yu has always played unconventionally. In Shen's eyes, there is still a possibility that Jiang Yu will play a cat card in this round. The rat card is a riskier choice because once Jiang Yu chooses the cat card, the rat card will be eaten directly and fall into a disadvantageous position. Unless Shen En is very sure that Jiang Yu will not play the cat card. In the current situation, Shen will most likely choose the human card. The human card is relatively safe. It will not expose too many flaws and can effectively deal with Jiang Yu's unexpected cat card. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu's fingertips stayed on the rat card. In this round, he had absolute confidence and intuition, a certainty that surpassed everything. God's grace, the card played must be a human card. As the countdown is about to end, both sides play their cards at the same time again, and the backs of the 2 cards are placed on the table, facing each other. You played the human card. Right. Jiang Yu chuckled and confidently turned over his cards. A fierce rat card suddenly appeared on the stone table. Shen En's expression did not show much change. He flicked his fingertips, and a person card flipped over and fell on the table. Good. You guessed it right. His eyebrows moved slightly and he said lightly. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, relaxed his body a little, and gained the upper hand again. He wants to make a concerted effort to win the next round. In this way, the balance of victory will tilt towards him. Jiang Yu stared at Shen, the fighting spirit in his eyes becoming more and more intense. The tens of millions of dollars in prize money for this death game seemed to have become insignificant. After repeatedly being placed in life-and-death gambles, he gradually became addicted to the thrill of gambling with his life. That was the moment when dopamine surged wildly, and it was the extreme stimulation after risking his life. Every time he turned the tables from the brink of life and death, it brought him not only the excitement of victory, but also a kind of pleasure that made him addicted. He even felt it happiness. At this moment, he no longer needed the prop card, and could only rely on his own wisdom and intuition to defeat a powerful enemy like Shen. He could already imagine how great a sense of accomplishment he would get when he defeated this powerful opponent with his own hands. Now, the 4th round officially begins. Both players, please play your cards. The pig-faced masked man's cold voice sounded again. In each round, there is only 10 seconds to think, which is like a series of fatal calls and is terrifying. Jiang Yu's mind was spinning rapidly. Currently, Shannon has 4 cards left, 1 cat card, 2 mouse cards, and 1 human card. Jiang Yu, there are currently 5 cards left, 1 cat card, 2 mouse cards, and 2 human cards. Jiang Yu was 1 card ahead, and the situation gradually became clear. With the current situation of Shannon, his options have reached a dead end. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and analyzed calmly. Suppose God plays the cat card. Once his cat card is eaten by Jiang Yu's human card, Shen En will only have 2 rat cards and 1 human card left. At that time, Jiang Yu only needs to play rat cards in succession to offset Shen En's rat cards and eat his human cards. The game will be completely over. Therefore, Shannon is unlikely to play the cat card. Once he plays the cat card, it means that he is gambling his life in this round. Bet everything. Likewise, Divine Grace is unlikely to play a human card. If Jiang Yu also plays a human card, the two will cancel each other out, and Shen En will only have a cat card and a mouse card left, while Jiang Yu still holds the cat card. Next, Jiang Yu only needs to use the cat card to suppress the grace, and even after the cat cards are offset, he can still finish with the rat card. The winner has been decided. On the whole, Shannon's only possible choice is to play the rat card. Jiang Yu now has 2 choices. First, play the cat card. This is a greedy and radical choice. Once successful, it can directly eat up Shannon's rat card and instantly establish an overwhelming victory. Second, play the rat card. This is a safe choice. It may offset Shannon's rat card, and it can also prevent Shannon from guessing his greed and choosing a human card to counter. His finger stopped on the card, and a hint of hesitation flashed through his mind. Should he choose to be safe or go for it? Suddenly, he smiled calmly in his heart. Gambling with one's life in adversity is the choice of the disadvantaged, but now he has the advantage. If he dare not be greedy, how can he defeat an opponent like Shannon? Thinking of this, his finger pressed firmly on the cat card. The atmosphere is like a taut string that could break at any time, and every second seems to be stretched infinitely. The surroundings were extremely depressing. The light of the red moon shone on the stone table, emitting a strange blood-red halo, reflecting the moment when the two people's eyes met. The countdown enters the last second. Jiang Yu and Shen En's hands moved almost at the same moment. The speed of their fingertips was so fast that it was almost impossible to see the traces. The 2 cards fell heavily on the table at the same time, making a crisp sound. The pig-faced masked man announced coldly, "4th round, all cards played. Both players, please show your cards." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen En looked at Jiang Yu, with a hint of teasing on his lips. "You played the cat card, didn't you?" As he spoke, he lightly raised his fingertips, moving neither hurriedly nor slowly, and a person card was immediately flipped over on the table. Jiang Yu's pupils shrank slightly and his thoughts were in a mess. How did Shannon know? Jiang Yu's heart sank suddenly, and he slowly turned over the cards in front of him. Sure enough, it was just as Shannon said. It was a cat card. The black cat was crouching with its sharp claws slightly extended forward, its eyes flashing with deadly green light, as if it was ready to pounce on its prey at any time. However, the moment its eyes met the human card, its ferocious aura seemed to be instantly shattered. The cat's pupils suddenly contracted. Its body was no longer tense. Its hind legs seemed to unconsciously retract half a step, and its tail trembled slightly. This originally mighty black cat instantly turned from a hunter into a timid victim and no longer dared to act rashly. The opponent's human card, the one shrouded in shadow, pressed forward step by step until he got close enough to strangle the black cat to death. Round 4. Player 1, human card. Player 6, cat card. Player 1 wins. Player number 6 loses a cat card. Player number 1, please take back the human card. The pig-faced, masked man announced indifferently, as if everything had nothing to do with him, and he was just an emotionless referee. After that, Jiang Yu's cat card was taken away by him without mercy. Shannon took the person card back with a faint smile, put it into his hand, and messed up the order. Jiang Yu's heart tightened, but his expression didn't change much. He had anticipated this moment the moment he chose the cat tag, because greedy people must pay the price for their greed. He felt that he could afford the price, so he finally chose cat brand. Now, the 5th round officially begins. Both players, please play your cards. the man with the pig-faced mask didn't give anyone any time to react and announced the start of the next round. Jiang Yu sat up straight, his body tensed up again. He was fully focused and alert, his mind racing. Currently, Shannon has 4 cards, 1 cat card, 2 mouse cards, and 1 human card. Jiang Yu has 4 cards, 2 rat cards, 2 human cards. Jiang Yu cannot play any player cards in this round, because once you lose a human card, after Shen En gains a card advantage, he will continue to suppress Jiang Yu with the rat card until he wins the game. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and decided that playing the rat card might be the best option in this round, because, by divine grace, you can't play the cat card. Once Shen En's cat card is eaten, Jiang Yu will be 1 human card ahead. Similarly, he will continue to suppress him with rat cards. The two are in a similar situation, but there is one difference. Shen En has a cat card, while Jiang Yu does not. In addition, when Shen En plays a human card, there are only 2 results, either a draw or a loss. Shannon, that guy, would definitely not do such a loss-making business. This round still hasn't reached the point of a life-and-death fight. The two have almost no way out and have no choice but to play the rat card, unless one of the players is willing to take the risk of losing the game and gamble his life. But Jiang Yu, for now, doesn't want to go all in, bet his life. The countdown ended quickly, and the two of them pressed the cards on the table almost at the same moment. The 5th round, the cards are played. Both players, please show your cards. The voice of the man in the pig-faced mask sounded coldly. Jiang Yu suddenly felt vaguely uneasy. Shannon, you won't gamble everything and choose the cat card in this round, right? Jiang Yu didn't dare to turn over the cards, he was waiting. Upon seeing this, Shannon smiled slightly, lightly picked up the card with his fingertips, and was the first to turn it over. It was a rat card. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, just as he expected, Shannon did not choose to gamble with his life. Jiang Yu calmly turned over his card, which was also a rat card. As the red moonlight shone down, 2 mice on the table seemed to jump out of the cards and instantly pounced on each other, biting each other mercilessly with their claws and fangs. They rolled on the table, their hair flying, their sharp teeth piercing each other's flesh, blood splattering, and sharp screams echoing in the air. Their strength and speed gradually weakened in the crazy confrontation. In the end, both mice fell down, gasping for breath, their blood staining the table red. Both were injured. Round 5. Player 1 rat. Player 6 rat. Even if both sides lose 1 rat card, the pig-faced masked man announced coldly and took the 2 rat cards off the table. Jiang Yu stared at Shannon, and the fighting spirit in his eyes grew stronger. Shannon still looked calm, as if such a tense situation could not affect his mentality at all. Actually, you still have a card that can save you from death, right? Shen En said calmly, Jiang Yu frowned slightly. Shannon was not surprised that he could guess that he had the death-free item card. But at this moment, what did he mean by saying this? I'm sorry, your death avoidance card cannot be used. Shen En took out a prop card from his pocket, held it between his fingertips, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a playful smile. So, you have to play this game well. At this moment, Jiang Yu's heart suddenly tightened, and his breathing became a little rapid. He seemed to hear a hint of sarcasm and teasing in the other party's words. What is the purpose of Shannon saying this? Disrupt his train of thought? Put pressure on him? He didn't have time to think. The pig-faced, masked man had already looked at both sides, waved his hand towards the center of the table, and solemnly announced, Now, the 6th round officially begins. Both players, please play your cards. Jiang Yu analyzed it quickly in his mind. Currently, Shannon has 3 cards left, a cat card, a mouse card, and a human card. And he only had 3 cards left, a rat card and 2 human cards. Divine Grace can only play rat or human cards. If Shen En plays a cat card and it is eaten by Jiang Yu's human card, he will only have 1 rat card and 1 human card left. At this time, Jiang Yu still has 1 rat card and 2 human cards left, and will win the final victory with the advantage of 1 human card. If Shen En plays the rat card, he will also take a huge risk. If Jiang Yu also plays the rat card, the two will cancel each other out. Next, Shen En had 1 cat card and 1 human card left, and Jiang Yu had 2 human cards left. The outcome is decided. Jiang Yu wins. But if Shen En plays the human card, the situation will become more complicated. If Jiang Yu plays a human card, then the human cards of both sides will cancel each other out, and the situation will remain stalemate. Next, 4 possible endings will be generated. If Jiang Yu plays the rat card, then Shen En's human card will be eaten by the rat card. Cat and mouse vs rat and man. The situation remains unclear and anything can happen. However, Jiang Yu also faces difficulties. Shen has a complete set of card systems, including cat cards, mouse cards, and human cards. If Jiang Yu plays a rat card, and it is eaten by the opponent's cat card, Shen En will use the rat card in his hand to kill Jiang Yu's remaining 2 human cards and win the game. If Jiang Yu plays a human card, it will be eaten by Shen En's rat card. Shen En will be left with 1 cat card, 1 mouse card, and 1 human card. Jiang Yu only has 1 rat card and 1 human card left. At this time, Shen En will take advantage of a cat card and win the final game. In the 6th round, choosing the rat card or the human card becomes the key to determining the outcome. Jiang Yu stared at the 3 cards in his hand with a blank expression. His fingertips paused on one of the cards, his eyes were firm, and he had made the final decision in his heart. As the countdown was about to end, the 2 people's eyes met briefly in the air. Both of them waved their hands almost at the same time and slammed the cards in their hands heavily on the table, with the backs facing up. Jiang Yu's heart tightened, his guess was about to be revealed. 6th round, all cards played. Both players, please show your cards. Shen En smiled slightly, flicked his fingertips, and a person card flipped over and fell on the table. Jiang Yu had no expression on his face. He slowly turned over his card, which turned out to be a rat card. He guessed right. God's grace is the reason why we were able to win the championship in the last competition. Because this guy always wins by relying on his IQ. He seldom gambles his life, betting on a 50% chance of winning the game. That's what gamblers do. In the 6th round, he would not make such a risky decision as playing cat cards and mouse cards. Jiang Yu felt slightly relieved, but his face remained calm. He knew that the game was not over yet. Even though he was leading by a slight advantage of 1 card, he still needed to proceed with caution. As the moonlight shone down, the rat in the card seemed to jump out and turned into a ferocious giant rat, biting the person's arm in 1 bite. Blood splattered as it tore the arm apart, and deadly germs invaded. The human figure twisted in pain, gradually became blurred, was completely devoured by the rat card, and finally turned into a wisp of black smoke. Now, the 7th round officially begins. Both players, please play your cards. The pig-faced masked man waved his hand and announced coldly. At the same time, passionate and rhythmic music suddenly sounded in the void around them, as if it was about to witness the birth of the final king. Jiang Yu felt his blood boiling with the music, and he analyzed it quickly in his mind. Shen, there are currently 2 cards left, the cat card and the mouse card, and he still has 3 cards left, namely the rat card, the human card, and the human card. Cat and mouse vs rat and man. What cards will Shen play this round? If you play the cat card, you may be suppressed by your 2 human cards and lose the game directly. If you play a rat card, you may encounter your own rat card, and you will still lose the game. Jiang Yu also faced the same dilemma. If you play a rat card, and it is eaten by Shen's cat card, you will not have an advantage in the number of human cards. The opponent can kill his remaining 2 human cards with just 1 rat card. If you play a human card, you may encounter a rat card of divine grace and lose a card in vain. The biggest possibility flashed through Jiang Yu's mind. Shen is always calm and never takes risks easily. He will choose to play the cat card. If you use the rat card to counteract the opponent's rat card, you will fall into his trap. The best choice human brand? The long thought lasted only 2 or 3 seconds. Jiang Yu looked up at Shen, who smiled at him with a card in his hand. Jiang Yu, I want to win this game, it's very important. I'll play the cat card. As he spoke, he had already pressed the card onto the table and pushed it forward gracefully. Jiang Yu's pupils shrank and his breathing became rapid. Here we go again. The game begins. Little boy number 34, Joe Fan, once said something similar to him. Brother, can you let me go for a moment? I don't want to die, I'll use the scissors. Finally, Joe Fan threw a punch. Now, fate has reversed, as if everything is happening again. My fate is determined by myself, not by God. Jiang Yu finally made up his mind, and his finger ran across the rat cards, stopping on one of the human cards. Yes, the human card. He believed that God's words were meant to make him give up this choice, but he chose to go against the trend. He exerted a little force with his fingertips, clamped the card, and slowly pressed it on the table. During the whole process, he kept staring into Shannon's eyes, trying to find any flaws, but Shannon always keeps that unchanging smile. Good, Jiang Yu muttered to himself. Shen-en, if this is your plan, I will use this human card to break it. The pig-faced, masked man announced loudly, as if he was also looking forward to this moment. 7th round, all cards played. Both players, please show your cards. As his voice fell, Shannon still did not take any action. This time, he did not flip the cards first, but waited quietly. Seeing this, Jiang Yu had a blank expression on his face, but his heart was beating wildly. He was risking everything right now. He flicked his fingertips and a person card flipped over and appeared. Seeing this, the smile on Shannon's face gradually disappeared. He became expressionless, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. He slowly turned over his card, and it was a cat card. As the red moonlight shone down, the cards in front of Jiang Yu came alive. The figure leaped into the air and pounced on the cat shadow, clasping the cat shadow's throat with both hands. The cat shadow screamed and struggled, waving its sharp claws, but gradually became weaker. After a moment, the cat shadow turned into green smoke and dissipated, while the human figure stood firm, declaring victory. At this moment, the music all around suddenly surged, like the thunder of war drums, playing the triumphant song of the winner reaching the summit. The old gods fell and the new gods ascended. Jiang Yu's heart was beating violently, his mind was blank, and he felt a little dazed. He won. He actually defeated such a terrifying opponent like Shannon, a genius monster whose strength was beyond measure. His nerves were tense throughout the entire game, and at this moment he finally relaxed. All the tension and pressure seemed to disappear at this moment. What followed was an irrepressible pleasure. The red moonlight shone on his face, as if it was the light of glory that belonged to him alone. He felt an indescribable pleasure, and his hands trembled slightly. It was excitement and even more excitement. He wanted to laugh to vent, but he just relaxed his body, leaned back in his chair, a faint smile on his face. In the surrounding void, the passionate music still echoed, like a triumphal horn heralding the birth of a new king. You win. Congratulations, Jiang Yu. Shannon finally spoke, his voice calm and low. His tone no longer had the calmness and confidence it had before, and his expression was complicated, with a hint of recognition and admiration for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu nodded slightly. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and felt the moment. When Jiang Yu slowly opened his eyes again, his gaze became extremely firm, revealing an unquestionable power. Fighting his way out of the bloody death game, he has grown from an ordinary person to a new king reborn in blood and fire. Under the shining red moon, he sat there, imposing and thoughtful, like an unshakable monument. Next, the game is not over yet. Both players please keep quiet. The pig-faced masked man sounded unhappy, interrupting the conversation between the two. Jiang Yu's eyebrows moved slightly. Indeed, the man in the pig-faced mask has explained the rules very clearly. The side that runs out of cards first loses the game. Even though the ending is already decided, it seems that this process must be completed. Round 7. Player 1 cat card. Player 6 human card. Player 1 loses a cat card. Player 6 please take back the human card. The pig-faced masked man announced coldly, taking the cat cards off the table. Then he declared again, now the 8th round officially begins. Both players please play your cards. There was only one rat card left in Shannon's hand. His expression did not show much emotion. He simply placed the rat card on the table and gently pushed it forward. At this moment, Jiang Yu couldn't tell what he was thinking. Jiang Yu looked at the 3 cards in his hand, a rat card and 2 human cards. He held the rat card between his fingers and gently placed it on the table. However, this rat card is facing up, an exposed card. I have a blind friend who likes to show his cards, Jiang Yu said lightly. At this moment, he seemed to be paying tribute to player number 4 Zio Han. Thank the other party for helping him at the last moment. If the other party had not helped him disable the prop card before dying, he is still no match for Shannon. Shen En lightly flicked the rat card with his fingertips, and it flipped over and fell onto the table. As the two fierce rats fought, they fell in a pool of blood and everything turned to dust. God's grace, no more cards in hand. Jiang Yu still has 2 player cards in his hand. The winner has been decided. The pig-faced masked man glanced at the two of them and announced solemnly. The final results of the finals are now announced. Player 1 plays all the cards in his hand first. Therefore, player number 6 wins. At the same time, player No. 6 also became the final champion of this game. Jiang Yu was breathing heavily. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. Under the shining red moon, the high platform seemed to be covered with a layer of blood red. Jiang Yu looked towards Shannon. If he loses, will he also be punished for losing the game? The next moment, the man in the pig-faced mask let out a strange laugh and took out the remote control. Jiang Yu's eyebrows moved slightly. He couldn't bear to see this scene. As the man with the pig-face mask pressed the remote control in his hand. The next moment, the metal collar on Shannon's neck made a sharp dripping sound. Accompanied by a sharp explosion, flames shone in the void. Half of Shannon's body was torn into pieces, leaving only debris on the ground. Player number 6, Jiang Yu, congratulations on becoming the champion of this 50-player deathmatch game. You will receive tens of millions in cash and supreme honor. The man with the pig-faced mask spoke in a low, deliberately drawn-out voice. That is, to become one of the sons of God. Your name will be given by Lord Dark Rat on behalf of the gods. Please invite the Son of God to take the throne. The voice of the man with the pig-face mask gradually became a little excited. He snapped his fingers again, and a stone staircase extended upwards from the platform, leading to the heights of the void. There was another high platform. On it, there was a throne, and next to it, there stood a cold and arrogant person. It was Lord Rat. He was wearing a long robe and standing beside the throne, like a cold statue. His gaze was eerie and deep, as if it could penetrate all living things, making people dare not look directly at him. The lonely throne beside him seemed to be above everything. The throne was made of pitch-black metal, tall and majestic, with an ominous dark red light flowing on its surface, as if blood had seeped through it. Jiang Yu looked at the chair with a complicated expression and indescribable emotions in his eyes. In this brutal 50-player death game, only the final winner can sit on the throne, look down on his former opponents, overlook the blood-stained battlefield, and enjoy the supreme glory. But this was not what he wanted. He slowly withdrew his gaze and looked firmly at the pig-faced masked man, his voice calm but full of power. I don't want to be the son of God. You said that the final winner is qualified to leave here. That's all I want. Suddenly, the man in the pig-faced mask burst into wild, shrill laughter. He leaned forward slightly with his shoulders shaking, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. His laughter echoed in the air, carrying a hint of sarcasm and madness that made people shudder. Wanna leave? It's not that simple. Don't you realize that you sleep a lot every day? The sarcasm in the eyes of the man in the pig-face mask became more and more obvious. What's the meaning? Jiang Yu frowned slightly. He had discovered this a long time ago, but had never been able to determine the reason. Maybe it was because of food, water, after effects of anesthesia, etc. This was a possibility he had once guessed. The pig-faced masked man slowly paced around Jiang Yu, his steps leisurely and unhurried. After turning around, he stopped, suddenly leaned close to Jiang Yu's ear and said, "That's because of the bread you eat every day." His voice was drawn out and deliberately slow. It contains a cursed poison that can corrode the soul. In 6 months, you will be dead. Jiang Yu's pupils shrank slightly, and a barely perceptible look of astonishment flashed across his eyes. He quickly suppressed the shock in his heart, and his face regained its composure. He had already thought that there might be something wrong with the bread, but he had to eat it. Otherwise, he would starve to death here, not to mention having the energy to win the final victory of the game. So, what exactly do you want me to do? Jiang Yu's eyebrows moved slightly, and he spoke slowly. Everyone who stands out from the 50-man death game has a combination of intelligence, luck, courage, and cold-bloodedness. These are exactly the qualities we need. They will become sons of God, be given names, and be dedicated to a great mission in the future. So, the moment you win the championship, your fate is already determined. When the pig-faced, masked man said these words, his expression was filled with a strange excitement. His hunter-like demeanor was full of teasing, as if he was telling Jiang Yu. This game was nothing more than an elaborate scam from the beginning to the end, and he was destined to become a pawn in the game. He paused for a moment, observing Jiang Yu's reaction, as if expecting some kind of breakdown. However, there was still no trace of fear on Jiang Yu's face. Jiang Yu raised his head slightly, his eyes were sharp, but more of them were calm. That kind of calmness made it difficult to understand his heart. I've already thought of that. I know that you have captured so many people not just to enjoy a cruel and interesting death game, but for a deeper purpose. What conditions do you need to remove this curse and let me leave here? Go ahead. Jiang Yu looked at the pig-faced masked man and said lightly. The pig-faced masked man was a little surprised. Soon, his eyes became burning. He paced around Jiang Yu, quickening his pace with an almost fanatical excitement in his tone. Interesting, Jiang Yu, you are very sensible. You need to agree to 3 conditions of mine. First, become the son of God. Your title will be given by Lord Dark Rat on behalf of the gods. Second, he paused for a moment, as if enjoying the feeling of controlling the other person's fate. In 6 months, the next 50-player death game will begin. By then, you will need to return to compete. Then he leaned close to Jiang Yu's ear and said in a threatening tone, Third, before you are promoted to priest, you must obey all my orders. P.S. The old gods fell and the new gods ascended. Throw flowers for Jiang Yu. It is because of your company that I can persevere until today. Witness with you Jiang Yu defeating bosses like Shen En step by step, bringing the ultimate sense of pleasure and emotional value. I wanted to finish this book a few days ago. After all, the performance has been very low. The royalties on September 4th were only 16 yuan, and it was really hard to make ends meet. What touched me was that the animation made by Mr. Luo gave me hope. The recommendations for his novels helped me a lot, and I saw my performance improve. Thank you so much, Mr. Luo Zayamo, so the book will continue to be written. Volume 1, Death Game, Apocalypse is coming to an end. Volume 2, Death Game, Caged Bird is about to begin, a new 50-player death game, so stay tuned. This time, everything will be even more exciting. Thank you all for your continued support. Not finished. Not finished. Not finished will also update. This is not the last chapter. I don't agree to that. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. The pig-faced, masked man's eyes flashed, and his voice instantly turned cold. Do you want to die? He stared at Jiang Yu with contempt, as if he could crush him to death at any time. Don't worry, I haven't finished speaking yet. Jiang Yu said lightly, as if everything was under his control. If I'm not mistaken, the first condition is something I can't refuse. Everyone who becomes the champion of the death game must accept the identity of the Son of God. I agree to this one. Jiang Yu paused for a moment, quickly sorting out the pig-faced, masked man's previous words in his mind. He looked up at the other party and said calmly, But the second one is not a necessary condition. Just as you said before, for every death game champion, becoming a son of God and participating in the 50-man death game trial again means having a chance to avoid death. Trial is a process of exercising personal ability through tests. It is not compulsory. So, the second condition is that I should be able to choose the time to participate in the death game on my own, and not be forced to participate in the next death game. Jiang Yu sneered and said, As for the third condition, it must have been proposed by you yourself. Jiang Yu paced slowly around the pig-faced masked man, his eyes calm and his steps were neither hurried nor impatient, as if he had already seen through all of the other party's intentions. If what you said is true, your clergy status is that of a priest. Then, my status is that of a son of God. You never said that you are my direct superior. This shows that there is no direct superior-subordinate relationship between us. Otherwise, you could have ordered me directly, instead of making this a condition. The third condition. Jiang Yu sneered, disdain in his eyes. I refuse. He paused, stared at the pig-faced masked man, and continued. As for the second condition, I can also consider rejecting it. So, you need to give me a reason why I must participate in the next game. The pig-faced masked man stared at Jiang Yu. The sneer in his eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by a deep gloom. "You're fine, Jiang Yu." He finally spoke, his voice very low and with a hint of gnashing teeth. "You can actually analyze it to this extent. A dozen days ago, when the game started, you were still like a stupid clown. Now you have matured to this point. I underestimated you." The man with the pig-faced mask narrowed his eyes slightly, and his expression became serious for once. Jiang Yu recalled himself a dozen days ago. It was true. In just a dozen days, he grew up rapidly. "Since you want reasons, I'll give you 3 reasons. First, the poison of your soul curse can only be cured by me. Second, you will miss this place after you get out. By then, even if I don't let you come back, you will beg me to let you come back here. Third, if you want to know the truth of everything, you have to come back." The pig-faced masked man raised a cruel smile, which was mixed with a hint of mockery and coldness. "So what?" Jiang Yu still stood there, his expression calm as usual, not affected by the other party's words at all. "You don't have to agree to the third condition. As for the second condition, you will naturally make a choice when the time comes." The pig-faced masked man's patience seemed to be exhausted, and he said coldly, "Okay, that's it. I agree to the first condition. As for the second condition, I will choose it myself when the time comes." Jiang Yu didn't want to waste any more time and spoke decisively. "Very good, please invite the Son of God to the throne." The voice of the pig-faced masked man suddenly became excited, with a certain fanaticism. He pointed to the stone steps leading to another platform, his eyes full of anticipation. Jiang Yu glanced at him and slowly stepped onto the stone steps. At this moment, the light of the red moon enveloped the entire void, the sound of the wind whistled past his ears, and his clothes fluttered. He seemed to be on a path to godhood. Jiang Yu's figure is upright, as if blending into this blood-stained world. His back appears lonely and determined. His eyes were fixed firmly on the high platform in the distance. The platform was like the territory of gods, symbolizing supreme glory. At this moment, he approached step by step without any hesitation or retreat. The red moon shone on him, stretching his shadow extremely long, and the gears of fate seemed to start turning. At this moment, the sound of the wind seemed to be whispering for him, and the light of the red moon seemed to be witnessing the birth of a new son of God. Jiang Yu stepped onto the platform, nodded slightly to Lord Rat, walked calmly towards the throne, and sat down slowly. Lord Mingshu walked up to Jiang Yu, pointed a finger at his forehead, and said in a low and majestic voice, "I am Mingshu, a god king. By the order of the gods, I grant you the name of the son of God Shenyu." At this moment, Jiang Yu only felt a cold and powerful force suddenly surge into his body from his forehead, and instantly spread throughout his body. The power seemed to come from another dimension, bringing with it an endless sense of oppression. Then, his mind seemed to explode, and his entire consciousness seemed to be forcibly torn open. Countless pieces of information poured in like a torrent, squeezing his mind. He vaguely saw the endless starry sky, and then the red moon hung in the sky, shining on the earth. Jiang Yu felt his scalp tingling, and there seemed to be countless whispers echoing in his ears, as if the gods were communicating with him, and his body tensed up involuntarily. The next moment, all this information seemed to be sealed by something and buried deep in the mind. It could not be recalled, read, or approached. The whole world suddenly became quiet, and Jiang Yu's consciousness gradually stabilized. He slowly opened his eyes, and the world in his eyes became clear again, but the world seemed a little different. "Thank you, Lord Rat." Jiang Yu stood up, bowed slightly, and expressed his gratitude. "The rest, Greedy Pig will tell you." Lord Mingshu waved his hand, and Jiang Yu felt as if he was waved out of the space. The next moment, he was standing in the sky garden. All around, there were the sounds of birdsong and the fragrance of flowers. Jiang Yu felt as if he had had a dream. It turns out that the pig-faced masked man's name is Greedy Pig. Jiang Yu whispered. Behind him, there was the sound of footsteps. Jiang Yu turned around and saw the man with the pig-faced mask walking towards him. "Hey, hey. Congratulations, Shen Yue. Became one of the 3,000 sons of God. Next, I have something to tell you. About me, about the death game, about our organization." The man with the pig-faced mask chuckled, walked up to Jiang Yu and said. At the same time, the venue of the previous finals was in the void, where Grace stands. On the ground, the shattered pieces of flesh kept squirming and rebuilding like memory metal. Soon, everything was completely restored to its original state. It was God's grace. However, the clothes on his upper body had been blown to pieces, but fortunately the clothes on his lower body were still intact. He stood proudly, revealing the muscular body of his upper body. There was eternal indifference in his eyes. He stared at the throne on the high platform in the distance and sighed softly. Lord Hades' rat stood up and floated down to his side, landing gracefully, looking down at him. "You failed." Shen En's eyebrows moved slightly, and he bowed slightly and said, "Yes, Lord Divine King. Originally, if you win this game, you will meet the requirement of winning 3 consecutive death games and can be promoted to a priest. Unfortunately, I failed the last trial." Lord Mingshu did not show much emotion, but just nodded slightly, his eyes filled with coldness. "Then, are you ready to accept the punishment?" Shen En lowered his head, not daring to look directly at the other party. "I'm ready, Lord God King." Lord Mingshu nodded slightly, his expression showing a kind of superior indifference, as if a god was looking down on mortals. His voice was low and majestic. "Go to the blood gambling city and be confined for a year." Hearing this, Shen En's pupils shrank sharply and a trace of fear appeared deep inside. He raised his head and said, "Sir, can I change the punishment?" The next moment, Lord Mingshuo stepped into the void and disappeared, leaving only a ripple in the space. "No." His cold voice echoed in the void, majestic and unquestionable. "Comments. About you. About the death game." Jiang Yu frowned slightly and asked, "Yes, let me introduce myself. My name is Greedy Pig." The pig-faced, masked man chuckled. He paused for a moment, then continued, "In fact, I was also one of the sons of God." Hearing this, Jiang Yu's pupils shrank slightly. Sure enough, it was just as he guessed. "You are currently only the son of God. You don't need to know too much. It will not do you any good." The pig-faced, masked man looked at Jiang Yu and said meaningfully, "You just need to know, son of God, that you need to accumulate enough contribution points before you can be promoted to a priest. Of course, there is another way, which is to win 3 consecutive 50-player death games. Similarly, you can be promoted to a priest. Of course, the continuous here does not mean participating in 3 consecutive death games, but 3 consecutive wins." The pig-faced masked man said slowly, "Shen En, the choice is the second one, right?" Jiang Yu said with his eyes flickering. "Good, but you're half right. After winning the death game, he became the son of God and completed various tasks to earn contribution points, but he gave up in the end, because that's too slow. Then, he participated in the second death game. That was presided over by another priest, and some unpleasant things happened during the process, although the process was somewhat tortuous. In the end, he still won the championship. After the second game ended, he went to complete the mission again to earn contribution points, but soon after, he gave up. In the end, I chose to participate in the death game trial again. Unfortunately, this time he met you and failed." The man with the pig-faced mask told the story of Shannon, and there seemed to be some regret in his words. "I see." Jiang Yu understood everything. "But you know, what I care most about is how to get out of here." He looked down at the silver ring on his hand, then raised his head and stared at the greedy pig with an aggressive look. "Haha, don't be impatient. You're too tired these days, take a nap. If you want to come back in 6 months, just say this. My name is Shen Yue, I am the son of God, the land of the dead, please call me back. You can come back now. I'll be waiting for you here." Greedy Pig laughed, and then he snapped his fingers casually. The next moment, Jiang Yu felt an endless sleepiness coming over him, pulling him as if it was going to pull him into the boundless abyss of dreams. His whole body fell backwards uncontrollably into the flowers. The soft grass caught him like a pair of gentle hands. He was surrounded by the endless fragrance of flowers. Everything seemed so beautiful, relaxing, and pleasant. The sun shone on his face, and he became extremely lazy. He just wanted to fall asleep forever and never wake up. Jiang Yu felt like he had been sleeping for a long, long time. It was extremely quiet around, with no one to disturb us. This environment was perfect for sleeping. I don't know how long it took, but I vaguely felt some sounds gradually appearing around me, a little noisy, as if someone was chatting and communicating, and there was faint laughter coming from them. He frowned slightly, as if his sweet dream was disturbed, making him unhappy. Suddenly, a familiar thought flashed through his mind. Yin Yin was still waiting for him. He had to go out. His eyelids began to tremble slightly, struggling to open his eyes, but he was still trapped in a heavy layer of sleepiness. His breathing became rapid, as if his consciousness was returning from a deep sleep, and the feeling of anxiety deep in his mind became stronger and stronger. He couldn't sleep anymore. Suddenly, Jiang Yu opened his eyes abruptly, his chest heaving violently, gasping for breath, as if he had just experienced a fierce battle. Everything around me seemed to be constantly distorted. The world in front of me and the sounds coming from beside me were sometimes clear and sometimes blurry. He stared blankly at the unfamiliar environment in front of him. After a long time, the blurry and distorted world gradually came into focus and regained its clarity. The noise in his ears gradually became clear again. Jiang Yu's eyes gradually regained their calmness and determination. He looked around carefully and found himself lying on a hospital bed with two young nurses sitting next to him, chatting and laughing. "Where is this? A hospital?" Jiang Yu raised his head with great effort, looked at the two nurses, and spoke in a hoarse voice. He wanted to struggle to get up, but he felt his body was extremely heavy. His hands and feet were bound by the restraints. At this moment, he was like a prisoner who had committed a serious crime, with his limbs tied up and unable to move. Memories began to flood back. He remembered that afternoon. He was clearly at home writing a novel, and then he ate 2 meat buns. Then, sleepiness came over him and he fell into a deep sleep. But when he woke up again, everything had changed. He was drawn into that brutal 50-man death game, and not only did he survive, he became the ultimate champion and became the son of God. Greedy Pig, the man wearing a pig face mask, clearly promised him to let him go. When he woke up again, he found himself in this place. This is too unbelievable. Just then, the nurses' whispered conversation came to an abrupt halt. One of the two nurses noticed Jiang Yu's movement. She widened her eyes and looked at Jiang Yu's slightly opened eyes in astonishment. After a moment of silence, she suddenly stood up and rushed out of the ward screaming, "Dr. Luo. The patient in bed 1 has woken up. Come and have a look." The nurses' shouts echoed in the ward, breaking the original silence. Another nurse also looked at Jiang Yu in panic, standing there at a loss. Soon, a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses and a white coat walked in. He looked gentle and refined, holding a medical record in his hand. He had a calm expression and the calmness and professionalism that are unique to doctors. The nurse followed behind him, apparently still not recovered from the shock, and kept looking at Jiang Yu on the bed. "Jiang Yu, are you awake?" The middle-aged man walked to Jiang Yu's bedside, quickly glanced at the vital signs on the medical record, and then moved his eyes to Jiang Yu's face with a bit of scrutiny. His tone was calm, yet contained a hint of cautious inquiry, as if he was confirming something. "Where is this?" Jiang Yu's voice was still hoarse and a little weak, but his tone was firm. Dr. Luo frowned slightly and was silent for a moment, as if considering how to answer. "You are now in Kingshan Mental Hospital." Dr. Luo finally spoke in a calm tone. "You have been in a coma for a long time, almost. About a month." 1 month, Jiang Yu frowned, feeling incredible. "Impossible, I've only been in the game for about 20 days. Jiang Yu murmured in his heart. He did not act impulsively or shout, but just stared at Dr. Luo quietly. After the tempering of the death game, he is now calm in the face of difficulties. He understands very well that only those who lack calmness and lose control of their emotions will shout desperately, which is useless. A month in coma sounded ridiculous, but the world before him was so real that he could not doubt it. "Doctor, I want to be discharged from the hospital." Jiang Yu looked up at Dr. Luo, his eyes showing deep calmness and composure. He paused for a moment and then said, "I'm going to find my daughter, Yin Yin." Dr. Luo showed a slightly surprised expression. A hint of hesitation flashed across his face, and he asked in confusion, "You are not even married. How can you have a daughter?" Jiang Yu's pupils shrank sharply, as if he had heard something incredible. He and Zhou Qingqing have been together for so many years. Now, someone actually told him that he was not married at all. This is just too ridiculous. His thoughts were a little confused. Jiang Yu turned his head to look at the window of the ward. The sky outside was so blue that it seemed unreal. Is this really reality? He couldn't help but ponder to himself, and the feeling of uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Could it be that my mission in the death game is to escape from here? Jiang Yu thought of another possibility. In a flash, he shook his head, thinking that he had become obsessed with playing the death game. How could this be a death game? Doctor, let's not talk about marriage first. Now, I want to be discharged from the hospital. Jiang Yu moved his body, looked at the doctor, and said solemnly, Jiang Yu, calm down. Your condition is unstable, and you cannot be discharged from the hospital yet. Dr. Luo comforted him patiently. Doctor, where are my parents? Jiang Yu changed his strategy and decided to test it out first to see how solid this so-called reality was. He is an orphan. His adoptive parents died in an accident, and his biological parents are missing. His only family now are his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and Yin Yin. Your family is usually busy and has no time to visit you, so you can just rest here quietly. If you have any questions, you can tell me. Here, we are also considered half of your family. Dr. Luo said gently. Doctor, are you sure I have parents? Jiang Yu's tone gradually became colder, and he stared at Dr. Luo sharply, trying to catch any clues from his expression. Dr. Luo was stunned for a moment, then put on a professional smile. Jiang Yu, I know you may be a little confused now. Let me help you recall. You have a complex mental illness. Your parents used a new and very expensive drug to treat you, which cost millions. Your coma may be due to the potential side effects of the drug. Now you have shown signs of amnesia, which may also be related to the drug. Just to confirm, can you not remember your parents? Jiang Yu frowned slightly and subconsciously looked down at the straps on his wrists and ankles, and a sense of uneasiness began to arise in his heart. Doctor, why am I tied up? Jiang Yu's voice was not loud, but it revealed a strong sense of doubt. Dr. Luo did not seem to answer immediately. He was silent for a moment, as if thinking about how to respond. After a while, he said softly, These restraints are to protect you. Your previous state was not stable, and you occasionally had some bad behavior. For the safety of yourself and others, we must do this. Jiang Yu frowned slightly, and he took a deep breath. Can I make a phone call, or let my parents come to see me? Dr. Luo smiled slightly. His eyes were a little gentle, but his words revealed a sense of rejection. Not now, you need more time to recover. Let's talk about it when you are in better condition. Jiang Yu's heart sank suddenly, and his inner vigilance rose rapidly. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the door, breaking the silence in the room. A nurse hurried in and whispered something in Dr. Luo's ear. Dr. Luo's expression changed slightly, and then he gave Jiang Yu a stiff smile. Jiang Yu, I have something to deal with. You take a rest first, and we'll talk later. After saying that, Dr. Luo turned and left the ward, followed by several nurses. The room was silent again, with only the slight ticking sound of the instruments. Jiang Yu's eyes became deeper. He knew that he had to find the truth as soon as possible, otherwise he might be trapped in this hospital bed forever. He felt that he could use his own strength to tear away the restraints on his limbs, but would there be any serious consequences if he did so? At this moment, he was too lazy to think about it. His desire to see Yin Yin was so strong. Then again, even if his condition stabilizes, is there a chance he can be discharged from the hospital? Uncertain. If his current identity is really a mental patient, at least several conditions must be met. Symptoms improve, and the ability to perform daily activities is restored. The most important thing is not to pose a threat to yourself or others. But from the fact that his limbs were restrained, it can be inferred that he must have committed violent acts before. If a mentally ill patient has a history of violent behavior, he or she must undergo a rigorous evaluation if he or she wants to be discharged from the hospital. It is not easy for him or her to leave here. So, Jiang Yu had a bold idea in his mind. He wanted to escape from here. But if I fail, they will tighten their control over me, and I may never see Yin Yin again. Jiang Yu thought of another serious consequence. Is all this true or false? Is it just a dream? Jiang Yu suddenly thought of something and closed his eyes. In his mind, the divine seed of gambling turned into a small sapling, and every leaf was shining with golden light. His eyes suddenly widened, and an unconcealable joy appeared on his face. It's all true. At this moment, deep communication information from the god of gambling came to his mind. Host. Jiang Yu. After evaluation, the current host attributes are as follows: IQ, luck, memory, combat power. Overall, the god's gambling seed has evolved to its primary form and is about to enter a short dormant state. During the dormant period, the host does not need to obtain the power of gambling life. Jiang Yu turned his head to look at the restraints on his wrists. His eyes were determined, and his strength gradually increased. With a hiss sound, the restraints on his right hand were torn off at the most vulnerable part. The power was so natural, he clenched his wrists, feeling the strength still filling his body. Then, he used his right hand to untie the straps on his other limbs and calmly removed the instruments connected to his body. The ticking sound of the monitor stopped, and the room suddenly returned to deathly silence. Jiang Yu slowly stood up from the bed and gently put on his slippers. Throughout the entire process, he remained extremely calm, and his movements were precise and orderly. He walked slowly to a floor-length mirror in the ward and looked at himself in the mirror. His skin was still fair, his eyes were still determined, but he looked a little younger than he remembered, as if he had lost some of the fatigue and vicissitudes accumulated in the death game. He came to the door, took a deep breath, slowly pushed it open a crack, stuck his head out slightly and looked outside. Comments. At this moment, in the dean's office on the third floor, the light was softly shining in every corner of the room, and a depressing silence filled the air. Dr. Luo sat in the chair, beads of sweat already oozing out of his palms, and he looked a little uneasy. His fingers subconsciously stirred the medical records in his hand, and he occasionally glanced at the figure behind the mahogany desk opposite. Opposite, the dean sat steadily behind the smooth mahogany desk, his expression calm and profound. He was a man in his 60s, wearing a well-cut dark gray suit and a white shirt with no wrinkles on the collar. He looked exceptionally clean and restrained. There were strands of silver mixed in his black hair, which was meticulously groomed. His face was angular, with slightly prominent cheekbones and a high nose bridge. Those eyes were as deep as a pool of still water, without any ripples, yet they faintly revealed a silent pressure that made people dare not offend easily. The dean folded his hands on the table, his movements extremely calm. Dr. Luo. The dean spoke slowly, his voice low and calm, as if it was just a routine inquiry. Jiang Yu, did you wake up just now? How is the situation? Has the condition improved? His tone was calm, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter, but Dr. Luo felt an indescribable pressure. Dr. Luo swallowed hard and glanced at the medical record in his hand. Between the lines was a heavy diagnosis. Patient's name, Jiang Yu. Gender, male. Revised diagnosis: multiple personality disorder, schizophrenia, paranoid delusions, persecutory delusions. Dr. Luo looked up at the dean, took a deep breath, and said cautiously, "Dean, even after the injection of that extremely expensive new drug, his condition still seems not optimistic." Just now, the first thing he said when he woke up was that he wanted to be discharged from the hospital and go find his daughter. Dr. Luo's voice was slightly nervous, with confusion and bewilderment in his tone, but he has never been married and he doesn't have a daughter at all. This is a typical manifestation of fictitious memory, dissociation from reality, and cognitive confusion. His condition has not improved at all. When the dean heard this, his brows moved slightly, and then his eyes became more serious, as if he was thinking about something. Then, he slowly said, "This matter must be kept secret, and his parents must not be informed. If they knew that we have spent millions on drugs but have not seen significant results, I am afraid we will be in trouble." He paused, then continued, "Just now, I noticed that Jiang Yu's hospital account received another remittance of 10 million yuan, which should have come from his parents." When Dr. Luo heard this, his eyes widened and he couldn't help but sigh. This is too rich, worthy of being the director of Huanjiang Group. It's a pity that his good son suddenly suffered from mental illness. Jiang Yu looked out through the crack in the door. The corridor outside was silent, without even a single person. It was very strange. He opened the door and walked out, his steps slow and his eyes carefully looking around. He now needs to kidnap a nurse and get the access card. According to his reasoning, in a place like this, a mental hospital, there should be at least 2 or 3 levels of access control. Otherwise, the mentally ill patients could easily run away, which obviously rarely happened. Without the access card, he wouldn't be able to move a single step, let alone escape. The corridor was dark, with only a few dim, long incandescent lamps hanging from the ceiling, emitting a faint light, making the corridor look deserted. The air was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant, with a hint of pungent chemical smell, which made people feel extremely depressed. At the end of both sides of the corridor are heavy white iron doors. There is a warning light above each door, although the lights are off at the moment. But Jiang Yu could imagine that once someone triggered some kind of alarm, these lights would instantly flash red and emit a shrill alarm, even attracting a large number of staff and security personnel. The floor was covered with rubber anti-slip mats, and the sound of footsteps became extremely slight, almost absorbed in the silence. With every step, Jiang Yu felt an unsettling heaviness. He glanced at the wards on either side and looked inside through the glass windows on the doors. He saw an extremely strange scene. All the wards are empty. There were only beds left in the ward, the bedside cabinets were empty, and the entire room was spotlessly clean. But there was not a single patient. He even wondered if he was hallucinating. Isn't this a hospital? Where did the patient go? He looked at the empty wards and a chill ran through his heart. The surveillance cameras on the wall were rotating silently. Jiang Yu lowered his head slightly, trying not to look into those cold lenses. The corridor was empty, even the nurse's station was deserted, as if everyone here had disappeared at some point. Jiang Yu saw the doctor's office and walked over slowly. Through the window on the door, he could see that the office was empty. There were messy documents on the table, and it was obvious that someone had been here before. That Dr. Luo seems to have disappeared. He walked to the end of the corridor and stopped in front of the heavy white iron door. Jiang Yu stood in front of the heavy white iron door, his eyes fixed on the code dial on the wall next to him. The black buttons flashed a cold light, and the indicator light flashed a faint red light. Obviously, this door requires a password to open. He frowned slightly, walked to the code disk, got closer, and breathed lightly. As the warm breath enveloped the surface of the cipher disk, a fine mist quickly covered the smooth keys, and certain traces gradually appeared. Jiang Yu locked his eyes and narrowed them. On some of the keys, slightly shiny stains of oil and sweat were faintly visible, obviously numbers that were frequently touched. Security facilities in hospitals and other places usually use 4-digit passwords. He pondered to himself. 1379. The hash key is the confirmation command. Jiang Yu whispered these numbers, his mind working rapidly. 1739, 70% probability. 1379, 50% probability. 3179, 30% probability. He muttered to himself, analyzing the degree of wear and order of the keys, and had already made a judgment in his mind. So he reached out and quickly pressed 1739. The next moment, the huge, heavy white iron gate made a loud rumbling sound and slowly rose upwards. But at the same time, shrill alarms suddenly sounded from all directions. He was a little surprised and looked up. Sure enough, the light above his head was flashing a dazzling red light. Dr. Luo was talking to the dean when suddenly there was a rapid knock on the door, accompanied by a woman's anxious cry. "Dean, this is bad. Patient number 1, Jiang Yu left the room without permission." The next moment, the door was pushed open, and a female nurse walked in hurriedly with a nervous expression and a pale face, obviously frightened by the sudden situation. The dean looked up at her, his brows slightly furrowed. Despite this, his voice was still calm and calm. "Don't be impatient, tell me slowly what exactly happened." The nurse took a deep breath and tried to control her emotions. She spoke a little slower, but still nervously. "We just went out to get some water. It only took a few minutes. When we returned to the monitoring room, we found that patient number 1 was no longer in the room. We immediately checked the surveillance video of the corridor and saw him wandering along the corridor, as if looking for something." The dean's eyes flickered slightly, and then he slowly leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the tabletop, and said in a low voice, "Where are the restraints on his hands?" "We don't know either. He seems to have untied all the restraints by himself." Confusion was evident in the nurse's voice. When Dr. Luo heard this, his face suddenly turned ugly. He couldn't imagine how much strength it would take for a normal person to break free from the restraints. He quickly looked at the dean and said hurriedly, "Dean, I will go and check it out right now. If something happens to Jiang Yu, it will be troublesome." The dean pondered for a moment, then slowly stood up, his eyes becoming deep. "Notify security and block all exits." There was no trace of panic in his tone, which was still as calm as usual. But every word he said carried an unquestionable command, which made people feel an invisible pressure. He paused and continued, "There are 3 levels of access control on the 2nd floor. It's impossible for him to escape. Everyone stay calm, don't provoke him, don't let him hurt anyone, including himself. I don't want to see any surprises." The nurse had beads of sweat on her forehead. "Director, I received a call on my way here. He has opened the 1st floor access control." Jiang Yu had already passed through the gate. As the piercing alarm sounded, his vigilance instantly increased. He didn't have much time left. "Even though I entered the correct password, the alarm still went off. This means that the access control system has been set up with special alarm instructions. Even if the password is correct, the alarm will still be triggered once the door is opened." After the white iron gate rose, Jiang Yu saw another huge iron gate. The entire iron gate was pitch black and exuded a cold atmosphere. There was an iron lock hanging on the iron gate, which looked very much like a prison door. Jiang Yu's mind started to work at high speed. Dr. Luo is not on this floor at the moment, which means he has left. When he left, I did not hear any alarm. If the white iron gate of the 1st access control rises, it will trigger an alarm, which means that there are other ways to leave, and this is not the regular exit route. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu's expression was grim. Without a trace of hesitation, he turned around, left the iron gate, and returned to the corridor. He stood in the corridor, scanning the layout of the ward, nurses' station, and doctors' offices, and the 3-dimensional architectural structure emerged in his mind. He looked up at the ceiling, where various pipes were arranged in an intricate pattern. Heating pipes, water pipes, ventilation pipes. Every pipe seemed to show him the internal structure of the building. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on a relatively hidden ventilation duct. Depending on the building design, ventilation ducts typically lead to a larger exhaust system and ultimately connect to other outlets in the building. Jiang Yu stuck close to the wall, avoiding the surveillance cameras, and followed the direction of the ventilation duct back to the doctor's office. Jiang Yu gently pushed open the door and observed every detail in the office. There were several unsorted medical records on the desk, indicating that Dr. Luo left in a hurry. His eyes rested on the wall behind the desk. There was an outline of a secret door on the wall. Although it was camouflaged so that it almost blended into the wall, Jiang Yu still caught it keenly. He walked closer and took a closer look, and found a very tiny gap on the edge of the wall, which just confirmed his guess. Jiang Yu's fingers groped for a switch in the corner of the wall. After pressing it, the wall shook slightly, and the secret door slowly opened, revealing a narrow passage. Meanwhile, the sirens were still echoing throughout the building, and security personnel were quickly gathering and heading towards his area. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and stepped into the passage without hesitation. The hospital's security personnel had now arrived at the access control system, and as several access control systems were opened, everyone was stunned. Behind the door, there was nothing. That patient number 1, Jiang Yu, has disappeared. Under the remote command of the dean, security immediately launched a search and instructed the monitoring room to check the last footage before Jiang Yu disappeared. After Jiang Yu walked out of the passage, he found himself at a walking staircase. On the left was a staircase extending downward, and on the right was a staircase extending upward. Without any hesitation, he walked downstairs. After going down 1 floor, an iron door appeared in front of him, which seemed to require access control to open. The surrounding corridors were dim, with old incandescent lamps emitting a faint light. There is a security room on the right side of the iron gate. An old man is lying leisurely on a chair, humming a little tune, and is completely unaware of what is happening outside. Jiang Yu slowly opened the door of the security room. The sound of the door opening startled the old man. He put down the newspaper in his hand, and the moment he saw Jiang Yu, his face suddenly changed, as if he had seen a ghost, and he panicked. He quickly wanted to take out his mobile phone to make a call. Jiang Yu saw through the old man's intentions at a glance, stepped forward quickly, slapped his phone away, and ordered coldly, "Open the door." Okay, okay. The old man was so scared that he rolled and crawled up from his chair and pressed a white button on the wall in panic. The iron door slowly opened as the button was pressed. Jiang Yu glanced at him one last time and strode out. As Jiang Yu stepped out of the building's door, the sunlight shone on his face and his heart beat slightly faster, but his reason reminded him that this did not mean true freedom. There are few trees and almost no cover, and if discovered by surveillance or security personnel, the hope of escape will be even slimmer. Jiang Yu glanced around and quickly locked onto several neatly parked vehicles, his eyes finally settling on a black sedan. This type of car is usually used by senior hospital executives, and there is often a spare key inside the car. He walked up quickly and opened the door skillfully, and sure enough, the car was not locked. Just as he opened the car door, got in, and looked for the spare key, security personnel from all directions had surrounded the car. Jiang Yu suddenly came to his senses and looked through the car window to see Dr. Luo and several nurses walking towards him quickly. Dr. Luo came to the front of the car, tapped on the window, and said soothingly, "Jiang Yu, don't be impulsive. We can talk, get out of the car first, okay?" Jiang Yu thought for a moment and assessed the current situation. He was surrounded, and escaping was not only unrealistic, but might also have a counterproductive effect. There are too many security guards around, and it is impossible for him to escape from here by violence. He calmly opened the car door and slowly got out. Standing outside the car, he looked at the security personnel around him. There were at least a dozen of them, holding explosion-proof equipment in their hands, and they were obviously prepared to deal with any accidents. Jiang Yu turned to face Dr. Luo and said calmly, "Actually, I'm not sick." Dr. Luo frowned but remained calm, as if waiting for Jiang Yu's next words. "I know that if I say anything about my wife and daughter, you will definitely think I am sick. But you can regard these as a dream of mine. I don't intend to mention them again." Jiang Yu paused and continued. "Whether mentally ill patients can be discharged from the hospital should have corresponding evaluation criteria. I can do an assessment, and if I have no issues, that means my condition has improved and I meet the criteria for discharge. You have no right to restrict my freedom. Otherwise, you should also notify my immediate family members to handle the discharge procedures for me." Dr. Luo wiped the sweat from his forehead and said soothingly, "Jiang Yu, I understand your thoughts. But the hospital has regulations. Discharge evaluation is not done casually. We must strictly follow the procedures." He paused, his eyes softened. "How about this, you go back to your room first. I will arrange the evaluation procedure as soon as possible and contact your family. If you meet the discharge criteria, I promise that I will not restrict you from leaving." Jiang Yu's eyes flashed with doubt, but he knew that violent resistance would only make the situation worse. He nodded and said calmly, "Okay, Dr. Luo, I believe you. I hope you won't let me down." Jiang Yu followed the security personnel back to the ward. He sat on the hospital bed, staring blankly through the window downstairs and on the first floor opposite, where many people were walking around. They were wearing blue striped hospital gowns similar to his. It seemed that he was not the only patient in this hospital. Then why didn't he see anyone on this floor? Not long after, Dr. Luo came back with a sunny smile on his face and a bunch of scales in his hands. He handed them to him. "Jiang Yu, please fill out these scales. We need to evaluate your current condition." Jiang Yu took the scales from the other party and glanced at them. The first scale is the Brief Psychiatric Rating Scale, BPRS. Words like anxiety, emotional communication disorders, guilty conscience, tension, hallucinations, etc. were written on it, and there were corresponding degrees behind them. They are none, very mild, mild, moderate, severe, severe, etc. The second form is the Positive and Negative Psychotic Symptom Rating Scale, PANSS. It also lists delusions, hallucinations, emotional dullness, depression, etc., and the degree ranges from none to extremely severe, with a score of 1 to 7 respectively. There are other scales, but Jiang Yu did not look at them in detail. Jiang Yu calmly placed the form on the table next to him and did not start filling it out. Instead, he turned and looked out the window. A breeze blew, the curtains fluttered, and he murmured, "Dr. Luo, why am I the only patient here? Did my parents do this?" He already had a rough guess in his mind. From what Dr. Luo said, It was not difficult to infer that his parents must be very rich since they were able to buy millions of dollars worth of medicine. That's right. Your parents directly booked this floor. You are the only patient on the second floor of this building, along with the medical staff. They want you to get a good rest. Dr. Luo frowned slightly and explained to Jiang Yu. He paused, his face hesitant, and then said, "Have you forgotten all this? It seems that your amnesia has worsened." He looked at Jiang Yu, his eyes showing a little more worry. "I'm afraid it won't be that easy to be discharged from the hospital." "I understand, Dr. Luo. Please go out first. I want to rest for a while." Jiang Yu's tone was a little cold. "Okay, then you should get more rest. If anything happens, just press the bell at the bedside to call the nurse." Dr. Luo smiled awkwardly, then walked out and closed the door. Jiang Yu turned his head to look at the blue sky and white clouds outside the window, and his mood seemed to have improved a lot. However, what he wanted most was to leave here. He missed Yin Yin so much. Thinking of this, his eyes turned to the evaluation forms on the table. After thinking for a moment, he picked up the pen and started filling it out. He took every question very seriously, reading them carefully and ticking the boxes cautiously, for fear that he would answer them incorrectly and be wrongly accused of being mentally ill. Soon, he finished filling out a few forms and rang the bell beside his bed. Soon, a young and beautiful female nurse came in and smiled at Jiang Yu in a friendly manner. "Mr. Jiang, what's the matter?" Jiang Yu looked calm, handed her the assessment form in his hand, and said, "Please give these to Dr. Luo, thank you." As the nurse left and closed the door, Jiang Yu's thoughts fell into deep thought again. He recalled what the greedy pig had said to him. "You're going to miss this place when you get out. By then, even if I don't let you come back, you will beg me to let you come back here. If you want to know the truth, you have to come back." Now, he finally understood why Greedy Pig said this. Indeed, he might as well go back to participate in the death game than be locked up in this boring mental hospital. However, he couldn't go back now. He had finally left, and he had to do everything he could to find Yin Yin first. The most urgent task is how to escape from here. This is like a brand new death game, and the winning condition is escape from here. I have already gone through so many death games and gone through so much blood and gore. How could I be trapped in such a hellhole? A gleam of light flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes, and he already had a plan in mind. In the doctor's office, Dr. Luo looked at the assessment scale in his hand with a frown on his face. The results of these scales clearly show that Jiang Yu is a completely normal person. He doesn't have any mental illness and is as normal as can be. If you let him do things on his own, he might not be so normal. However, Jiang Yu's performance was completely opposite to the scale. Not only did he fantasize about having a daughter, but he also suffered from amnesia. After thinking for a moment, Dr. Luo felt a little headache. He took the scales again and went to the dean's office. In the dean's office, the dean was sitting behind a mahogany table, holding the assessment scales in his hands. He looked at the scales in his hands with a deep gaze. "Dean, what do you think?" After the dean stopped what he was doing, Dr. Luo asked cautiously. The dean put down the scale in his hand, his eyes were deep, and he did not answer directly, but sat quietly, as if thinking about something. After a moment, he said calmly, "The scale may not be accurate. Jiang Yu has multiple personalities, one of which is particularly smart. The results of this scale are open to question. Don't let his parents know." When he said this, the dean's eyes revealed a hint of determination, and then he did something that shocked Dr. Luo. He picked up Jiang Yu's scale expressionlessly, without even looking at it, tore it into pieces and threw it into the trash can beside him. Seeing this scene, Dr. Luo sat in the chair tremblingly, with his head down, and said nothing. A horrible thought flashed through his mind. The dean may want to keep Jiang Yu imprisoned here forever. After all, Jiang Yu's parents are directors of Huanzhang Group, and they donate tens of millions of yuan to the hospital every year. No matter who it is, no one would be willing to leave such a treasure trove. Therefore, Jiang Yu's condition will never get better, and it cannot get better. A trace of sadness flashed in Dr. Luo's eyes. He knew everything, but could do nothing. In the face of money, human nature is so ugly. After Dr. Luo left the dean's office, he was in a very heavy mood, with his brows furrowed, as if he had something on his mind. Back in the doctor's office, he flipped through the medical records in his hand and felt a little uneasy and irritable. He stood up from time to time, paced around the room, scratching his ears and cheeks. His eyes gradually turned red, which turned out to be a faint bloodshot. After a long time, he sighed lightly and walked towards Jiang Yu's ward. Jiang Yu was staring at the scenery outside the window in a daze. Suddenly, he heard a knock on the door and turned around to look. "Come in." The knocking stopped abruptly. When the door opened, Dr. Luo's warm face appeared. He was holding the medical records in his hand and still looked steady. Seeing Dr. Luo's expression, although the other party disguised it very well, Jiang Yu already had the answer in his heart. "Dr. Luo, what's going on?" Jiang Yu looked at Dr. Luo and asked slowly. "Nothing. The discharge assessment may take some time. You should have a good rest first. By the way, if you have any requests, just let us know and we will do our best to satisfy you." Dr. Luo smiled and said, "I want to go there, can I?" "Talk to them." Jiang Yu glanced at Dr. Luo, turned to look out the window, and pointed to the first floor of the building opposite. "Well, I'm afraid not. These are all mentally ill patients, some of whom have a history of violent behavior. It would be terrible if they hurt you. We wouldn't be able to explain to your parents." Dr. Luo looked embarrassed. "Okay, what's there?" Jiang Yu sighed and pointed to the fourth floor of the building opposite. "Haha, that's the library, where patients usually read books. Our hospital focuses on humanistic care, especially enriching patients' cultural knowledge." After hearing this, Dr. Luo laughed and said, "Can I go there to read?" Jiang Yu thought for a moment and then spoke slowly. "Of course, I will send people to clear the area right now." Dr. Luo paused, then changed the subject and said suddenly, "That would be too much trouble. How about this, Jiang Yu? I'll have someone bring you the entire library's ebook catalog. Whatever books you need, I'll ask them to send them over." Jiang Yu's eyebrows moved slightly, he nodded and said slowly, "Okay." 3 days later, Dean's office. "Jiang Yu, how have you been doing lately? Are there any unusual behaviors?" The dean, sitting behind the mahogany table, spoke as calmly as ever. He picked up the tea in his hand, took a sip, looked at Dr. Luo and asked, "Well, it's hard to say. Since he woke up, he seems like a different person. He's so calm that it's a little scary. His control over his emotions is terrifying. He looks more normal than a normal person. Whether it was the last time he escaped and was caught, or whatever happened later, he never showed any signs of panic. His eyes seemed like an endless abyss. Even I couldn't see through him at all. This is really weird." Dr. Luo wiped the sweat from his forehead and reported carefully. He hesitated for a moment and then said, "Besides, he seems to like reading very much recently. I read for almost 3 consecutive days. I only slept for 1 or 2 hours during that time. I spent most of the time reading. Like crazy." The dean glanced at Dr. Luo and said casually, "He is a lunatic to begin with, so it is normal for him to behave like this." "What books are there?" Dr. Luo swallowed and looked up at the ceiling, as if recalling something. He counted on his fingers and said one by one, "I remember there were at least dozens of books. Game theory, microexpressions, criminal psychology, social engineering, weakness of human nature, and logical thinking training, principles of psychology, the art of deception, mental models, etc. And many more. I don't know what his purpose is in reading these books. I asked him about it before, but he just raised his head, smiled at me calmly, and kept silent." 1 month later, Jiang Yu lay on the hospital bed as usual, looking out the window. The blue sky and white clouds in the distance did not seem to make him feel better. Although he was not visibly frowning, his eyes were deep, and he seemed to be thinking about something. There were more than 100 books piled up in a mess beside his bed, and he had read all of them. At this time, Dr. Luo smiled and pushed open the door and walked in. "Jiang Yu, I have good news for you." He paused, then continued. "Considering that you are too lonely, and considering that you have behaved well this month, the dean has approved your request to communicate with other patients. Every day, during the rest time of other patients, you can go to the recreation room on the first floor opposite and communicate with other patients. But it's only 2 hours a day." After hearing what Dr. Luo said, Jiang Yu frowned slightly, and a hint of surprise arose in his heart. He had just tried to mention it, but he didn't expect it to be successful. "Okay, thank you, Dr. Luo." Jiang Yu nodded politely. "You're welcome, it's my honor." Dr. Luo smiled. 9:30 a.m. Lounge. Jiang Yu stepped into this unfamiliar environment for the first time and looked around cautiously. This is a large room of more than 100 square meters. The layout of the room is simple but messy. There are several old sofas with worn leather surfaces placed around, as well as several small tables, a bookshelf with magazines on it, and several large cabinets with some sundries inside. An old wooden table was placed in the middle of the room. Scattered on it were some puzzles, origami, and a few worn-out magazines, the corners of which had long since been curled and yellowed. The light outside the window shines through the gaps in the curtains, casting a dazzling light, and the sunlight enveloped the room in a warm atmosphere. There were 4 security guards standing in the 4 corners, scanning the lounge vigilantly to prevent any accidents. There were also doctors and nurses constantly shuttling back and forth, communicating with a patient, and seemed to be asking something. There was a small TV hanging on the wall, with images of old movies playing on the screen, but no one was actually watching. Jiang Yu had no impression of these movies. Several patients were sitting on the sofa or in the corner, their expressions varying. Some people sat quietly, with their hands crossed on their knees, staring blankly into some place, as if lost in some unfathomable thoughts. Someone was looking down and fiddling with the gadgets in his hands, occasionally mumbling intermittently. Others paced back and forth at the edge of the room, their steps messy and uneasy, occasionally raising their heads with a hint of alertness and uneasiness in their eyes. There were also people playing chess. It seemed to be some kind of gobang or something like that. The 2 of them looked nervous and stared at the chessboard in front of them. A middle-aged man sat on a chair by the window, leaning forward slightly, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrests of the chair, as if he was keeping a silent beat. He turned his head from time to time and glanced around quickly, looking a little weird. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, did not approach anyone rashly, but just found an empty sofa and sat down. Most people look normal. At this moment, someone suddenly came over. It was a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle. Only the sides of his hair looked a little thick, and the middle part of his hair was shiny bald. "Boy, are you new here? Why haven't I seen you before?" He sat down next to Jiang Yu without any hesitation, put one hand on his shoulder, and seemed to be quite familiar with him. Originally, the sofa could only seat 1.5 people, but now there were 2 people sitting on it, making it seem a little crowded. "Oh, he's new here." Jiang Yu nodded and said politely, Hey, let me tell you a secret." The bald man looked mysterious, looked around warily, then leaned close to Jiang Yu's ear, covered it with one hand and whispered, "Don't be fooled, this is a fake world. Let's escape from here together." Hearing this, Jiang Yu's pupils shrank slightly. He turned his head and looked at the bald man in front of him, a little bit unbelievable. Could it be that the other party saw through it? He may not be from this world. Could this world be a false existence? "Why do you say that?" Jiang Yu asked slowly without much expression. "Do you know who I am?" The bald man looked around vigilantly again and said with a somewhat mysterious expression, "Have no idea." Jiang Yu shook his head. "I am the Monkey King who caused havoc in the heavens 500 years ago. Later, I made a mistake and was sealed by the old Tathagata. All my magical powers were sealed, and I was sent to another world. As long as I return to my original world and find a way to remove the seal, my magic power will be restored. When the time comes, I will go to the west and kill him without leaving a single piece of armor." The bald man suddenly stood up like a madman, did a pause, and then shouted 2 sentences like he was singing an opera. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched when he heard this. He thought that the other party was also like him, playing the death game and coming here. As it turns out, this person is truly mentally ill and cannot be saved. The others just glanced at it and looked as if they were used to it. Jiang Yu quickly stood up and left the other party. He didn't want to waste time with the other party and have meaningless communication. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that in the corner, there was a little girl in a white dress squatting on the ground, seemingly observing something. Jiang Yu subconsciously moved towards there. The other person's back was somewhat similar to Yin, which made him want to get closer. He walked over, bent down and stood behind the other person, looking at the ground, and saw a small hole in the corner of the wall with ants crawling in and out continuously. They seemed to be moving breadcrumbs on the ground. The little girl squatted on the ground curiously, with her hands on her knees, doing nothing but watching quietly. Suddenly, she stretched out her hand and pressed one of the ants to death. Jiang Yu frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Little girl, why did you crush the ant to death?" The little girl turned her head. She looked pretty and cute. She looked up at Jiang Yu and blinked her big watery eyes. Because that was the bread that another ant found first. It stole someone else's things. Jiang Yu also squatted down and smiled. "Oh, so that's how it is. What's your name? Why are you here?" Jiang Yu waited patiently for the little girl's answer. She tilted her head slightly, as if thinking about how to explain why she was here. "My name is Lin Chuantuan, and my mother is a cleaner here." The little girl finally spoke softly. "She is very busy at work and often can't take care of me, so she takes me with her when she works." As she spoke, she blinked and pointed to a middle-aged woman in the distance who was wiping the cabinet with a rag. "Oh, so that's how it is." Jiang Yu asked thoughtfully, "Do you come here often?" P.S. Call for names for extras. In 2 or 3 chapters, the next 50-player death game will begin. Thanks to all the big guys who sent gifts before for their support. I haven't had time to thank them one by their nicknames, so I just turned on the automatic thank you function. Book friends who have sent gifts before, no matter how much, if you need to play a supporting role in the second death game, please leave your name and comment on this floor. It will be adopted as appropriate. Basically, it will be written to death, so if you mind, please don't leave it. Grateful, comments. Tuan nodded and said cheerfully, "I'll come to accompany her. Mom has to work hard to make money to support us. She is really very tired. I have to be good and not disturb her. I like it here very much. Although everyone says that the people here are a little weird, I think they are all very interesting. Sometimes I chat with them, or like now, watch the ants move." As she spoke, she looked down at the ants on the ground again, and a smile appeared on her face. "So that's how it is. Then you should tell your mother that she didn't clean it well enough, and there are still ants here." Jiang Yu smiled friendly and pointed at the ants on the ground. "No." The little girl shook her head and pouted angrily. She pointed at the hole in the corner and said seriously, "They are very smart. When someone disturbs them, they will run into the hole, and they will come out only when no one is around. So that's how it is." Jiang Yu nodded thoughtfully. "Brother, what's your name?" Tuan suddenly stared at Jiang Yu and asked curiously. "Brother, just call me uncle. My name is Jiang Yu. By the way, I have a daughter who is about your age. I'm sure you two can play together. She's usually very naughty." Jiang Yu smiled bitterly, feeling a little embarrassed that the other party actually called him brother. He is already in his 20s. Where is she then? What's her name? The little girl's curiosity was immediately aroused. She tilted her head and asked curiously. "Her name is Yin Yin." Jiang Yu smiled slightly and said, Tuan, come here quickly." At this moment, the middle-aged woman in the distance turned her head and noticed this scene. She stopped what she was doing, a look of panic appeared on her face, and she waved anxiously, calling the little girl's name. "Mom is calling me. Goodbye, brother Jiang Yu." When the little girl heard her name being called, she turned and looked in the direction of her mother, then quickly stood up, waved goodbye to Jiang Yu, smiled brightly, and ran away. Jiang Yu looked at the little girl's back as she left and sighed. At this moment, he missed Yin Yin very much, but it was a pity that he was trapped in this ghost place. That mischievous girl is probably still at her grandmother's house, waiting for her. It's been so long, I wonder how she is doing now. And as for Ching, I didn't even inform her parents of her death, and her funeral has not been held until now. A hint of sadness appeared in Jiang Yu's eyes. Another month later. "Oh, so what I mean is that if there is a fire, the gate will be powered off immediately, and the emergency evacuation procedure will be initiated, right?" Jiang Yu was lying on the hospital bed, holding a book in his hands, chatting with 2 young and beautiful nurses. The atmosphere looked very harmonious. "That's right, Mr. Jiang, you are so smart," one of the female nurses praised. When a few people were chatting, Jiang Yu suddenly brought up a topic. "There are so many access control points here. What should we do if a fire breaks out? Can you run away? Is there any danger to life?" The 2 nurses began to give him scientific advice, patting their chests with confidence, and assured him how to cut off the power and how to evacuate quickly in the event of a fire. Their hospital has very thorough safety measures. No patients will be trapped and everyone can escape. At 12 o'clock, it was lunchtime and the conversation ended with laughter. The two nurses also left the ward. These two nurses were arranged by Dr. Luo specifically to chat with him and relieve his boredom. It is said that their parents invested a lot in this hospital. Therefore, two young and beautiful nurses were picked out to take care of Jiang Yu like a nanny, and they had no complaints. Even so, they can still get a salary of 30,000 to 40,000 yuan every month. No matter where you are, there won't be so many. After all, even in an ordinary tertiary hospital, there are probably only around 10,000 nurses. Jiang Yu lay on the bed and turned to look at the window next to him. It was a burglar-proof window made of fine steel, like a cage in a prison, imprisoning him in this place forever. He glanced at the delicious lunch laid out on the table next to him. The lunch every day was very sumptuous, but he had no appetite at all. He kept thinking in his mind, in the dean's office. Jiang Yu, after failing to escape last time, he still refuses to give up and wants to escape. Dr. Luo frowned and looked at the dean sitting opposite him. He said carefully, he asked the nurse whether there would be a power outage after the fire and how to evacuate the hospital. I'm afraid he wanted to start a fire on purpose to attract our attention and escape. The dean frowned and crossed his hands on the table. After listening to Dr. Luo's words, he fell into a brief contemplation. His face was calm, but there was a hint of calm scrutiny in his eyes. Jiang Yu, do you really want to leave? The dean whispered the name, his eyes gradually becoming sharper. Upgrade fire prevention measures. If a fire alarm sounds, don't panic too much. It may be a diversion. Focus on monitoring the area outside his room. Dr. Luo nodded, with a hint of worry in his tone. Although he has behaved well on the surface in the past 2 months, I can see that he has always maintained a high level of vigilance and resistance in his heart. The dean leaned back in his chair, sighed softly, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Since he wants to use the fire to cause chaos and take the opportunity to escape, then we must be prepared. The fire alarm is his signal to escape. First, we need to strengthen monitoring, especially in the area where he moves around every day. Second, we must remind all staff, especially nurses, to avoid excessive conversations with him, especially about safety precautions and evacuation procedures. Dr. Luo immediately took out his notebook, wrote down the director's instructions, and then asked, so, should we take further control measures? Like restrict his activities? The dean waved his hand, his eyes firm. There's no need to rush into extreme measures now. This might just irritate him. Instead, we have to do it more subtly, make him feel like he still has a chance, but he's always in our control. Dr. Luo nodded thoughtfully, understanding the dean's intention. Okay, everything is up to you, Dean. One day a week later. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Dr. Luo knocked on Jiang Yu's door as usual and came to check on him. However, for a long time, there was no response from inside. Dr. Luo's face suddenly turned pale, his heart skipped a beat, and he turned the doorknob hard, trying to get in, but the door was locked from the inside. Then he took a few steps back and slammed the door with all his strength. As the door was forced open, Dr. Luo's eyes widened and he stood there in a daze. The scene before him was unbelievable to him. The ward was empty, with only a breeze blowing through, causing the curtains to flutter in disarray. Jiang Yu disappeared. The story begins 4 hours ago. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the nurse finished her rounds and gently closed the door of the ward. Jiang Yu sat up suddenly, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. He pulled out a screwdriver from under his pillow, the one he had quietly taken from the recreation lounge a few days ago. He quickly touched the window, skillfully found the position of the screws under the anti-theft window, and carefully unscrewed the screws one by one with a screwdriver. The window made a slight creaking sound, and Jiang Yu's heart beat faster, but he remained calm and slowly pushed open a gap of about 30 centimeters below the window. Then, Jiang Yu carefully crawled out. His movements were quick and cautious, trying to avoid making any unnecessary noise. As he slid down the yellow drain pipe, the cold water rubbed his hands, but his gaze remained firm. When his feet landed firmly on the ground, he quickly hid in the shadow of the corner, bent down, moved quickly along the wall, and entered the blind spot of the hospital's surveillance. At this time, security guards patrol every 10 minutes. Jiang Yu counted the time silently in his heart and took advantage of the gap after the security guard passed by, lying on the ground and blending into the darkness. The patrol's footsteps gradually faded away. Jiang Yu continued to move forward and finally successfully reached the first floor of the opposite building, the entertainment lounge. He pried the window open deftly, got in noiselessly, and then closed it, making sure not to leave any traces. Jiang Yu quickly scanned the room and confirmed that everything was safe. He took a deep breath and walked lightly to the entrance of the ventilation duct in the corner. This ventilation duct was the escape route he had planned long ago. The duct extended to the second floor of the building, and the second floor was the key location of his target. There was a secret connecting passage leading to the logistics building. Jiang Yu bent down and easily removed the vent grill with a screwdriver, revealing the narrow duct entrance. He quickly got into the pipe. It was dark and cold inside, and the narrow space forced him to crawl forward. Jiang Yu moved cautiously, and the friction between his elbows and knees was extremely slight. He knew that if he was not careful and made too loud a noise, it would attract the attention of the security guards. After more than 10 minutes of difficult climbing, Jiang Yu finally climbed to the exit on the second floor. He looked through the gap in the vent and saw that the corridor was dimly lit and empty. He used a screwdriver to remove the fence again, carefully climbed out of the vent and landed steadily. He held his breath and observed his surroundings. At this moment, he was not far from his target, and the connecting passage leading to the logistics building was just ahead. This narrow corridor is usually seldom walked by, and only logistics personnel occasionally pass by. Jiang Yu took advantage of the dim light, walked close to the wall, and carefully pushed open the small door of the passage. The corridor was silent, with only a faint light coming from the logistics building at the end. Jiang Yu walked briskly and firmly. When he walked through the passage and arrived at the door of the logistics building, he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. This was the most critical step in his plan. The exit of the logistics building was very close to the back door of the mental hospital, but at the same time, it was also the most heavily guarded area. Jiang Yu hid in the shadows again, carefully observing the situation of the security guard in the duty room. As the dim light of the early morning gradually brightened, the security guard on duty seemed a little lax. He stuck close to the wall and, with the help of darkness and blind spots in the surveillance cameras, slowly approached the back door. There, the sturdy iron fence of the back door stood like a barrier in front of him. The key to the back door was in the hands of the security guard in the duty room, so it was almost impossible to steal the key directly. But Jiang Yu had already planned another path. According to his observation, every Monday and Thursday at 6 in the morning, a transport truck would come to the supply port of the logistics building to deliver goods, and usually leave around 6:45. This is his only chance. Jiang Yu walked quickly towards the supply area, where several workers were moving supplies. While they were not paying attention, Jiang Yu quickly hid under the car, firmly grasped the crossbar of the chassis with both hands, and adjusted his body posture to prevent being thrown off when the car started. Soon after, Jiang Yu heard the sound of an engine starting. The vehicle slowly drove away from the logistics building, and his heartbeat quickened as the speed increased. After about 10 minutes of driving, he judged that it was far enough away from the mental hospital. When the vehicle slowed down slightly after passing a bend, Jiang Yu decisively let go, rolled over steadily, and landed on the ground. He quickly rolled into the grass on the side of the road, holding his breath until he was sure that the vehicle had gone far away. Jiang Yu stood up from the bushes and looked around. It was already dawn, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. At this moment, he was sitting on the bus. His eyes were still calm, with a hint of joy that he could not hide. The place he was about to arrive at was Zhou Qinking's hometown. He will be able to see Yin Yin soon. After several hours of bumpy ride, he finally arrived at his destination, Zhou Qinking's hometown, a village under the jurisdiction of a small town. After getting off the car, Jiang Yu took a deep breath, feeling the fresh air and the familiar rural scenery. He followed the path in his memory with brisk but firm steps, his heart filled with the desire for reunion. In his heart, Yin Yin has always been the light he has been pursuing. He escaped from the mental hospital at all costs just to see her, However, when he arrived at Joe Kinking's door, his heart beat faster. He felt both anticipation and fear. After hesitating for a long time, he finally raised his hand and gently knocked on the wooden door. The door was soon opened, and a middle-aged woman poked her head out, with a hint of doubt and vigilance in her eyes. "Who are you looking for?" Jiang Yu was stunned. "Mom, is Yinian here?" His voice trembled a little. He was very familiar with this face. It was his mother-in-law. However, the middle-aged woman frowned. "Who are you? Who is Yin Yin you are talking about?" Jiang Yu was stunned and opened his mouth. "Mom, I'm Jiang Yu, Kinking's husband. Yinian is our daughter." The woman's face was filled with increasing confusion. "Cheng Cheng, isn't she still in school? How did she get married?" After saying that, she took out her cell phone and made a call with some trepidation. Jiang Yu's heart sank suddenly, and an ominous premonition came over him. "Kinking, there is a man named Jiang Yu who said he is your husband. He also said you have a daughter named Yinian." The woman asked into the phone, her tone somewhat anxious. Jiang Yu clearly heard the voice coming from the other party's microphone. "Mom, stop joking. When did I get married? Where did this liar come from? Get rid of him." On the other end of the line was the familiar voice of Joe Kinking. Jiang Yu stood there in a daze, with countless fragments of memories flashing through his mind. Every encounter between him and Joe Kinking, Yinian's sweet smile, and every moment they spent together. For some reason, he felt that the world before his eyes began to become strange. He suddenly turned around and walked away quickly, his steps getting faster and faster, until he was almost running all the way and stopped only when he reached an empty field. Jiang Yu was breathing heavily, looking at the horizon.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.